welcome to Final Fantasy V. Now, we all know why Final Fantasy V didn't come out here, or in the States, or in Europe, for that matter, at the time. It was because we were too stupid and the Japanese hate all them dumb, stupid American yokels. There's only one possible, etc. You've all heard this story, right? That story never sat well with me. Not once. When I heard that story, well, that's a lie. Let me not exaggerate. In more recent years of having reanalyzed this game, I've gone back and been like, well, hang on a second. Really? I mean, they're gonna not release an entire game because they think we're too stupid? Really? I mean, Lord knows Square can make some really stupid decisions, but that kind of impressed me. So, just for the heck of it, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna look into this. I'm going to spend some time and sit down and really research this. And I spent some significant time researching this. You want to know where all of that comes from? An interview with Ted Woolsey. I'm serious. I actually have it up right here. Now, you might be like, well, there you go. Ted Woolsey said it was too complicated. There you go. Well, see, the thing is, if you read this whole interview, and it is huge. It is a gargantuan interview. It's like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 pages. 13 pages of stuff here. This is long. But if you do go through the whole list, one of the things that's interesting about this is that Woolsey is not what I'd call an expert. I mean, no offense to the man. In fact, actually, I have quite a bit of respect for the man. I think he did a great job, especially with what he had access to at the time. Basically having to chop things up and run things together within a matter of months. A fun fact, according to him, he actually did some work for Final Fantasy V, which they then rejected. But if you go through this whole thing, he says several things that are actually wrong and contradictory, and mentions a few things that are basically just... I don't want to say that he's lying, because I don't think he is. It's more like he just doesn't know, so he just talks about it, in a casual tone, like most of us do, right? So nothing against the man whatsoever. But this interview is where that whole, it was too complicated for non-Japanese audiences thing originates from. And this was back in, oh god, when did this come out? Give me a second. This is a while ago. This was back in 2006, it looks like. 2006 or 2007. It's not actually very clear. This is a translation I got in 2007. Anyways, so I kept doing a little bit more research. Like, okay, what's the real reason? Now, I don't know how many of you are going to be amused by this as I was, but I did find what I believe, and I have to add an asterisk to this, because this still isn't 100% definitive, but I found what I believe to be the definitive reason we didn't get FF5 outside of Japan at the time on the SNES. You ready for it, guys? At the time, there was this other company making some game you've probably never heard of, Dragon Story or something like that. I don't even know what it's called. But anyways, it was selling really, really well. And Square and Enix, Squaresoft and Enix, both had a bit of a rivalry going on. And Square was like, yo, when we release an FF, our goal is to compete with Dragon Quest. So if an FF comes out, it needs to sell, it needs to be like a bestseller. So when FF2, aka FF4, came out here in the States on the SNES, it sold very well, but not well enough. They wanted to move more units than they did. And it wasn't a bestseller. And I really hope you appreciate the irony that back in the 90s, the mid-90s, Squaresoft had the same damn mentality that they did, what was it, like 3 or 4 years ago? So when FF5 was being worked on, again, Woolsey actually did work for FF5, and he wasn't the only one. And they were like, all right, we're gonna get this FF5, and they're like, no, it didn't sell well enough. Specifically, it didn't sell well enough in the States. This is also relevant, again, from a financial perspective, because this is the point in time when they were considering basically getting these games out in Europe. There were actually a couple of FF there were a couple of Square games out in Europe at the time. What we call Final Fantasy Adventure, aka Sword of Mana, the first of the Mana series, was out in Europe at this point on the Game Boy. And I think there was one other one. I actually don't remember what it was. And of course, Mystic Quest, which, by the way, came out pretty much at the same time as FF5, was also out in Europe. And so this was like the money people were sitting down and saying, should we release this in the US? Should we release this in Europe? And the answer to both was, well, FF2 didn't sell well in the US. Or rather, FF4 didn't sell well enough in the US. So, if you ever wondered, I think that's as close as to the definitive reason we're ever going to get for that. Anyways, with that settled, I got nothing, guys. Square has always had squirrels for brains, at least as far as their corporate side. Although the development side has always been amazing. You ever notice that that's like a trend? It's not just a Japanese thing. Like, you look at the business side of, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a good example here. Like a really stark example. Which Dragon Quest never made it over? I think all of them made it over, Little Billy. Like, I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure on that. So I'm going to have to go ahead and say I don't know. I know we got Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3. I remember playing 3 on the NES. And I know we got 7 on the PlayStation 1. I don't remember if we got 4, 5, and 6 on the SNES. I actually don't remember that. And of course, we got 8. Duh. In fact, we got the better version of 8. So, and I know this is kind of unrelated, but this really amuses me. Square, back in the 90s, is like, nah, let's not send out FF5 out there. They won't like FF5. Whereas Enix, later, this is the point at which they were Square Enix, actually. But still, Enix is like, dude, let's give them Dragon Quest 8, but give them an even better version of it. With voice acting and everything. Now, in the interests of total fairness, I can at least see the logic of their decision, but it's still based on a faulty premise. Because it was all about their rivalry with Enix, with the Dragon Quest series, and the fact that the game didn't sell as well in the United States as it did in Japan. FF4 specifically sold better in Japan than in the States. And it's like, well, of course it did! It's the same goddamn thing that happened with the Tomb Raider situation. I mean, I understand you guys wanted to sell well, but it did. And, oh, by the way, to further add to this, later on, this is great. If you listen to interviews by Nomura or Kitase, I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, or, oh God, I can't think of his name all of a sudden, Sakaguchi. If you've read or listened to any of their interviews like within the last 10 years or so, and where they talk about FF4, FF5, and FF6, which was the big ones for that 3, they mentioned that as developers, they were told the FF series sold like crap over here until FF7. They were surprised. I distinctly remember one in particular where Sakaguchi was like, wait, FF6 sold well in the States? Like, there was surprise in that. By the way, FF6 did sell well in the States. So did FF4, actually. Both sold very well. They just didn't sell as well as they did in Japan, or as well as the Dragon Quests did. Now, this is speculation based on the fact I have just presented. But it is my speculation that the corporate people, the money people, who were in charge of going together into meetings and saying, this is how well we did, said, oh, FF6 just bombed over in the States. And nope, hardly anybody bought it. Or not enough people bought it, or however they wanted to spin that. I mean, we have sales figures. We can look this up. We can prove that those games sold well here. Now, of course, FF7 did actually explode in popularity to an extent that none of the others had. In fact, FF7 was the first point in time at which Final Fantasy started selling better outside of Japan than in Japan. And that's when the shift kind of switched for Final Fantasy being a more non-Japanese game, and the Dragon Quests kind of took over the Japanese market. But we'll get to that later. We're still on FF5 for now. I look at this mentality. I look at these people, and I'm just like, why? Anyways, this was the first game Tetsuya Nomura worked on in the Final Fantasy series. He did very, very little work for this, but he did do work for this game. Gilgamesh, some of the designs for a lot, the monsters, sketches and stuff like that, and a few class ideas were things that he collaborated on. He had an idea as well. Tetsuya Nomura had an idea for a class of like some kind of ninja kind of guy who had a dog, and the dog would assist him in combat. And he also had this idea for another class, and he really liked this idea. It was like a gambler that just like did random damage with its attacks. No, I'm not making this up. He really did have these ideas, and they liked these ideas. They just ended up in the next game rather than this game. This is also the first game that Kitase, again, I hope I'm pronouncing that name right, worked on. He is someone who is at this point, is a huge Final Fantasy veteran. He personally directed Final Fantasy 6, 7, and 8, and was a producer for basically every game Square has come out with from about FF9 until the FF7 remake, which isn't even out yet. He's one of the bigger names. He's pretty much the guy who took over for Sakaguchi as the main runner for the Final Fantasy series. And according to several interviews, both by Sakaguchi and Kitase, really hope I'm pronouncing that right, the two had sort of a friendly rivalry thing going on, where one of them would come up with an idea and then, present it to the other, and the other's like, oh yeah, well I came up with this even better idea. So if you ever wonder why FF5 feels a little set-piecey, it's because the two of them were kind of constructing this without much thought towards an overall narrative flow. But that being said, FF5, while it does have a much weaker story in several aspects than FF4 did, and FF6 and FF7 and many of the FFs, let's be honest with ourselves, nevertheless, this game has a very strong thematic core to it. Virtually every aspect of the game does fall around that central pillar. I talked about that concept before. The central pillar of the theme of legacy, which is the primary theme of Final Fantasy V. And almost every aspect of the story, even these miniature set pieces here and there, revolve around that concept of the legacy. And hi, Crimson King. Bye, Crimson King. I just got insulted for liking old JRPGs. Anyways, so now this may seem a little weird because what is it? It's been like a month since I've played FF5, but I don't care. I get to play FF5 again, so I'm happy about that. I do have to say one thing really quick. I actually sincerely thought about doing a 4-job fiesta for this particular game. I decided against it. This is a lore run. This is a focus of a lore run. And honestly, I do a 4-job fiesta every year. So we're just going to be playing through with mega cheats, blowing everything out of the way, instant death as we go through. And just kind of enjoying ourselves as we go. Unfortunately, there's only one rename in FF5, which I'm going ahead and just locking in now. Hi, Kefka. And thank you, Easel. And that we'll be renaming Bart's Chen, and we'll be giving him the monk class for the duration of the game. Everyone else, I'm going to do whatever I want to class-wise, and I'm going to try and actually... Is this something I'm going to start doing from basically this point onwards? I'm going to try and rotate things a little bit to showcase more of the game, rather than just sticking with, Red Mage, Ninja combo, or Mystic Knight, Ninja combo, or something like that. I'm going to try and rotate things because we have mega cheats on, so I can afford to do that without really having to grind or anything. Just kind of showcase stuff and hope you guys enjoy it. So without further ado, Final Fantasy V. As soon as I hit unpause. There we go. Oh, actually, one other thing. Real quick. Sorry. This is actually relevant. I will be playing the GBA version of FF5. I consider this to be the superior version of FF5. I'm sorry, I should actually talk about this really quick. There's actually really only 3 versions of FF5. They have been ported several times, but there's the original SNES, there's the GBA, and there's their phone version. Phone version has been ported to the Steam, the GBA version, well, that's it. and the original SNES version has been ported to the PlayStation. But ultimately, there's really only the 3 types of versions of this game. And I'll be talking about those versions as we go through it. Salsa, excuse me. But I wanted to give a little bit of an explanation of why I'm playing just the GBA version specifically. First of all, obviously, the SNES version translation is just not that great. The PlayStation translation is terrible, and the phone version can suck it. I'm sorry, but in addition to being a very lazy port, I actively despise the graphics of the FF5 version. However, and I get this question all the time, if you can't get a hold of a legitimate copy of GBA FF5, which is very possible, getting a hold of the actual cartridges for FF5 and FF6 and FF4 on the GBA is actually very difficult to do at this point in time. There's nothing necessarily wrong with the meat of the phone version or the Steam version of FF5. If that's the only one you can legitimately get a hold of, it is still an acceptable version. It is. It is lazy in its port, and the graphics, well, that's up to you. But other than that, all of the core meat, it is basically a port of the GBA version. So it's got the GBA dialogue, and it's got the GBA additional content, and some of the bug fixes and patches in it. So the Steam version was ported from the phone. But this is, in my opinion, without question, the definitive version of FF5. Now, I want to say one other thing. And I actually talked about this during 4-Job Fiesta, and I'll be probably repeating myself from stuff from 4-Job Fiesta, but this is the Lorerun. You know, I can't just assume everyone's watching everything I put out. So I will be playing without the music patched. This is just the GBA version. In fact, there are no patches on this version whatsoever. It's not that I'm afraid to mod the games. In fact, I will be modding FF8 and FF9 later. And I already modded FF4 earlier, for that matter. But it is my opinion that the SNES music patch is actually not that great, to be blunt. The SNES music patch is basically little sound files that were dumped in place of the GBA music. And so there's this constant in the background of every single song. And maybe this is just me and my audio hearing memory, doom, whatever. But if you actually listen to the SNES version and the GBA with the patch version side by side, it's an inferior rendering of the sound of the music. And between the inferior rendering and the fact that it's in every goddamn song, it drives me crazy. We will also, for the exact same reason, be playing the GBA version without a sound patch of FF6 when we get there, so be warned. Okay, moving on. Fire, water, wind, earth. The peace and prosperity of the world is thanks to the power of these crystals. However, that power is nearing its limit. Here's but. Sorry. Not far off is the day when the wind slows, the water stills. And the earth trembles and quakes. And for some reason they use meteors to travel between planets. That's never explained, by the way. Ever. It's just a thing for some frickin' reason. And yet everyone remains blissfully unaware. And the grave secret hidden within the crystals remains untold. So, Final Fantasy V. So, someone asked, let me go ahead and say one other thing. in favor of the Steam/phone version of FF5, it does have exactly one benefit over this version. It uses the original SNES music, and it's well done, actually. So, that's cool. That's awesome. And that is worthy of note. That is something that should be mentioned. I'm just checking my saves here. Ah, okay, I know what that save is. So I guess I'll use the 4th slot. So yeah, that reminds me, Dark Angelai, you're the Seabiscuit person, right? Because Seabiscuit doesn't fit. And honestly, Max Time, it's more the launching of the meteors that bothers me. How do they launch them? They don't have Ject around. Yeah, I can't either, Easel. But again, in the interest of total fairness, if you can tolerate the graphics, which are one of the main problems with the Steam/mobile version, most of the rest of it is still quite functional. Again, it's got the right music, and it's got the right translation. See, this is the thing. There is no truly definitive version of FF5, which drives me crazy. There's a version with good translation, and good graphics, and bad music. There's a version with bad UI and bad graphics, but good music and good translation. There's a version with bad translation, good music, and good graphics and good UI. And then there's a version which is bad everything. That would be the PS1 version. Don't get the PS4 version, it's crap. I know, Renegade, I know. So I mentioned this back during FF3. I've actually done research trying to figure out the specific reason why Square pulled Matrix Software off of the rest of the remakes, off of 5 and 6. And I've never figured out the exact reason. I have never found a definitive answer to that question. It's just... It's like those... I don't know how many of you have worked a corporate job, but every now and again you just get a memo that says, this project has been discontinued, and there's no explanation, there's no reasoning, it's just, this project has been discontinued. And that's what happened with Matrix Software and the remakes of 5 and 6. And then we mysteriously get Bravely Default a couple years later. I cannot believe that's unconnected. I really can't. Also, a Switch remake of FF5 is something I'd dump $100 on right now. If it was a proper remake. Just, boom. Done! I'd accept 3DS as well, but Switch, come on! So, this is actually our first look at Exdeath, kind of. The idea here is that Exdeath still has the capacity to reach out, despite the fact that he is sealed and can still influence and affect things. An idea held over from both the Cloud of Darkness and Zemus from previous works. I don't know, Easel. Yeah, okay, see, PS4's nice and all, but you know what the Switch has over the PS4? It's portable. I could play a modern console FF5. I could play Mario Kart 8 in lounging in my bed right now. I mean, enough said, guys. PS4's nice and all, but it's got nothing on that. Kaboom! Oh my god, crash. Now this is hilarious. They actually put out the fire as they go. I actually like that. Not only is it a nice little safety tip thing, but it makes sense for Bartz and Boko, who are regular travelers, who regularly camp out in the wild, to know well enough to shut out their fire as they're leaving. Also, if you really want to, you can take that as a very minor way, to have, hang on just a second. Put that on. Which color, guys? Anyways, a very minor way in which you could see the overall, one of the secondary themes of the work, which is environmentalism, being presented pretty much right at the beginning. I see a couple blues, a couple purples. We can do like a blue-purple, like that. How's that, guys? Compromise, blue-purple. So I mentioned earlier this game is kind of lacking in several aspects of story. It reminds me in many ways of several other works, in the fact that it's not that it actually has a bad story, quite the contrary, but it has a very weak story. There's just certain aspects of it that are not there. No one donate for the Demon Chocobo. I knew it, Dark Angle. No, see, well, all I want from you is to, like, tell me how you want me to rename Seabiscuit. We just need to get rid of one character. Yeah, what Ruxrimus says is pretty accurate. This game is, the story is very solid, it's just really, really basic. In fact, this story actually makes fun of most of the typical RPG tropes of the time. Xdeath actually flat out says, do you even know what you're doing? You're just trying to fight the bad guy because he's the bad guy? Guido, I think that's how you're supposed to pronounce that. Guido makes fun of the whole repeating dialogue back form of exposition. There's a few things like that throughout FF5 which are amusing. So this is Lena, and this is the only thing we can rename in all of FF5, which I find very strange. Like, there's not really a... Whoop. No. There we go. There's not really a strong case for not being able to rename characters in FF5. Granted, Bartz has the least characterization of the four. Chen. But at the same time, it's not like Lena, Ferris, and Galuf, and Kryl have a particularly large amount of characterization, so... And it's not like Bartz lacks characterization. We do find out about his past. There's a girl who has a crush on him. Yeah, you know, there's this thing with the chocobos. He doesn't like heights. It's not a lot of characterization, but it's about as much as everyone else has. I don't even know what that is, Renegade. No, this is Chen from World of Warcraft. He will be a monk. Yes, GBA has the best translation for FF5, although it is also the same translation that the Steam and phone version have. Actually, that's not true, Meatfist. You can rename the GFs in FF8. And Renoa's dog. In FF5, you can only rename one thing. And it's just Bartz. And it still doesn't make any damn sense to me in FF8. So this is Old Man. So, of course, since we're making fun of RPG tropes, this guy has amnesia. And not that I'm aware of, easily. Although I do have to say it that way. I have actually never played all the way through the Steam version of FF5. I got to Xdeath, and then I stopped. Oh, I got amnesia. There are fan translations. Yes, we should actually talk about those. Of course, there is the legendary RPGE translation of Final Fantasy V, which I've talked about many times in the past. The RPGE translation, in hindsight, is not great. It's not bad, but it is clearly demonstrative of fan translations, if you know what I mean. Okay, so hang on just a second. I gotta go look something up now. Where is it? There we go. It's in, although, of course, yeah. It's not just that it's not faithful. You know how most people, and I do this too, I do this exact same thing. We sit down and it's like, well, I interpret this way, so I'm going to slant it this way. Like, Galuf has a hell of a potty mouth in the RPG version. But, which is what he's translated in, is a complete moron in the RPG version. They actually kind of write in some romance with Lena. There's a few other weird things that they do, and it's just generally I can't recommend the RPG version anymore. It's the same thing with the J2E translation over in FF4, actually. In fact, I would say the two are pretty much comparable in terms of overall quality. They're not terrible, but comparing them to the GBA versions, no, there's no comparison there. What's funny is the GBA version, the one we're playing right now, actually has more references to pop culture than the RPGE version does. Usually that's the other way around. Oh my gosh! Oh yeah, we've already had a battle, I just realized. Hang on. Sorry. What do we do? Get back! Quack! And we will have to agree to disagree on that one, Lost Mercenary. Yeah, by the way, Galuf's characterization is that he's awesome. He's kind of like Minwoo in that respect. He's pretty much just got awesome going for him. There's not a lot of other depth to his character there, really. There we go. So, of course, we will be talking about the PS1 version as we go through this. Lena was retranslated as Reina, R-E-I-N-A, in the PS1 version. And that would be Spanish for queen, I believe? And, that's okay. I mean, okay, that's a decent translation. By the way, in the original Japanese version, her name is Lena. I will never call her that. Her name is Lena. That's her name. There's no arguing this. What's my favorite class to use in FF5? Ooh, Blue Mage. That's a little bit of a tough one, but Blue Mage has to do it. As for least favorite FF5 job, I'm not going to say Berserker. That's just too easy. So, I should actually talk about this cutscene before we talk about jobs. This is a Dragon Quest game. I'm just saying it. Some people asked if FF3DS had Dragon Quest effect going on, and the answer is no. Because Dragon Quest effect isn't... So what happened in FF3DS is we had interesting or impacting... FF2 actually had the exact same problem. You know, impacting events going on, but they were... You had to take yourself out of the moment and think about it, distanced from the game, in order to really appreciate what was going on. That's not Dragon Quest effect. The fact that it was this, you know, lighthearted tone while of the story, you know, this adventure, while having serious events happen, that's actually not Dragon Quest effect either. Dragon Quest effect is when the game is presented in a lighthearted manner, but the actual subject matter is very serious. Probably the best example of this is in Dragon Quest VII, which I was just playing relatively recently on the 3DS version, where, you know, there's this, like, people are telling puns, and there's this da-da-da-da-da-da-da music playing, and the characters look like big, silly, chibi characters. Oh, and by the way, what they're discussing is the mass enslavement of an entire race of people who, if you fall down or fail to meet your quota for the day, you actually get eaten by the monsters who are enslaving you. You know, that kind of a thing. That is Dragon Quest effect, very specifically. And that is FF5 all over the place. A lot of the dialogue between the four characters is fairly humorous. Wait, we're doing a Z? Bizkit? Okay. Hang on, let me replace that. Bizkit. There we go. A lot of the dialogue between the four is pretty humorous and lighthearted. It's just got this general tone of... And, like, they poke fun at each other constantly. Like, just now, Lena was like, "Oh, I am forever in your debt," and Bart's is like, "Yeah, you know, I felt like the wind was calling me." And Galoof was like, "Yeah, you just got the hots for her." Which is funny, by the way, because there actually is no romance of the main characters in this game at all. Some people have assumed that Lena and Bartz were supposed to end up together. In fact, I remember when this game was first translated by RPGE, and a lot of people were going through it, and there was this weird thing where people were like, "Hang on, aren't Lena and Bart supposed to end up together at the end of the game?" And having looked back into it over the years, and having spent some time actually researching this topic, no! There was never a romantic connotation between their characters. There is no romance here. It's weird. Now, as Lost Mercenary points out, he does have descendants in the sequel, but the sequel can go burn. This is probably a good time to talk about the sequel and how much I hate it. So, this game has a sequel. Yeah, it's a little loud. How's the volume for you guys? This is probably as loud as the game will get right here. So, let me know the audio volume. Yes, the adventurer does not get the princess. Don't worry, we're not cheating yet, because it would actually be disadvantageous to cheat right now. We'll be cheating as soon as we get Ferris. Excuse me. Hello, Sith Lord Arg! Okay. Yes, the sequel is an anime. That is also worthy of note. I don't think there are. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. Yes, the sequel contains penny shots and butt lasers. That's not actually a joke. So the sequel, and I'm using that really, really vaguely, it's an anime involving a guy called Raw Devil, who is a cyborg who is trying to become the ultimate being and become God. He comes out here, and he steals Sid's brain. I'm not making this up. In order to learn the knowledge of the crystals, which was forgotten by everyone here. And, you know, where do I even go from there? I mean, granted, I don't exactly like anime in general. I am somewhat infamous for that fact. But even I can tell the difference between a good anime that I don't like and a bad anime that I don't like. And this is a bad anime. It is really, really bad. It's not even an interesting story. I basically just told you the story. Bad guy, trying to resurrect crystal stuff, steals Sid's brains, woo, and that's about it. That's the plot. Mid is a major character in it. Despite the fact that it takes place 200 years later, Mid is actually in the anime. The main character's name is Pretz. I mean, in all sincerity, if you like the anime, that's great. I know plenty of people who like things that I don't. There's nothing wrong with liking something. Ever. But I will never recommend someone who, you know, doesn't already have a predisposition towards it to watch that anime. For reference, I will not be referencing it, because personally, I don't think it counts. Even more so than After Years. At least After Years had some vague connections and some redeeming values to it. With, oh god! I see Link on my screen. At least After Years had a couple of redeeming features to it. Golbez and Kain, basically. This anime, nothing. Nothing redeeming about it at all. I couldn't even tell you the name of the villain once he merges with the power of the it becomes like Gunyanos or something like that. I don't know, it's really dumb. So hang on, Shadow Machine just donated $20 to put it into the positives. We are now at +2 for Titus Fantasy 10. Oh yes, and I didn't respond to Eric, whatever. But yeah, we blazed through FF4, and we will. The goal is to finish FF5 today, and we probably will. Oh yes, the bad guy's also an alien. That has nothing to do with anything. He's just an alien. Also, for some reason, they decide to name this planet World R. I don't even get that. I'm sure there's some reference or something I'm missing there. No, pretty much when we hit FF7, we will no longer be capable of doing 1 FF a day. But for every FF we have no encounters on, I think we could do at least a decent chunk of it in a day. So, here we are. We have found the pirates! Realistically speaking, these pirates are kind of dumb. There is one town and one castle in the inner sea that they can, like, attack and pirate from. One town, one castle. And I know it's a SNES RPG, and I know that, you know, you have to kind of take into account we're talking about city-states rather than make cities and all that fun stuff. And I'll be talking about that more in FF6 as well. But still, that is at most a city-state and one nation, which they're pirating. Well, cast off means start sailing, kid. I know that. The wheel won't even budge. How do you work this thing? Try working anything, there'll be the devil to pie. Uh-oh. Try stealing my ship, are you? You got it all to brass. Or maybe you're just lacking in the brains. I'd wager it's the lighter. Wait, I am Princess Lena of Tycoon, and really naive to walk up to some pirates and say, wait, I'm a princess! Please help us. Also, this is a plot twist, kind of, that Lena is a princess. One of the weirdest plot twists in the game, like 10 minutes in, basically. Oh, Princess of the Tycoon here on my ship. I'm sure we could fetch a good price for this one. Hey, leave her alone, you degenerate, lecherous, pirate! I beg of you, please. Suddenly, new sprite to show off the necklace. Wait, that necklace. Toss the lot of them into the brig. No. It makes sense that the pirates can actually defeat us here. Remember, we actually do not have any of the crystals, so we are just ordinary guys right now. And one guy with, an ordinary guy, a princess, and a guy who has amnesia. Well, this is a fine how do you do? What genius came up with the idea to steal a pirate ship anyway? Look in the mirror, Pops. Oh, my aching head, I can't remember a thing. And your amnesia, oh, so conveniently returns. Still, I can't believe you're really the Princess of Tycoon, Lena. I'm sorry, I didn't intend to keep it a secret. It's not a big deal. If you're the princess, why are we going to the Wind Shrine all alone? Well, my father's there. I hadn't been gone long when the wind slowed to almost nothing. I just can't shake the feeling that something terrible is happening. I slipped out alone to head to the shrine, but then that meteorite fell and, well, you know the rest. Good morning, Tokyo Vampire. And Manic Ascendant, we will not be doing 4-Job Fiesta for the sake of this. I have another plan in mind. Much, much more horrible and dangerous and stupid. Although Bartz will be a monk throughout the whole game, because that was donated for. Why does the Princess of Tycoon have the same pendant as I do? We're definitely not sisters. She said her father's at the Wind Shrine. Oh yeah, fun fact, I should mention this. So obviously we played the DS version of 4, but in 4, they had exactly one sprite of animation to showcase emotion in FF4, and that was the lowered head thing. Cecil does it all the time. I thought about having a head lowered counter for Cecil in FF4, but obviously we're playing the DS version, which doesn't do that. FF5 took things to the next level. So we've got the lowered head, we've got the flex. Oh, by the way, we are getting all the pianos. Get your flexes ready. And of course, we have the woo, total shock appearance that we have. FF6 will add on to that by adding, like, I think 10 total additional emotes to allow for them. And then, of course, FF7, they switched to 3D. Captain, what about the landlubbers? Untie him. I meant sometime today. Yay. There's the Flex. The Flex looks so stupid. I'm sorry. In my opinion, the Flex looks really dumb in the Steam and the iOS version. It's literally just them doing this. I reconsidered your request. You can go back to the brig if you'd rather. Pull anchor. We sail for the Wind Shrine. Hey, something wrong with your ears? I hope I don't have to repeat myself. Well, I Captain. Don't kill us. Ferris is awesome, by the way. Ferris is awesome. Galoof is awesome. I'll talk more about Cryo later. Lena's only real character trait is that she cares about creatures and animals. I mean, there's really not a lot else to it there. And Bart's character trait is that he is afraid of heights, and that he likes to roam. Oh, and he ignores a girl who has a crush on him who gets killed by the Void later. There's also one scene, and I know I brought it up during my recent Forge Up Fiesta, and I'll be bringing it up again here. That is the only scene that really helps to characterize Bards. And then they just abandon it for some reason. So this is Sildra. Sildra is awesome. There's a lot of characters who are awesome in this. Agreed, Necro Gangster. Hey, Enigma. Sildra is also terrifying. That's true, Lost Mercenary. Although in this case, it's actually part of the theme of Legacy rather than just being a thing that happens for some reason. Yeah, go ahead. Woo! Yeah. FF5 is one of those funny examples of a game that, obviously having spent years analyzing and discussing this game, nowadays I can be like, well, yeah, oh, no, I'm using the 4 slot. Right. Nowadays I can tell you why I like this game. And I have analyzed this game, I have discussed this game. Back in the day, explaining why exactly I like this game was actually kind of difficult to do. I am absolutely sure Manic Ascendant, because I killed them myself. Anyways, give me one moment. I gotta set something up here. Hopefully all this works, fingers crossed. We did some significant testing on this, and by the way, credit to Roximus who helped me with these particular cheats we're gonna be using. Let's go lock this out while I think about it. Oh my god, it's Nutkins! No! And yes, this is pretty much the game that kind of began the FF multiverse. This is the game which the Void was actually introduced to the series. We've actually been talking about the Void for quite a few of the FFs up to this point. It was in Dissidia, it was in FF3, it will be in several of the FFs from this point onwards. So, we're gonna be here a minute. Just give us a second. Oh, Lena started leveling. We're about a quarter of the way through, guys. The difficulty isn't actually all that different. The GBA version fixes a few bugs, which makes it slightly more difficult than the SNES version, but only in the sense that if you know the bugs, you can glitch them out. It's the exact same thing with FF6. In FF6, there are glitches and bugs in the game that you can exploit that makes FF6 on the SNES easier than FF6 on the GBA, but again, only with regards to the bugs. So ultimately, the difficulty between the two is basically the same. Now, that being said, the GBA version does have an optional super dungeon, and then a gauntlet thing, which doesn't really count, and the same is actually true for 6 as well. And that is obviously much harder than the default game. Favorite victory fanfare? 6 or 7, I would say. Dude, these nutkins, man. I have learned so much from these nutkins. Okay. Yes, we are now level 99. Okay, now let's see if the other cheat works. This is the really important cheat. That cheat is just to help with bosses, really. And to help me show off stuff. I don't know if there's job cheats. I honestly didn't even look. I'm sure there are. But I didn't find any. Just let her. What happened? What's the matter? Well, the wind suddenly stopped, and now there's monsters in the shrine. Oh my god. What about Father? King went up to the top floor and has yet to return. Something must have happened to him. Yeah, fingers crossed, Online Gamer. I'm pretty sure we got Enkedon working for 5, but there's always that you know, nervousness. Take that. No, none of these songs get reused in 6. The only reused song specifically is actually from 7 to 9, believe it or not. Which of the FF worlds would you most like to live in? Believe it or not, I've actually gotten that question several times during the course of the Lorerun. My answer is 9 after the catastrophes, after everything has happened. Yeah, true enough, Online Gamer. I'm thinking the Enkedon is working. Pretty sure it's working. Actually, supposedly Gilgamesh is actually from the Type 0 world, which I still kind of tilt my head at a little bit. But it's pretty clear, based on what I've read and what I've understood, that that was the intent, that that is the original version of Gilgamesh. Alright, this is a really tough boss fight. I didn't even finish my sentence. This is, so interesting fact, in FF4 we have the Mist Dragon, in FF5 we have the bird I just can't even remember the name of, in FF6 we have Welk, and FF7 we have the Guard Scorpion. I believe that's it. But every single one of those bosses has the exact same strategy. Attack under certain circumstances, don't attack under others. You know, it's the red light, green light boss. And I find it interesting that for so many of the FFs, the tutorial boss is always has been the red light, green light kind of boss strategy. So the crystal has shattered, but of course there's still pieces of it. Now, I mentioned this back in FF3. I do kind of like this from a lore perspective, the idea that they can take basically give an in-lore explanation for why it is the characters can keep up, can do all of the amazing superhuman things they do. In FF3 and in 5 and a couple of the other FFs, there is something that empowers the heroes to make them stronger and capable of keeping stride with the much stronger enemies and monsters and armies and all the horrible stuff they're going to be fighting. In FF5 specifically, that is these 4 crystals. And I do say these 4 crystals specifically because, just like in FF4, there's actually 8 crystals for this world. But here, of course, we're only going to be imbued by the first 4. I've actually wondered before, what would it be like if they had adjusted the story so you get additional jobs in the second world from the second bunch of crystals? Because it's not like we don't get jobs from these crystals regardless of the fact that they are destroyed. So the fact that the crystals are destroyed in World 2 doesn't really affect that. But that's just speculation. Does FF9 count? You know, debatable. I can't remember the last time I played FF9 without stealing the Mage Masher, so I'm sure I've done it at some point. That's horrible, Enigma. Oh my god. So, one of the things that'll be emphasized throughout the course of this game is Exdeath's power and reach. Exdeath is actually a very interesting character to me, at least as far as... Oh, God! Hang on. I'll talk about... Don't let me forget about Exdeath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, it'll fit. Wolf, Alex, and that'll be 1, 2, 3, 5. And thank you for the donation. So Ramza is being renamed Blue Wolf Alex. For 5. And Ramza shall be a Dragoon, which I only added because so many people requested it. Exdeath. So Exdeath is an interesting character because he doesn't actually have a lot of depth to him. He doesn't have a lot of complexity to him. In fact, he's pretty much straight out of Japanese folklore. The idea of a tree which has evil spirits or ghosts being imbued into it is actually very common. And in fact, I bet you could think of a dozen or so other animes or Japanese games or just actual Japanese mythos that has that exact same concept in it. But the weird thing about Exdeath is that he is a combination of a character who gets characterization off camera and on camera. In fact, in many ways, I'd say he's the prototype Kefka, but don't let me forget to talk about that, because there's actually a weird thing about that. But he gets a lot of screen time. In fact, he gets more screen time than basically any other FF villain has up until this point in time. I mean, how much screen time did Garland get back in FF1? How much screen time did Mateus get in FF2? How much screen time did the Cloud get in FF3? Now, obviously, Zemus got literally one scene to him in FF4. Golbez was actually the beginning of this, because Golbez got a decent amount of screen time, but still not nearly as much as Exdeath does. And of course, Exdeath's screen time pales in comparison to Kefka's. I think the only character off the top of my head who gets as much screen time as far as the villains as Kefka does is Kuja. This is unrelated, but those are probably my two favorite villains of the FF series. Moving on. Vayne gets a lot of screen time too, that's also true. So actually, let me pull up a statistic for you. Actually, no, I won't do that. Basically, Kefka has, I think it's the third most lines of dialogue in FF6. When taking into account all characters, including the actual playable characters. I'm pretty sure Terra is first, Locke is second, and then Kefka is third. Just think about that for a minute. So anyways, right, so Exdeath has a lot of on-screen character presentation and development, all that fun stuff, which is awesome, of course. He comes across as extremely hammy. That doesn't bother me, to be blunt. I actually kind of like the fact that Exdeath is super hammy. If he wasn't, honestly, he'd probably be really, really horrifying. And I mean, I'm not even sure I would be in a good way. Because Exdeath is really, really horrifying. Nope, thank you. I know how to use the job system. And so he's like... in addition to that, though, Exdeath also receives characterization while not on screen. There are several elements that we see that help to demonstrate what his power level is, some of his abilities, some of the thematic focus of his character. I'll talk about that much, much later. And all of that comes from scenes where he's not even on the camera. Grog, 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 Grog. You ever see Lord of the Rings, Return of the King? Grog, Grog, Grog. So Exdeath, like, if you want to explain the depth of Exdeath, there really isn't a lot there. Personally, I have always interpreted Exdeath a little bit differently, I guess, than some people have. A lot of this admittedly comes from Dissidia, but I always got the idea that Exdeath really wanted, you know, of course he wants the Void, duh, right? But at the same time, he was terrified of it. The idea that the Void is something he knows he can't control, ultimately, and that he knows is this ultimate, all-powerful thing that's just going to destroy everything. And rather than being someone who's like, yes, let's destroy everything, it's more like, well, everything's going to be destroyed, so I might as well just get on with it. If I was to parallel him to another character, I would actually parallel Exdeath to kill Jaden over in Warcraft. Yes, I know that, Darkrai. That. So, real quick, let's set up our job. So he will, of course, be a monk. Yeah, that's not a monk. That's a monk. Monk is actually really, really powerful early on. In fact, Monk is so overpowered, it's an easy trap for people who are playing this game for the first time to just focus on monks, and then pretty much right about the time you get to the Ancient Library, it starts to go downhill. Because monks don't... unlike most games, monks don't scale crazy good. And in fact, you need specific equipment from World 3 in order to make monks endgame viable. Let's go ahead and also show off Knight. Knight is interesting because Knight is basically the exact opposite of that. Knight is crap early on unless you do very specific things, but Knight can equip all of what is effectively the best gear in the game, and a lot of the secondary abilities of Knight can gel perfectly with other classes. So Knight hybrids tend to be some of the best combos. And then we have Thieves. Thieves are crap. Sorry, that's not actually true. There is literally no such thing as a truly bad class in this game. Thief's advantages are mostly out of combat, which I kind of like in its own way. But in addition to that, the Thief's advantages in combat are they can use some... There's like 3, I want to say, very strong weapons that the Thieves can use. Obviously, the chicken knife is a great example of this, but the dancing dagger is another excellent example of a weapon that makes a thief viable, and a thief's speed is through the roof. And a thief with dual wielding with a dancing dagger and a chicken knife properly leveled can wreck face. So, I'll talk about the balancing of the jobs in a little bit. First, we need to have a scene where Bartz goes and checks on him. No, I agree, Necro, and I will talk about Enuo later. This song always cracks me up a bit. Man, he is so gorgeous. Chen, what do you got that goofy look for? Nothing. I didn't see anything. It's been a trick of the light or something. Oh, for crying out loud. Shove over and let me see. By the way, this is a good point to mention that Galuf is single. Swoon. Great Caesar's ghost. Just gorgeous. Sure haven't felt like that in a spell. Meanwhile, Lena's like, what are you guys on about? The dialogue in this version in specific, the GBA version, and of course the same one that's in the Steam and the PC version, is actually very well localized. It sounds like something native English speakers would say. Cheesy at times, certainly, but there's a lot of everyday quality to the dialogue, especially from the 4 main characters. What are you two gawking at? Get a hold of yourself. Nothing. We're cool. In more than a couple of ways, I can actually parallel FF5 to FF15 in a good way. Now, FF15 obviously does it better, but there's a lot of the dialogues between the 4 main characters in FF5 tend to have that sort of, for lack of a better term, bro quality to it, you know? Just 4 friends chatting. Ahem. For you, honey, we got something special. And then we get a lap dance. With 3 women at the same time. Now, I'm sure that sounds titillating, but I want you to think about having 3 women on you at the same time. That does not sound like a physics proper good situation. So, you got yours ready, guys? Piano flex! And then there's this guy who's like, I'm not looking at anything. You perv. Get your mind out of the gutter. Now, I just want to point out something here really quick. Yes, they're still giving a lap dance to the chair. The way this is the way this is translated shows the difference between a translation and a localization. I've talked about this before, and we'll talk about this in the future. FF8 actually had good translation. It actually did. but it didn't have good localization, so tremendous amounts of nuance, subtlety, and characterization were lost in the English translation. FF9 was the very first FF to be properly localized. So, now, Square has actually been really good about their localization pretty much ever since 9, and props to them for that. Back in the day, we used to just kind of accept the bad translation and just kind of live with it because there was no choice. Honestly, I think one of the reasons FF9 still shines in my mind so well is because of that localization effect. But when they went back and redid several of these games, they have dialogue like this. "You perv, get your mind out of the gutter." That sounds very natural, it flows, and of course, instead of saying your, which would be proper English, they say your, which actually, when you say it out loud, like I just said, "get your mind out of the gutter," sounds differently than "get your mind out of the gutter." It makes it sound more casual and adds, it's a really tiny thing, but it adds more nuance to the dialogue. And that is so important for maintaining the flavor of a lot of the dialogue and a lot of the cutscenes of these games. So anyways, let's actually advance the plot here. What's funny is the path to FF localization, if you actually look at it from a distance, has been... I don't think they're that hot, Braven. Has been an interesting policy, because the FF1 was translated. It was obviously just terrible. FF4 was then translated, and they had no idea what they were doing, so they were just like, nah. And of course, there's actually interviews from the team, or excuse me, the person who did FF4's translation, and they treated it as if it was a nightmare. Like it was one of the most horrific things they'd ever done, the most horrible job. Then, of course, they brought in Ted Woolsey. He did some work for FF5, although that was thrown out the trash because they never actually brought it out here. FF6 came out. That was all Woolsey. FF7 was Woolsey and I think one other person. 8 is when they started bringing in a couple of other people, and then 9 is when they actually brought in, for the first time, an entire translation team. And, I mean, the difference between this progression really shows. Again, no disparaging to Ted Woolsey. He's actually a cool guy, and I think he did some good work. And, let's be honest, has basically been a crucial point in English translations for RPGs. He also translated Super Mario RPG, to give you an example of a game that he translated, which had a really good English translation, and Secret of Evermore, and I forget what else. Was his work good? That's going to be depending on your opinion, Sigma, but I would say Woolsey did the best he could with what he had. Remember, he had to translate FF6 in a very short period of time, and again, did it by himself. Think about that. So this is Chen's dad here. For some reason, Bart's had green hair when he was a kid. Actually, I can explain that. There's only about 8 or so NPC sprites in this game. So when they have to show one of the characters when they're young, or, you know, a family member, they have the exact same sprite as all the generic NPCs, so it kind of makes some interesting scenes. Oh, another thing about Woolsey, if I may. Well, obviously nowadays his translations are, you know, not the greatest. You have to understand, at the time, his translations were actually really, really good. Better than most translations. This wasn't just a problem with RPGs. Virtually every Japanese game that came out here in the States had translation problems. And it's been a slow and arduous process getting over this localization issue, which basically went throughout the 90s and into the 2000s. The one exception to this was a game called Earthbound, which was just this weird random game that came out of nowhere and had a great localization. And then pretty much every game after that for a couple years went back to being, you know, subpar localizations. That's ridiculous, max time. What do you think this is, FF6? This is a good time to mention that several of the ideas that were put on the cutting room floor of Final Fantasy III and Final Fantasy IV ended up in this game. 4 was intended to be the magnum opus of the FF series. 5 was... Okay, now what do I do? 5 was the one where they brought in new members. Like I said, this was Tetsuya Nomura's first game. This was Yoshinari Kitase's first game. I know there's others. I don't know their names off the top of my head, but there are several people who became main Final Fantasy people, and some of them still work at Square to this day, who started with FF5. So you could think of this as kind of the first real passing of the torch amongst the FF developers. The second major passing, of course, would happen across FF7 to FF9. Okay. Did all that. Oh yeah, I guess I should explain what we're doing story-wise. I'm sorry, I kind of assume most people know the plot of these games. I have actually been criticized for that in the past. So what happened here, story-wise, is that we just got our first vehicle, and as with several of the previous Final Fantasy games, the first vehicle isn't actually the Freedom Point. In fact, arguably FF5 doesn't actually have a Freedom Point. I mean, it technically does, but it's way, way into the game. In the third world, actually. What FF5 does is basically what FF3 does, but better. Rather than a singular Freedom Point, like getting the Blackjack, or getting the Falcon, or getting the Highwind, we have the Metroid style of, as we get more vehicles, as we get access to more things, more of the world opens up to us. And just like in FF3, I do like that. I do like that concept of us slowly being able to expand where we can reach based on that. And, unlike FF3, FF5 is far better directed in terms of its overall map design and the actual dialogue that the NPCs give you, being like, hey, you need to go this way. Or, we're wanting to go to this particular perspective. Actually, I talked about that earlier, Jedi Mew. Watch the beginning of this. It's like the first thing I talk about during this VOD. This is when Lena starts talking about... So, I'm sorry, let me rewind a bit. So, we just got the ship, but we could only access 3 locations. That's it. You know, the area around Tycoon Castle, the Wind Shrine, and the town we were just at. We can also go to this canal, but the canal has been closed because it was a navigational hazard. The world builder in me would love to discuss the canal more, and so I will when we get there. But what we did was we went to that town to meet a friend of the royal family, of which Lena is a part, and got the key to unlock the way through the canal. Now, he didn't want to give that to us because it's extremely dangerous. Like, really, really dangerous going through that canal. And again, I will talk more about the canal when we get here. On our way there, we discussed the reality of the situation we're in. Now, this is a fun fact. I want you to think about this. If not for the ending of FF5, and I'll talk more about it when we get there, the world would be screwed even though we defeat Exdeath. Because without the wind crystal, the wind stops functioning properly. Without the water crystal, the water starts rotting. Without the earth crystal, and without the fire, etc., etc. And all 4 of these crystals, actually all 8 of these crystals, all get destroyed throughout the course of the game. So, everything here, this whole world, would slowly rot and die out, if not for the fact that well, the events of the ending. Even though we beat the bad guy, by the time we hit the third world, the planet's already doomed. Just fun little bit there. Also, this is funny. So, they're talking about the crystals and how we have to save the crystals. And that's our goal, basically. We must save the crystals. So, Galuf says, we gotta save the crystals! And Chen's like, well, does that trigger your memories? And this is pretty much Galuf's personality in a nutshell right here. Nope. Doesn't matter. I'm still gonna help. In many ways, I think Galuf is actually a prototype Zidane. He pretty much is the guy who's like, no, I'm going to get out there, and I'm going to do something about it, and I don't really need a reason to help. I just kind of want to help. And in fact, Galuf pushes him... Well, let's not get into that. Yeah, no kidding, Hanson. Also, of all the FFs, FF5 and FF6, I think I already mentioned this before, have the least versions to them, and arguably are the least well presented of the FFs, as far as from a modern perspective. The fact that again, this is my opinion, of course, but the GBA version of 5 and 6 are their best versions. These games came out, what, in 2004? I think? Something like that? No, actually, it would have been 2006, wouldn't it? Point being... This is eyebrow-raising, you know what I mean? Although, admittedly, the same thing could be said about 7, 8, and 9. So we use the key to unlock the place. Possibly max time, considering how FF9 is basically references the game. And of course, Zidane does have a lot more to him as a character than Galuf does, let's just be honest about it. So this is the canal. As I mentioned... Oh, actually, I forgot to point this out. Hang on, let me rewind just a bit here. I actually want to showcase something really quick. Is it this button? Oh, I don't have it yet. Right. I literally don't have the map yet. Okay, so that's a sea. The only way to access the Eastern Sea is by going through this canal. Now, the Eastern Sea has another town and another nation to it, and that's about it. But still, 2 nations, 2 towns, both separated by this canal. Now, it's implied, although never stated outright, that this canal was a major trade port. I mean, Suez Canal, right? Or the Panama Canal. For anybody who knows anything about that, you know, a ridiculous amount of trade goes through that canal. So that's logical, right? Hang on, I'm getting there easily. So, what we see here is a world which is already starting to have issues even before the game begins. Because there's a reason this canal was sealed off. It's because this place is no longer actually an open, functioning canal. This is now a graveyard, because Siren moved in. Now... and excuse me, Carl Boss also moved in here. Oh, I wanted to point out as well, Ferris in the PS1 version was translated as Salsa. I have no idea why. Anyways... I know, right, Enigma? Anyways, we don't actually know where Siren comes from. Unlike FF4 and FF2, this isn't a setting in which this place was a fairly peaceful setting, and then lots and lots of enemies and demons and monsters just started coming up. For example, oh yeah, Sarissa, that's a good reason for that. Because in FF4, if you remember... Damn it, little Billy. In FF4, if you remember, the main reason why there were so many monsters out and about in the world was directly because of Zemus and his machinations. So, before Zemus started really reaching out, the world was quite peaceful, and when Zemus is defeated, the world goes back to being peaceful. I mention this because FF5 does not have that. There are still plenty of monsters and demons and creatures and beasts and other horrible things in this world, completely regardless of Exdeath and his machinations. And then there's the ones working for Exdeath. I mention this as well because there is no actual evidence that Siren and what she has done here is part of any long-term plan or something that was trying to help Exdeath with his things. No, it's just she's just an undead Siren who wants to kill people, and that's it. And the fact that one individual can have this much of an impact on 2 nations and their trade and their pipeline together is horrific. If you don't really understand the significance of it, remember, this is a medieval time and a major trade hub. The only major naval trade hub between 2 kingdoms was chopped off. Forgive me for getting all economical on you, but that's an issue. And yeah, what Easel points out is another excellent point. I mean, Shiva is just roaming around in Wolf's Castle. Right now, Johnny. And it's over. Be prepared for the most horrific sound effect on the SNES. That's not true, there's probably worse. But this one always tops my list when it comes to, wow, I can't believe they did that with the SNES engine. So this is Carl Boss. That's how this was translated in the original PS1 version. Whoops, I forgot to set up a job for her. So, as you can see, the knight here doesn't really have a lot of options. Can guard and attack. Again, doesn't really have a lot of early game power. Come on. Oh, I'm on wait. Remind me to go to active right after this. For the what? Sildra! No! I talked about that earlier. Night is actually a really great endgame, but early on it's kind of crap. I mean, isn't that just a haunting sound from a SNES game? Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Necro. Hey, Domo. Now, I'd say that's the first death in the game, but that there needs to be an asterisk on that. This part always terrifies me. I know I've talked about this before. Again, I'm going to be repeating myself. Nothing for it. Moving on. Some of my family comes from a naval background, right? You know, I friends, family, etc. So maybe as a part of that and the whole sea and the romanticization of the sea and the understanding of how horrifically nightmarish the being on the ocean actually is, the idea of being stuck on a ship without power, basically, in the middle of this canal is so goddamn horrifying to me. This is referred to as doldrums. There's no... They have no sails, and even if they did, there's no wind. And there's no Sildra. So there's just on a boat that is just kind of roaming. With absolutely no power or ability to do anything with it whatsoever. Just drifting. Can you imagine how horrible it would be to be in... So this is what I call the quiet terror. You know, if you have a giant T-Rex bearing down on you, that's terrifying. You know, if you're about to fall into a volcano, that's terrifying. But if you're on a tropical island that has no food, that's a different type of terrifying. That's so horrifying. Now, I know what you're saying. Wait, what's so bad about a tropical island? Have you ever been to a tropical island? You will probably die of heat stroke on a tropical island if you don't know how to take care of yourself. But it's the same thing here. You're on a ship, and everything... This is why I call this the quiet horror. Because everything seems normal and ordinary and kind of mundane, like every day. But you're dying. You are in a life-threatening situation. And there's not really a lot you can do about it. And as Lost Mercenary points out, it's a slow death. It's not like you fall into lava and bloop, or a T-Rex bites you in half and... No, you've got days to think about your dying. I'm sorry, this part... And yeah, Illusion of Gaia is another excellent example of a game which has this quiet horror about it when you're on the raft. And they even really help to emphasize in Secret of Evermore just how bad it is. How bad the characters are just... Ugh. And then for some reason afterwards they go back to normal like nothing happened, but whatever. Still a good game. You should play it. So we just kind of drift on the waves. I like the idea that we are drifting here for a decent period of time, at least a couple of days. I'd say 2 days before we finally collide with something. Notice we are all passed out by the time the ship finally actually collides with the rest of the wreckage. This is another Dragon Quest effect thing, by the way. By the way, I love that line of dialogue. A graveyard of the sea, and a nest for the undead. And yeah, of course, Siren has beautifully crafted this situation in which she can very effectively and easily ply her particular trade across the waves. Obviously, we have Enk Nun on, but virtually every enemy we fight here is actually going to be undead, because they used to be the sailors that Siren has called to her side. In FF5, undeath does not happen naturally, thank God, unlike some of the FFs, where undeath is a natural byproduct. FF12 comes to mind immediately on that one. In FF5, you have to be turned undead. So most of these people would have probably just died, if not for Siren. So, I know I kind of skipped by it, but it amuses me that this is even a plot twist. So we just went through the water, and the game acknowledges this in lore. It's like, oh god, now we gotta dry off. I'm soaked. Ah, there's a fish in my shorts. This room seems safe enough. Let's take rest. So, naturally, Lena, the female, goes into the other room. No peeking. So, Galuf and Bartz make a fire. How much of their clothes they take off here, I'll leave to your imagination. I like to think they just take off their shirts. And they're like, oh. And Ferris is like, I'm fine like this, don't worry about me. You crazy boy, you'll catch pneumonia in those wet things. So then they try to pull Ferris's shirt off. Keep in mind, this is all still fully innocent. But as a result of trying to pull Ferris's shirt off, they discover a certain fact about her. So they probably did see something there, and as a consequence, they now know the truth. Dun, dun, dun! Ferris is a girl, oh my god. And so is Samus. And so is Lightning, or at least I'm told Lightning is a girl, but I keep thinking she's a robot, so I'm not sure if that's actually true or not. Anyways. Ferris, of course, gets immediately defensive about this. And Lena's like, well, there's nothing wrong with that, but why are you trying to hide it? When I was a lass, a pirate band took me in. I've been one of them ever since. Yeah, and? Oh, would you want to be the only girl on a ship full of pirates? Yeah, okay. Ha! I knew from the start you were too pretty to be a man. Whew. Anyhow, make fun of me and for being a woman, and I'll shiver your timbers, but good. Yes and no, Bio. Not in the same way, but in a different... It still gets to me, but in a different way. Notice she never actually... Yeah, I know, their first reaction is, oh, I've never been so happy to be beat up by a woman. I actually think the pirates knew as well and just played along. These aren't real-life pirates. These are fiction pirates. And if you don't know the difference, well, real-life pirates are really, really, really horrible, disgusting, you know, hostis... what is it? Hostis inhumani generis or something like that? Disgusting things, right? Fictional pirates are yar. So no, I actually think that the fictional pirates here were cool all along and were just playing along. And as Panuma points out, I didn't actually talk about this, but back in the first town I went to, if you talk to one of the pirates specifically, he pretty much flat out says, "Oh, Ferris," and expresses his crush for her. I like Galuf. If you want to at least hide your assets of the girl, you want to at least talk like a girl. And then Chen says, no point trying to change her. Ferris is who she is. And that's the end of it. You remember in the 90s when we didn't need gender politics like we have right now? I'm sorry. I shouldn't even bring that topic up. Gosh darn it. My nose itches. I should say it really quick. Whoops. It's also worth noting that the pirates don't do any pirating or, like, horrible stuff right now. They're just hanging out in town. That's it. Hey guys, what's up? Come on. So, there's the map, which I do actually want to get. Well, that makes sense to me, Enigma. I mean, she is a good captain. Never, Domo. We must talk about the 90s forever. All I care about is the 90s. According to some of my viewers. Hey Vid0907, what's up? Welcome to my stream. I hope you enjoy as we make our way through Final Fantasy V and talk about it. I am very boring, but I love talking with you guys, so if you have anything to chat or say or otherwise, you're more than welcome to. If you just want to lurk, that's okay too. Something's fishy and it ain't the cod. So this is how Siren works. So, first of all, Bart sees his mother and is like, huh? Mom? Now, this is actually interesting because this is actually another plot twist that doesn't get fully resolved until later. But the King of Tycoon is like, come here. And for some strange reason, it affects Ferris and Lena. They're totally not sisters, guys. Totally not sisters. Yeah, this game isn't heavy on plot twists. As weird as this sounds, I actually like that fact. But it still has some subtlety because then we see Kryl. Keep in mind, we will not actually meet Kryl until the end of World 1. And yet she's right here, pretty much in the second dungeon. Or, excuse me, literally in the second dungeon, being like, hey, Grandpa, and Galuf's like, who? Who's this chick? I mean, she looks like... I don't know. Hey, Tigzar. So this is Siren's method by which she turns people into undead. Not that I'm aware, Shiryu. What's the other one? So Siren's like... Oh yeah, Siren for some reason is 2 sprites tall. I don't know why. She's the only one like this. Even Exdeath is only a single sprite tall, even though he is actually very large in lore. In fact, one of the things I will give the credit to for the Steam version and the mobile version is the fact that Exdeath's sprite is gargantuan. I'm feeling generous. I could be convinced to spare your soul if you ran home quietly. You think I'd abandon these kids? Fat chance, missy. Why would you risk your life for these people? Because they're my friends. Or, once again, I don't really need a reason to help people, so... I'm gonna do it. Wake up, guys! Now, I would love in a proper 3D Awesome where he literally just... BAM! Come on, Bartz! And then he headbutts her. Plonk! Wake up, Lena! Or no. He just shakes Lena. She's a lot weaker and more frail of a person in general. But to Ferris, he's like... Plonk! And just headbutts her. Yeah, Jedi Mind kind of does. So then they get their souls back. Yay! Whew! That did not feel comfortable. So, several 4-job fiestas actually have interesting strategies just for this fight. I have a strategy too. And that strategy is kill her in the face. Oh, I still haven't given Ferris a job. Damn it, I haven't set it to active. This scene always just kind of makes me roll my eyes. You saved us. I owe you my life. Don't sweat it. And then... Oh, you're blushing. I'm doing nothing of the sort. And then they're like, ha 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 ha! We almost just lost our souls. Ha 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 ha! We almost just had a game over in lore right there. If not, I want you to think about this for a moment. If not for the fact that Galuf had amnesia, they would have died. Excuse me, worse than died right there. That scene, they don't actually confirm that she's a she. In fact, they're still acting like she's a he in that scene, Shiryu. Okay, so yeah, let's job it up. So we've already kind of showed off Knight. Let's show off White Mage. The canon job for Lena is White Mage, just while we're on the subject. Actually, every single one of these characters has stats that lean them in a certain direction. Lena's leads himself towards magic, Ferris leads himself towards melee, Galuf leads himself towards speed, and Chen leads himself towards nothing. He's across the board generic. So we'll make him a Black Mage. Yeah, it's not the worst use of amnesia I've heard. We'll make her a Blue Mage, and we'll talk about why Blue Mage is awesome. Is this button? Nope. Nope. There it is. So there's the world map. Sorry. So you can see, I know it's kind of hard to tell, but you can tell where we are. We're the cross in the upper right of the northeastern part of the map. So there's the inward sea on the eastern side and the inward sea on the western side. The inward sea on the western side, that's where we were limited to earlier. Now we have access to everything on the eastern side, which is a town, a mountain, a temple shrine thing, and castle walls. Once again, we see that they're doing a lot better... I call this direction when it comes to quest design. If I could pause for a moment to give a quick parallel. In World of Warcraft, when World of Warcraft was in vanilla, there was no, like, direction at all when it came to the presentation of the story. It was just, here's a quest, and if you happen to stumble on this other quest, that's great. There were a lot of quests that weren't easy to figure out where they were, or didn't lead anywhere, or would involve a lot of backtracking. By contrast, when World of Warcraft Cataclysm came out, they revamped the old world of Azeroth. So, I'm going to try and present this visually here. What happened is you'll get a quest. That'll lead here, where there's like 5 quests. Once you finish all 5 quests, you get a new quest, which leads over here, which leads to 5 more quests, right? So, this is kind of the quest flow, and it was actually directed, okay? FF5 does that. Obviously, it doesn't use quests, because quests don't exist, but as you progress through the game, there's no point at which you get lost. Like, at every point in the game, the style and design of the overworld map, the events that have just happened, and the people that are talking, all make it clear this is where you should go, then some events will happen, and then this is where you should go, and this is where some events will happen. There's some wonderful flow to the overall presentation of the story in FF5, and arguably, this is the first time they really did that. Even in FF4, there's a couple of moments, at least on the SNES version, where it's like, wait, where am I supposed to go? None of those problems exist in FF5, though. That is true, Squiggles. That is a valid point. But I think we can at least give credit to the... Whoops. Why do I keep doing that? I want to do this. We can at least give credit to the game design for being designed in a way to help direct you to the next spot rather naturally. And yes, I do think the overuse, especially the bad use of amnesia in fiction, is an irritating thing. Personally, I can only think of a couple of instances where amnesia has been used to good effect in fiction. FF6, of course, obviously, is an excellent example of that. Arguably FF7, although that's not actually amnesia, which is why I give it a pass, because it's not amnesia. I'm talking about Cloud, for reference. I'm sure there's other versions of games and stories that use amnesia properly. I just can't think of any off the top of my head. So this is actually something that... I'll talk about that in a second, Bio. Don't let me forget. So... That's why FF6 is the best game, Necro. So, this is actually something that the FF series basically hadn't actually done before. This is something that was true all the way back in, like, the old days of NES games, but wasn't something that was used in RPGs. This is tutorialization through dungeon design, or tutorialization through fighting, or whatever. What I mean by this, I'm going to use World of Warcraft as an example again, forgive me. Let's look at one of the worst raids in the game, Molten Core. In Molten Core, there's a bunch of trash. It has a lot of health. Some of them have their own gimmicks. Basically, each trash fight has, like, one gimmick to it. And there's lots of it. It takes forever to slog through, and it respawns. It's one of the worst designs when it comes to dungeon design and trash I have ever seen in a video game. It's really bad. If we jump forward all the way to, say, the Pandaria era, a lot of the raid design, specifically in Pandaria, has it so that here's a boss, right? Now, this boss has mechanic A, B, and C. So the trash leading up to this boss has mechanic. This trash has mechanic A. This trash has mechanic B. This trash has mechanic C. And maybe some terrain and dungeon-related stuff as well. So as you're progressing through the dungeon, you naturally, without having to read a journal or go watch a video, you naturally learn the mechanics of the upcoming encounter, right? My personal favorite approach to dungeon design is what I just told you. FF5 does this with these things. These little flowers here, they look innocuous, and it's like, okay, whatever. But if you stand on one, your whole party gets poisoned. This was actually specifically done as a way to set up several things later, not just in World 2, but also to explain in lore why what Lena does what she does in the upcoming scene. It's not amazing. It's not like the best thing ever, but I felt it was at least worthy of note. Hey, Nothrism. So, I have no idea who these two people are. There's actually a lot of random NPCs who have names and lines in this game. I'm just going to do the encounter now. And yet there's not really a lot of reason for them to exist. It's just, there's these two mercenaries who have been trying to hunt wind drakes, and... yes, Easel. Also, if I may be so bold, what the hell? Magasa literally just said, "Oh, I got the Princess of Tycoon instead. This will be a lovely gift for my husband." I don't know. Oops, guess he slipped. Pity. Also, there's actually a couple of NPCs in this game who refer to Ferris as a guy from this point onward. It's really subtle to the point you'd probably not notice, but it just helps. It's there to emphasize that Ferris still is kind of dressing like a guy. Oh, little twerps ruining my plans. Fine. Just means I'll have to crush all 4 of you. So if you kill her before a certain point in the game, she doesn't actually summon her husband at all. And that's a thing. Thanks, Ferris. Oh yeah, she also starts the battle poisoned, which is a nice little touch. Right, so I haven't really talked about these guys yet. White Mage... Oh, hang on. So here's the scene I mentioned earlier. Oh, I agree, Necro. It's just, I wish there was an explanation. This is a good time to mention some backstory. So, once upon a time... so Lena's mother's dead. I'll just go ahead and toss that out there. And her father was desperately trying to find some kind of way to heal her. And the actual solution they found was a cure made of Hiryu horns, which is what these creatures are. These dragon-type things are Hiryus. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Anyways, so... which I believe literally translates as wind dragon, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, so the Hiryu... so they actually had a pet Hiryu, and Lena, who I remind you is very compassionate, wanted to go ahead and kill one of these dragons in order to get the horn in order to save her mother. Her father actually stopped her from doing so, and then her mother died. So, this is about, like I said, this is basically the only characterization Lena actually gets. She is exceptionally devoted towards her compassion and trying to take care of these creatures. All creatures, really. But, she's also reckless to the point of almost insane. There are many times in this game, actually it's not that many, it's like 5 times in the game, where it's actually part of the plot where Lena seriously hurts herself in order to, you know, help someone. And then, of course, the Hiryu heals her. This is when we find out that Bartz doesn't like heights. Something that will never be mentioned again, ever. Just point it out. Yeah, I think the Hiryu noises are cute, too. I love this song. To me, this song probably best... if I was to put all of FF5 and represent it with a single song, this song would be that song. Da, da, da. I don't know, it's awesome. If you're keeping track, this is either our second or very technically our third vehicle in the game. And as you can see, we can't go over mountains in this thing. So, all this has done is basically give us access to the same places we already had access to. In other words, this Hiryu doesn't give us access to anything new at all. Look, it's just a vehicle as far as I'm concerned. I mean, this is the FF series. I guess that's true. We could go back to the starting town if you really wanted to. I'm not sure why, but you could. Ow. So I'm just going to point this out. This is a giant monster. He literally won't talk to you. This is Garula. It lives in the forest near the tower, but Garula's shy, so don't tease it, okay? Now, this is actually a plot point, believe it or not. This is a large, very powerful, very strong, horrific beast, okay? It just also happens to be very passive, shy, and nice to other people. Just keep that in the back of your mind. Oh, are there Tigs there? Oh, well, never mind then. Apparently you couldn't actually get down here earlier. Sure. Yes, Easel. It's okay. He is actually a very passive, nice monster, so it's good. We good. Is it here? Get out of my way. NPCs! God, why don't you just die and get out of my way? Okay, yep, that's what I thought. Alright. Yes, the FF4 Antlion is another excellent example of what we're talking about here. Yes, you can buy certain summons in this game. Huh, you're right, the mountains are in the way. I don't think I ever really noticed that. That's actually funny. Hey, Hypoxia. This is a good song. That's all I'm gonna say. Actually, I don't care about that. Hey, Who Girl. How's the VV project going? Is it over here? I'll talk about Garula more in a minute. Oh yeah, this just a little pro tip for anybody doing a 4-job fiesta. There is a frost rod here, which can very, very much help on quite a few bosses as long as you have a class that can break rods. Unfortunately, breaking rods is basically bugged in FF5. I say basically, you can only break a rod if you can equip it, and in almost every way that feels like a bug, especially since certain jobs can't equip rods. In fact, quite a few jobs can't equip rods. Here we go. Okay. There's a few hints here about the dragon and how you can get up there. What we're really here for is... Piano Flex! Even when speedrunning this game, I still do piano flexes. Gotta have the piano flex. I was actually thinking about making an emote of me doing this, but I doubt there's any demand for that. We don't need any bus flexes or piano flexes, lower flexes, anything else like that. So this is Waltz. If it's not obvious, this is the Castle of Water. Now, this is actually a relatively small bit of world building. The NPCs here say the same things, but even in the design of this place, you get the impression that they, how do I put this, abuse the hell out of their natural resources. In other words, they have water everywhere. Pretty much all of their culture, their economy, their prosperity is not just dependent on the water crystal, but on overuse of the water crystal. This will also be a thing later when we get to Karnak. So, and actually the Earth Crystal has the same thing in it now that I think about it. But anyway, so 3 of the crystals have this theme of overusing and abusing the crystal. But again, this place is literally flooding. There's just water everywhere. I want you to just picture for a moment. I mean, the closest thing to a real-life parallel would be a nation that has tremendous oil reserves, and as a consequence just has, like, oil everywhere. I mean, that doesn't quite parallel one-to-one, obviously. But, yeah. Just absolutely flaunting the wealth here. Fuzzy pickles! So if you let this guy out, he actually steals some of the loot in the game later on. There is no other benefit to letting him out. Just wanted to share that. Seriously, look at this place. Water. Water. So we are going to go ahead and get Shiva, because I want to show that off later. Alright, guys. What water job do you think we're going to get? This fight you can do right now with very careful preparation, but you're really not supposed to until you come back from the water dungeon. So, I haven't actually talked about this yet that much. So, Black Mages, of course, can cast magic. Black Mages are one of those rare characters. Yes, Lone Wolf was first in FF5. Black Mages are one of those rare characters that start off useful and end useful. A Black Mage is useful even in a normal, non-4-job Fiesta playthrough throughout the entire game, as long as you keep up with their spells. White Mage, same thing. In fact, one of my favorite aspects of both characters is that they're kind of boring, but at the same time very mundanely useful in terms of their secondary abilities, gaining more MP, basically. Now, a Blue Mage requires a completely separate discussion to really properly explain how good a Blue Mage is. For those not aware, this is actually the first game to include blue magic of any type, whether it's enemy skills or raging or whatever other, aspect the various games have taken. This is where blue magic started. Yes, I changed it to active. I remembered. And I can tell. Oh, right. That was a fight. There we go. I actually really like blue mages in most of the games where they're cool. Strago in 6. Enemy skill materia is super awesome in 7. In 8, it's not that great because it's a limit break. I know you can break limit breaks, ironically, in 8, but still not something I enjoy doing all that much. And getting the actual blue magic skill is kind of a pain in 8. So. And yes, this is the second Shiva to appear in the story while we're on the topic. Whoops. I'm actually going the wrong way. Anywho. This is where I wanted to go. Wait, no it isn't. It's this way. So, this is something I do in basically every 4-job Fiesta. This item is just so useful, it's worth the risk. The Elven Mantle gives you just a straight-up chance to dodge. And virtually every job can equip it. And, yeah, it is really, really useful. Basically, in addition to the stats, there is a second roll that happens, a second dice roll, that allows you to dodge. Now, I just realized I have Hank Nunn on, but in that room you have it's a normal encounter rate, but you encounter these things called jackanapes, which have ridiculously high defenses, have a high run resistance. Oh, I actually have a bot cutscene to do. And will kill you in 4 attacks. I don't actually know, Easel. So here's King Waltz. Princess Lena! Well, this is certainly a pleasant surprise. King Waltz, you look well. I come with a request. Please stop amplifying the power of the water crystal. You must be joking. I could never do that. Now, okay. Reality moment. Obviously, Lena is correct. However, it is also worth noting in real life, or from a realistic perspective, that we know that Lena, while she is right, stopping the amplification wouldn't actually stop X-Death from coming back and shattering the crystal, so it wouldn't even matter at this point. We also have to take in mind King Waltz's perspective. Basically, yeah, exactly. Imagine if you walked into a leading nation that produces oil and said, stop producing the oil. Their response is going to be like, ha, 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 ha. Yeah, sure. I'm going to go ahead and stop producing oil. Right. My people, yeah, I've already kind of explained this. Now, King Waltz is like, I have heard about the incident with the wind crystal. However, there's no evidence that proves the same thing will happen to the water crystal. Furthermore, I am certain the people would be opposed to ceasing the crystal's amplification. And again, he is right. And in a really funny way, while she is right, it is worth noting again that the amplification only made the crystals weaker. It is still Exdeath who is actually the one destroying these things. So, for some reason, I mean, I guess Galuf was taking too long to report in, so they hurtled another meteor. There will actually be a third meteor. I actually brought this meteor thing up once, and one of my viewers, Javan, who's a cool guy, said, the reason why they use meteors is because meteors are awesome. Also, you could see shades of FF7's environmentalism message here in FF5. It's a lot less presented, but it's also funny in both perspectives. What I mean by that is, in FF5, we have to stop this, but that's not really the root of the problem. In FF7, we stop using Mako in order to use the much safer, more environmental-friendly energies, like coal. Here's the Tower of Waltz. This is what, our 4th dungeon now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 4th dungeon. So, this is basically the tutorial dungeon for Blue Magic, which is funny because it's one of the only places where it's pretty much shoved into your face that Blue Magic is a thing, even though Blue Magic is really, really useful for quite literally the entire game. Now, unfortunately, I will not be able to properly show off Blue Magic, with one exception. There is one exception of Blue Magic that I do actually plan to point out. But I guess we'll go ahead and talk about Blue Magic while we're here. So here's how Blue Magic works. You're a Blue Mage, enemy casts a spell, you defeat the enemy, you gain that spell. And there's a set number of spells you can learn. Here's the unique trick. Blue Magic in and of its own right is basically just catch-all. It means you get a bunch of spells that do a bunch of things on one class or one person, right? The catch here is that you have to design your dungeons, your enemies, and your bosses, and the spells themselves, in order to make Blue Magic actually useful, right? Otherwise, you have these amazing Blue Magic spells that don't do anything. And there are a couple of FFs that have that problem. Again, as much as I love FF6, most of Strago's lores are actually kind of crap, and not really useful, especially given how many bosses are immune to them. But this is the first FF to really go deep into status effect magic, at least by design. What I mean by that is, while we have actually had status effect magic before in this series, going as far back as FF1, actually, they really wanted you to have more options in your party than hit or cast. So obviously there's the Geomancer thing, there's throwing, which has been in the series before, a couple other things you can do, but Blue Magic allows you to do a bunch of things, like reduce the enemy's level bit by bit, or kill enemies instantly of a certain level, or confuse them, or paralyze them, or poison them, etc., etc. And a lot of that sits in the purview of Blue Magic. So Blue Mages are actually really, really powerful in FF5, but not because Blue Magic itself is powerful, it's because the bosses aren't immune to it. This is, I think, the only FF, I could be wrong about this, that really encourages you to experiment on its bosses, and allows you to use spells like Poison, and like Paralyze, and like Petrify on bosses, whereas most FFs from this point onwards would prevent you from doing that. And the reason most FFs after this have immunity to status effects is because of this game. Because they decided to flip their stance on that for whatever reason. So this is Garula, that nice, innocent, happy little creature I mentioned earlier. That guy's dead. So, I'm going to tell you a little bit of a story. So when I played this game for the very first time in I don't think I would agree with that statement, bro. Especially since they fixed that in later versions. When I first played this game for the very first time, I was, of course, playing the RPG-E version of this game. You know, SNES fan translation. As a consequence, I didn't really know too much what I was doing. And, of course, I didn't really know what was going on with blue magic or anything like that. So I got to this point of the game, and this guy just destroyed me. He has a basic attack. He can remove Frog from himself, and he has this attack called Rush, which just hits people several times. He's actually a very basic boss on the surface. He has a unique script, though, where if you frog him, his next action, he will cast Frog on himself to remove Frog from himself. Now, there's actually other strategies for this guy. Quite a few, actually. And he is not actually that hard, and pretty much every 4-job fiesta I've done since then has proven that this guy is not actually difficult anymore. But, yeah, playtesting, coding stuff, bio. But the point is, fighting this guy, the first time, he's like, oh my god, so every time I've replayed this game, I've had that mentality of, oh no, Garula's gonna be this horrifically difficult boss. What am I... I'm reading what from a book? Anyways, this is gonna be this horrifically difficult boss, and then every time I fight him since, he's actually really easy, even in a 4-job fiesta, even in a speedrun, he's easy. Now, Liquid Flame, he's a lot harder, but we'll get to him. Yes, Darkrai. This is another example of Xdeath getting a little bit of characterization while not being on camera, because the reason this thing did this is because Xdeath possessed it. So this is funny. This game is really bad about being linear in several respects. The game doesn't actually open up until the 3rd world. But this guy literally gets up, walks down to block the door, and then dies. From a gameplay perspective, his only purpose in existing is to prevent you from leaving this room. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but there's actually another gem, another piece of the crystal, that landed up on that ledge up there, which, for whatever reason, is just a little bit out of reach. That is actually the mime job, which we will be getting in this particular playthrough. See? We can't get out. So there's the mime job right there. This is an interesting example of setting stuff up in advance. There's another thing this game does that was kind of new at the time. Because we won't be coming back here until the 3rd world. So there's Summoner, Red Mage, Berserker, Time Mage, and Mystic Knight. Uh-oh. So then the tower sinks. So then Sildra is really pissed off we left her back in the canal. So she eats us alive. No, I'm kidding, of course. Sildra saves us. I like how Sildra looked in World of Final Fantasy. Just kind of off topic. I mean, I could make the parallels if you want, Darkrai, but I'm pretty sure there's no intention for it to look like Texas. So, I mentioned that Sildra is the first death in the game, but obviously she's alive. It's great. The irony of the fact that Sildra might have actually survived if she hadn't burnt herself out saving us really just must sting even more for Ferris. and Lena literally has to stop Ferris from swimming out to her corpse. Requiescat in pace, soldier. So no, she's dead. Yeah, this is not a fake-out death. She is actually dead. Oh, Princess, you were completely right. So, one of the interesting parts about this story is that everyone assumes that it's the fact that they were using the machine amplifiers, which was built by Sid, in order to drain the energy of the crystals that caused the crystals to shatter. Now, this is partially correct, but what I mean by that is the story of the game, for much of the game, is that we are abusing the crystals, therefore, the crystals are shattering. It's not until the end of the fire crystal chain we'll learn there's anything else going on. Now, again, the fact that we're draining the crystals is relevant. It weakened them to make sure that Exdeath could get out sooner. But he was going to do that anyways, just later. I don't know about you guys, but when I see someone step onto a beam of light and just kind of vanish into sparkles, my first thought is, man, I want to do that too. I'm definitely one of those Me Too kind of people. I don't know about you guys, but... Oh yeah, by the way, that's one of the only times we see that. There's this little spot of land that has 4 little chunks of rock around it. As soon as you take out... And it actually keeps track of this throughout the game. As soon as you take out the wind crystal, one of them goes away. As soon as you take out the water crystal, the second goes away, and so forth and so on. So each crystal that is destroyed actually removes one of those on the overworld map. If you didn't know to look for it, you probably wouldn't see it at all, though. There's only 2 times it's actually forced on screen. Once in the cutscene we just saw as we were teleporting across, and once when Exdeath actually breaks out. Have I mentioned lately that I really love no encounters? So there's, well, a giant wall here. Why is there a giant wall here? Please, no Trump jokes. I mean, this is the reason... hang on, I'm going to read this. Those crackpots from the Library of the Ancients have been saying we should stop using the crystal. They were so bothersome, the Queen built a wall to shut them out. Obviously, you can't get to the library anymore. And that's why they made the giant wall, in lore. I want you to picture... Like, bring this down a step or two, down to something a little bit more believable and then real-life-ish. I want you to picture a leader who's like, I'm going to start this huge construction project, which is probably going to take months, if not years. And I want all of you to slowly, we're going to have tons of labor. We're going to, we're going to start a ton of jobs here. We need to get all these materials to build this wall extending from the coast up to the mountain. Why? Because screw those librarians! So anyways, this is Karnak, the Kingdom of Fire. Again, as with the Kingdom of Waltz, this is another nation that pretty much flaunts its power. And, and really likes to... And basically, its wealth and prosperity sits on the backs of that. So I'm going to go ahead and buy a Frost Rod. So when you go here, you notice everything's actually cheaper. You actually do get the item you buy. But... You're with those monsters! We saw you all crawl from the meteorite. Don't try to deny it! Now my favorite part of a speedrun of this game. Putting the controller down. Yep. Speedrunning stratio. Was I going to talk about birds? I don't actually remember. It's actually not that long of a wait. Hey, Sid. Oh, horse feathers. Huh? Great escape, and it's another cell. It's the last of my explosives, too. Nuts! We're still locked away in jail. Oh, you kid thinks that's funny, do you? No, of course not, sir. It doesn't matter. My name's Sid. The same professor who made those terrible machines to amplify the crystals. Yeah, that would have been funny if Sid had broken the actual jail bars, or the other wall. Forgive me, that was rude. No, you don't have to apologize, it's the truth. I'm to blame for everything. It's been years. One day I found an ancient tome in the Library of the Ancients. It said that thousands of years ago, the crystals held much more power than they do now. So I studied the crystals at Tycoon, Waltz, and Karnak and built machines to enhance them. But I was wrong. Increasing their power output only caused them to shatter. Oh, it's all my fault. Oh, woe is me. Woe is me. Why are you locked up? I was too late to save the crystals at Tycoon and Waltz. How do you know that? Figured I could at least save the one here in Karnak. And then I tried to switch off the machine. They threw me in here. Woe is me. Life is miserable. Oh, you're here to protect the crystal? Well, yeah. They asked us to. See? Shine. Holy crap, the crystals asked you to protect them? What the dilly? Who are you people? Cue that scene from FF7. This is terrible. Oh, Professor Sid. By the way, this Chancellor is not evil. Can you believe it? In fact, he's the guy who goes against the Queen's orders. To help people, to do a good thing. What's happened? You were right all along. The crystal's cracked. What? I turned off the amplifier, but the crystal's power has only increased. It's almost like there's some external force doing something upon it. Oh my god! There's suddenly a cheer from Shadow Machine. No! He's clearly an imposter. I need these kids' help as well. What? You were seen coming out of the meteorite. They're in cahoots with that werewolf. Well, they can't help. I guess I can't either. Oh my god, seriously, Shadow Machine? I hate you. I just want you to be aware of that. Endless hatred. Endless hatred. Where is Kate Sith? By the way, yes, I know it's not pronounced Kate Sith. No, I don't care. Let's see. So that's going to be Neon Cat for 10. Does that fit? Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, that fits. Neon Cat 10. There we go. And thank you for the donation, Shadow Machine. You're willing to help me, right? Well, yeah. We're the heroes. Why wouldn't we? No, Easel. Unfortunately, doing that actually takes a lot of time and effort. Well, that's not true. It takes a little bit of effort, but a lot of time. And a lot of time where I'm not using my computer is not a thing that's very common in my life right now. So anyways, now we actually have access to everything. We can learn all sorts of stuff about the crystals and the flame and how the flame has been slowly spreading throughout the castle and getting worse and worse. The idea here, I'm just going to summarize this for you, because that's my job. The idea here is that they have been using the power of flame, so flames are everywhere, right? Just like it was in Castle Waltz with the power of water. But it's fire. And so it's a little bit more of a problem here. And recently, and I mean very recently, the fire has been getting more out of control. So rather than just like decorative fire here or there, there's actually fire that's getting in the way, and people are not able to get to certain parts of the castle in lore because of the fact that there's just fire all over the place. Love this song, by the way. I like most all of the music in FF5. I think it's one of, as far as percentage-wise, this is, I'm saying this off the top of my head, but I think percentage-wise, I like more of the songs in FF5 than I do any other FF. And yeah, the fact that they clearly showcase a fairly large amount of treasure in the castle, which you cannot reach yet, is actually a nice little bit of either preparatory work or foreshadowing, depending on how you take it. So, let's go ahead and job it up here a little bit. So I've already kind of showed off these four. I already mentioned Blue Mage and how it works. Let's showcase Berserker. That's a good job, right? We all like Berserkers, right? Mystic Knight, also known as probably the most powerful job without doing multi-classing. And Time Mage. Gotta go the long way. It's very important. What do you mean, Dragon Super Bowl? I don't understand your question. How would I improve Berserk? Man, I've thought about that for years. So let me go ahead and say something. Obviously, I consider Berserk to be basically the worst job in FF5. But a lot of that is because of the fact that it's better with multi-classing. If you are limiting yourself to just Berserker, Berserker is very boring and very crap because you don't control the character. If you start doing multi-classing and have a Berserker who wields, say, harps, for example, one of my personal favorite combos, or a Berserker who has access to counterattack, or the Shika Takari, or whatever that's called, ability from samurais, then you can actually do something with it. Once again, and oh, by the way, I haven't actually really talked about multi-classing, have I? So this game doesn't just have jobs. This is actually the first game to really do this. This game has multiple jobs. It has the first proper job system in the FF series, even though FF1 technically counts and FF3 technically counts. FF5 is the first actual job system in the FF series. Let me explain what I mean by that. So I am a Berserker right now, but as I level Berserker, and you notice I have job points there, you know, Monk, for example, he's already a level 1 Monk. As I level Monk, I gain abilities. These abilities can then be equipped in the little sub-thing here right there, so I will always have Monk as my main. But if I have the ability to... I have the ability to equip something else on top of that, so the most basic example I could come up with is if you level as a Black Mage to, say, a level 9 Black Mage, or 6, or whatever it is, then you could switch to White Mage and be a White Mage who has the ability to cast Black Magic. This is the MTG effect, or combo effect, or whatever the heck you want to call it, straight out of, Guild Wars 1 is another good example of this. In other words, there are a huge number of possible varied options for what you can do as far as what you can combine with what and how. The Black Mage, White Mage comparison is really obvious and blatant, but there's quite a few much more subtle, more interesting, and more varied tactical options you can do that allow you to multi-class rather than just being, a White Mage who casts Black Magic. Why does FF3 not count? Because FF3 does not have a job system, FF3 has jobs. In FF3, you are a Dragoon. That's it. Nothing else, no other abilities, Dragoon. In FF5, you could be a Dragoon who wields swords, or a Dragoon who has, the auto-haste thing, or a Dragoon who can see pits, or whatever. You cannot do that in FF3. There is no job system in FF3. There is no job gameplay mechanic in FF3. It's just jobs. You just pick your class. The only difference between FF3 and FF1 is you can change your class after the game starts. And yes, there are several other games that have done a job system. FF10-2 does the job system. Final Fantasy Tactics can do a job system. Tactics Ogre does a job system. There are several games that do... Damn it, Shadow Machine, what are you doing today? Wow, easel. There are quite a few games that do the job. Oh yeah, Bravely Default. That's another excellent example of a job system. And I like a job system. In fact, of the default leveling, of the default alternate leveling things throughout the course of RPGs in general, job systems are my personal favorite. While I like things like Materia and Magicite, honestly, if I'm being 100% honest with myself, I would rather have FF5's mechanic of the job system in FF6 than the Magicite system in FF6. Just because I really love a properly done job system. That's also one of the reasons why I love playing through FF10-2 so much, because FF10-2's job system is actually pretty awesome. Now, Shadow Machine donated $15 through name Red13. Aslan? Who the heck is Aslan? Wait, is that the guy from, that terrible Oblivion clone that's terrible? I can't actually think of what it's called. Where's Red 13? There it is. Oh, it's from Chronicles of Narnia. Never mind. Not what I was thinking of. That was 15 to name Red 13 Aslan. That was 15. And thank you again, Shadow Machine, for the donation. Now, Dragon Super Bowl asked earlier if I prefer the older versions of the game to the newer versions. Depends on the specific version. Some games, I think, there's some songs, I should say, I think the original version works better for me, and in some versions, I think the newer version works better. For example, I'll actually be playing the remastered soundtrack when we go through FF12, just to name one example of that. I'm going to stab you, Titans. Probably my favorite take on Battle on the Big Bridge is actually in the 30th anniversary. What's it called? There's like a massive like 20-minute song they released, which has songs from each of the FFs from like 1 to 14 or 1 to 15, excuse me. And it's like one huge motif, and it's all a medley. Thank you. It's one huge medley, and the song they picked to be the iconic FF5 song was Battle on the Big Bridge, and that is an awesome version of that song. I picked the wrong one, didn't I? Yep, I did. I'm just gonna do this. I have no encounters on, so whatever. Yep, I knew it was the left and the right one. That was it. The Record Keeper 30th Anniversary Medley. That's the one I'm thinking of. And yes, FF10-2, for those of you who haven't played that game, literally lets you change jobs in battle, which is pretty awesome. I will say that at least FF10-2 and FF5 both bothered to make a lore reason for the job machine system to exist. In Tactics and a couple of other games, there's no reason for it, it's just, here's a job system. So here's the Queen, who for some reason is in the engine room. Oh my god, she's being possessed! Infidels, you will pay for interfering with my revival. So this is actually the I think, third time Exdeath has been on camera that we haven't been aware of it. He briefly took over the king of Tycoon, and then of course he was taking over Garula, and now he's taking over Queen Karnak. But this is the first time he has any dialogue. So this boss is probably the first real difficulty spike in FF5, even on a normal playthrough, never mind at 4-job Fiesta. So this is what a Mystic Knight can do. A Mystic Knight casts a spell onto their weapon, and that takes a turn. And so now every time he attacks, he's going to be hitting with Blizzard in addition to the attack. And it's kind of awesome. Time magic is mostly buffs and debuffs. So there were these kind of time spells in the game before, but they were usually the purview of black or white. In this, they have been given their own completely separate category. Berserker, of course, just attacks, and that's what Berserker does. Whack, whack, and that's it. And I guess that's it, actually. That's all I can showcase right now. So, but here, I'll do an attack. And, there you go, elemental attack. The elemental physical attack can actually be incredibly useful in this game, believe it or not. Probably the most the most generic, anybody can do it, broken combo in this game is a Mystic Knight Ninja combo. Because a Mystic Knight can do Spellblade, and a Ninja can dual wield. If you set it up, I forget the exact setup, but there's a setup where you can just absolutely destroy everything with dual wield and Spellblade and, like, Flare, for example. So Karnak is like, I was being controlled by something, this evil spirit that desires to envelop everything in the void. The crystals, it's not just the machines that are destroying them. Something evil is using their power to resurrect itself. So this is actually the first time we learned this. Again, up until this point, it was all about, you know, the machines destroying them. But hey, it's a werewolf. It's the werewolf from earlier. He's actually from the village of, I forget the name of it, from the second world. And he's like, dude, Galoof! Oh man, you're here. What? Dude, I'm not your enemy. Galoof, say something. What's happened? Is something wrong? You know me? Ugh, I can't remember anything. Amnesia. And then Exdeath takes control of some random soldier. And basically amplifies the power even more. Because screw you. One more and the seal is broken. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm going to try to voice Exdeath as Jabba the Hutt. Some of you will understand why. Oh yeah, just to give you an idea of the kind of guy Exdeath is, he mind controls someone, and then as soon as he finishes using him, he kills him. Just, there's something about that kind of mindset that really emphasizes right at the beginning what kind of character Exdeath actually is. Now, one thing I like about this is, so the previous crystals were destroyed a little bit more passively, and then the after effects were seen immediately. So, for example, you know, the wind dying when the wind crystal shatters, or the peninsula sinking when the water crystal shatters. But here, the fire crystal is actually going to explode, because it's a fire crystal. And then the after effects of this explosion won't actually be seen for a little bit here. Oh yes, this is probably a good time to mention that there's actually been a lot of debate as to the origin of Exdeath's name. Statistically speaking, it is most likely that it is supposed to refer to Exodus, and that was the original intent. But that's still something, to this day, that is actually debatable. In fact, one of the most common theories I've actually seen, as far as people trying to figure out where this name came from, was actually a combination of the words Exodus and death. You know, it's the Exodus of death. And then they just kind of made it into Exdeath because character limits, right? Some games just flat translate it as Exodus. Some games still call him Exdeath. The weird thing, though, is pretty much from about the time they started doing the remakes on the PS1 version onwards, Square started codifying and solidifying names. So with only a couple of exceptions, FF9, excuse me, most of the names that are either references or are the same thing across the series are referenced in the same way. You know, for example, the Void being capital V Void has been consistent pretty much since 5. But instead, Exdeath is translated, depending on which particular game, as either Exodus or Exdeath. So I don't know why the hell that they call that. I'm just going to keep calling him Exdeath, though, because that's his name. So this section of the game is something that I probably could do better if I was a better player and actually bothered to memorize which chests are which. Most of the chests in this area are enemy encounter chests. And also, you have a 10-minute timer. And also, there's a boss at the end. And also there's a bit of a cutscene at the end. Although, for anybody doing this game, either in a speedrun, a 4-job fiesta, or play this for the first time, they remind you, this is a heal-all right there. A lot of people miss that. Oh yes, also the enemies at this point are not particularly easy to kill. Also, this music gets faster, I believe, at the minute mark, the 30-second mark, and the 10-second mark, I want to say. Like, it actually goes... It gets really, really fast. It's also probably one of the only songs in this game I don't like. Not just because of the fact of this section, which is horrible, but also because of the fact that it's really, really short, and any song which is this short tends to get repetitive very quickly. I refer again to the Chocobo theme back in FF2 as a good example of this. But of course, we're not doing anything, we're just leaving. I don't even need Asuna, so whatever. Yeah, by the way, Chen is going to be carrying us through quite a bit of this game. Not all of it. I will actually start doing real stuff with my other jobs later. Right now I'm still just kind of showing off the jobs. Oh, damn it, I meant to bring a blue mage to this. Ah, whatever, it doesn't matter that much. I was going to get one of the best blue magic spells in the entire game on that guy. An ability called Death Claw, which reduces their health to single digits and paralyzes them. It is really, really useful on quite a few parts of this game. And yes, I have died on that more than once because of how long that can take and trying to get gear and all that fun stuff. So here we have Beastmaster. Insert movie reference here. Geomancer, which is an interesting one to have. I had that in my last job before the Fiesta. Ninja. Very powerful. Yes, we did together. And there's actually there's 2 other fire jobs, which we don't actually get yet. But we'll get them. So let's get off Berserker. Let's do Ninja. With white magic. So Ninja's basic ability is the fact that it can dual wield. A ninja also has very high speed, but the basic benefit of a ninja is the dual wield. Now, of course, a ninja can also throw, which can be useful for certain types of playthroughs, but the dual wield is one of the better junction abilities. It's right up there with a ranger's ability to multi-hit. I forget what it's called. So then we have Summoner. We'll show off Summoner next. Actually, I think I will. Hang on. Just for the heck of it. Yes, imagine if Edge was actually useful. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Then we have Red Mage. Now, Red Mage has always been weird. The Red Mage here is exactly like Red Mages are in most other games. They can hit, they have some white magic, and some black magic. Okay. The thing is, Red Mages are the other really useful class to level for multi-classing ability. Ninjas and Red Mages. Because a Red Mage gets dual cast, which is exactly as useful as it sounds. So if we talk to the Queen has been delirious since we found her. No, don't come any closer. I like the idea that simply the act of being possessed by Exdeath pretty much turns you into a gibbering, insane mess. Because it should. Exdeath is really, really evil. He is literally multiple separate evils. Yes, I did. I counted the encounter with the mini-boss. So Sid is moping. Yes, for those of you not aware, dual cast takes 999 job points. Now, you might be like, well, of course it does. Well, not everything that costs 999 job points is worthwhile. Cough, cough, wear ribbons. Cough, cough. Oh, it's Loremum. I'll talk to her in mere moments. First, I got something very, very important to do. Piano flex. What's funny is we literally just learned that X-Death is a thing and trying to escape. And we try to tell Sid that, and Sid's just like, nope, gotta mope. Mope, mope, mope. It has always been a thing. It will always be a thing. So, what's going on with Lorerun? Let's see here. Apparently, Mum is going to be seeing Atomic Blonde this weekend. I hope you enjoy it, comma. Tell me how you think of it, period. Hope you take it easy today, comma. Make sure to stay cool, of course, period. You should get something sweet as a treat for me, period. Alright. Oh, hey, the wall was destroyed. Yay! So, I mentioned, blue magic spells. I'm going to be kind of pointing out some of the blue magics that are useful throughout the game. I already pointed out Deathclaw, which we get from the mini-boss I accidentally killed. This desert right here has an enemy called a Chimera. Now, it's actually quite difficult for this particular point in the game. If you're just fighting this game normally, the Chimera will probably kill you. So, getting this blue magic spell right now is really hard. But Aqua Lung, which is the ability he teaches you, is very useful. See, here's an interesting fact about FF5. It actually has more damage types than the usual. There's fire, ice, lightning, physical, and then there's, let's see, there's water, holy, typeless, and I think there's another one on top of that. And very, 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 very few enemies in this game are strong to water damage at all, ever. So, water damage is almost universally useful. Now, very few things are weak to water damage, but still. So, Aqua Lung is one of those abilities you can use quite a ways into this game. So, I'd just like to say that I love this song. This is probably one of my favorite songs in this game. I'd say, I'll call it my third favorite song in the game. I'm actually going to shut up just so you can enjoy it. Extremely unlikely I'll get to FF6 today, although I do intend to beat 5 today. I am Ifrit. For many years I have existed, sealed within the pages of this book. Only those who can withstand my flame shall be granted the privilege of summoning me. Also, yes, this is where you learn level 5 Death is in this place. Level 5 Death is also a very useful blue magic spell. Now you might be like, how could that possibly be? Most of the enemies in this game are not a multiple of level 5, and you'd be right. But there are other abilities, in fact, multiple other abilities, that can lower the amount of the level of the target enemy. And so, when you gain the ability to adjust the level of the enemy, you can adjust them down to the point where they are a multiple of 5. And then you can level 5 Death them. Enough! You have proven your worth. I shall grant you use of my powers. Also, this boss is actually harder than he looks if you have a bad job set up. Hey, Progressive. So I think this is one of the only summons you actually have to get in this game. I don't remember which other ones we know, but I know you have to get Ifrit. most of the summons you can just completely skip. Yes, Dark Force is an excellent way to reduce level, as is the old status effect. So, let's go ahead and talk about this place a little bit. So, this is a library from back when they were fighting NUO. I'll be talking more about NUO and the Ancient War later. All you need to know for right now is that NUO was still active, and this library was pretty much specifically built in order to try and combat NUO and the forces of the Void that he was unleashed back then. So, the reason this place is, you know, a magical library with moving, talking books and bookshelves that attack and all that stuff is because of the fact that this is a very old library that is literally infused with magic. Oops, no, that was the wrong one. So, it is worth noting, though, the books are not actually attacking us here. What has happened is that the demons have basically, I guess the best word to use is infested these books. Oh, by the way, virtually every enemy here is actually weak to fire. Appropriately enough. Not all of them, though. And yeah, good atmosphere, good overall backstory. Also, this place is pretty relevant for the overall plot of the game. And there's Mid. And we're going to fight something called Byblos, which if I have to tell you what that means, then I got nothing for you. So let's throw something at him. Let's show off throw. And let's summon Ifrit. Actually, I'll explain that in just a moment. Because there is actually a reason for that. Oh yes, this was the first game to introduce scrolls. In FF4, you could throw, but only weapons. In this game, they introduced a whole new thing called scrolls instead of just shurikens, which would be able to basically... It's the equivalent of Edge's magic. You know how Edge had those kind of terrible spells back in FF4? Well, in FF5, scrolls take the same place as it, but tend to be more useful, and scrolls would be used in FF6 as well. And I think there's a couple other FFs which use the throne scroll thing. Yeah, I actually specifically summoned Ifrit, so he'd be like, oh my god, not Ifrit, but he didn't do it. I'm not sure why. But whatever. So this is Mid. Mid is actually in that terrible anime I will probably never reference again. And Mid is the grandson of Sid. Also, this... Mid is like, hey, you were the ones making that noise back there while we were fighting a boss. I did hear some rustling behind me. Was that you? You gotta be kidding me. Strange bird, this one. Whatever. Guess it's time to go back, huh? You guys coming too? I know a shortcut. So yeah, I kind of skipped over this, but the whole point of this plot-wise is when we get here, everyone in the library is like, oh my god, Mid's missing! Mid's missing! Please, you have to help us find him! We're worried about him! He's lost! What do we do? Okay, we will go save Mid! And we go in and Mid was just getting really, really engrossed in his books. Thank goodness you're back. Oh, thank you for finding him. And Mid's like, huh? You came to save me? Mid is pretty much the definition of oblivious, and I quote... Thank you, Hazel. And I quote, I don't know what I need to be saved from, but it was nice of you anyway. Oh, look at this! I found a book! I bet with this method we could repower the fire-powered ship. I gotta tell Grandpa Sid about it right away. Oh, you know of him? Yeah, he's my grandpa. Grandpa's so awesome. When he's researching, he's unstoppable. He never gives up until he finds the solution. Maybe that's how he was in the past, but now he's given up on life and is about to commit suicide. What? He would never do that! Yeah, probably not. So Mid's like, nope, we gotta fix this. And just charges off without a second thought. But before we go, a little bit more lore. So first of all, there's this book these two guys have over here. This is the library's oldest tome, however, half of its pages have been lost, so it cannot be read. FF5 does a lot of foreshadowing. It's actually kind of surprising. So they mentioned the ruins of Ronka here, which is what he just talked about. This guy talked about the crystals that used to be stronger. This guy talks about how some of the books have monsters hiding in them now. These guys talk about, once upon a time, Ifrit would burn the possessed books for us. So Ifrit's job used to be burning those possessed books. Obviously, he has since kind of fallen into one of those old books. So the idea here is that Ifrit, probably thanks to Byblos, although we don't know for certainty, was fighting a demon that was in a book and got caught in the book with the demon. That's why Ifrit was in a book. As for how they get about, I don't know, honestly, Takoida. I mean, Mid is, of course, oblivious, and as we all know, thanks to the rules of fiction, someone who is oblivious is actually invincible, as long as they remain oblivious. Oh yeah, by the way, fun fact, Castle Karnak is gone. We will never go back there. It is completely locked off, so all those treasure chests I did not get are permanently lost. So, that's fun. Hey, Sid. I kind of like how we get here before Mid does. Mid walks up and starts beating on his grandfather. I don't know what exact type of beating he's doing, because, I mean, it's a SNES game, but I like the idea he's just like, on his chest. Like, come on! What are you doing? What are you doing, you silly old fool? You never give up! Oh, beep, 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 beep. I have no idea, Dragon Super Bowl. This game was made in a little over a year back in the day, though. So Sid is convinced by his grandson to crush everything, destroy everything. I mean, protect, sorry, right. We're going to protect everything. So Sid's like, we need a ship, but we don't have the crystal anymore. See, I kind of wish more was done about this, but Karnak has a ship powered by fire. In other words, it literally has a steamship, which, in an era where everyone else has sailing vessels, gives you a little bit of an advantage. Especially when the wind stops working. Although, granted, when the wind stops working, you have more long-term problems than just sailing. But anyways, so we need a ship, but we have a ship, it just won't work, and we have no Sildra to drag it because Sildra's freaking dead. And I just made myself sad. Excuse me. So Sid and Mid, by themselves, are doing work on the fire-powered ship. Which obviously isn't powered by fire anymore. You know, what's funny is this ship remains called the fire-powered ship throughout. Even though, I mean, it stops being that pretty early there, but whatever. Meanwhile, Galoof is thinking about what happened with Sid and Mid. I like Ferris's line there. You look even stranger than usual, Galoof. Oh, by the way, I know that everyone disagrees on how to pronounce names, but I once heard someone say Galuff, and I just can't take a character named Galuff seriously. I'm sorry. So, flashback to something that literally just happened. But this is actually the first time we see Kryle's name. So, gotta repeat, you know, Mid beating up on Sid. That's very important. Make sure to beat your elders. And just to really emphasize the point, Kryl starts beating up on Galuf. And of course, anybody paying attention would recognize her sprite. She's the same one we saw earlier during the Siren situation. So I do kind of like the fact that they make it... I don't like Amnesia as a storytelling tool. I don't. It's overused, and it's usually used badly. But at least Galuf slowly remembers bits throughout the course of FF5, rather than just, oh, I remember everything now. Actually, I looked it up, Necro, and that's why I say Kryl now, because I used to say Creel, and then I thought it was supposed to be Crele, but apparently it's Kryl, so I'm going to keep saying Kryl. So this is also the first time we hear the name Exdeath, who is actually called a warlock. There's 3 other people who will probably never matter to the plot. It's actually Kara. So there's a good shot of the 4 stone things I actually referenced earlier. And no, I don't, Ribbon, although I say that a lot. So this is where they talk about how, you know, they used the 4 crystals in order to seal Exdeath. But he doesn't remember all the details. He just remembers a few things. Again, I like that. I like the fact that he kind of slowly starts to remember things bit by bit. That makes sense to me. We'll be discussing a better presentation of Amnesia probably tomorrow. There's a cute little thing they do here. Mid often says the same thing Sid did. In the original Japanese, they say this with a different tone, so a different writing style, so that Sid is saying it like an old man, and Mid is saying it, you know, like a kid, hence the whole point. In other words, verbally, this would probably sound like, oh man, I'm super tired. Oh man, I'm super tired. Kind of like that. Yes, in FF6, Terra is part Esper, and also in FF9, Kuja's from another world, and also in FF10, Tidus is a dream. As I've said many times, this is a lore run. We will be spoiling. That's how that works. Also, Ferris is a girl. So anyways, we can now go, like, this is our, what, hang on, 1, 2, 3rd, I think, vehicle? Technically 4th, but really our 3rd real vehicle. And actually, a decent amount of stuff has been opened up to us. We could go get Ramu right now, which is an optional thing. We could go level in the Nutkin Cave, we could get some equipment, and get some lore about the Ronkins, which we will not actually be doing right now. And I think that's actually it. This is probably one of the worst parts of FF5. I mentioned how FF5 is well directed in terms of its presentation and its flow of the story. This is probably one of the only points in the game where that's not actually true, because it's not super clear where you're supposed to go. Am I on the right line? Yeah, a little bit south. If you're playing this normally, I believe there's a couple of hints that you're supposed to come here, but otherwise it's just... Earthquake! No! Also, for some reason, the ship, which we just undocked at, goes way over there to catapult. I don't know why they call it catapult. And then goes under with catapult. Now, this part doesn't really make a lot of sense, especially if you know what's going on here. See, there's an ancient Ronkin device under here, this place, which is actually called Catapult. It has a teleporter, you know, yada yada. And so this ancient catapult thing is actually a naval port for the ancient Ronkins. So what it was just doing was actually what it's intended to do, bring a ship under. But an earthquake happens when that happens. So either the earthquake is actually something that naturally happens every time the machinery of the Ronkin ruins, you know, does anything at all, Or this is like the earthquake is related to the fact that the machinery is finally starting to break down after 1,000 million years, and it just coincidentally happened to start taking the ship down. I don't know. Take your pick. But there's something we want to do while we're here. Piano flex! Man, this guy learns piano really well. Bartz must secretly be a genius. Do I have any money? Nope. So let's show off some of their jobs. I already showed off these guys and their benefits. What else we got? Beastmaster, which is one of the most weirdest, that's a word, right? Of the jobs. Is that all of them we have right now? Oh, right, because we haven't... Yeah, okay. I doubt we'll be able to keep that up, Dragon Super Bowl, but that is currently the plan, yes. If not for Dissidia, we'd actually be pretty completely on track with that. I really didn't think Dissidia would take 2 days to get through. Fortunately, FF1 took 3 hours to get through. The heck is that? That's a Chocobo, Galuf. So this is a black Chocobo. One of the only black Chocobos ever, basically. Alright, I want at least some of you to do this with me. Not yet, obviously. So notice, by the way, that they mentioned that black chocobos can fly. All of them know this. And that they were surprised that black chocobos weren't extinct. Also, considering the fact that this black chocobo ends up getting together with wait, no. Maybe that's not true. Never mind. Ignore me. FF6 is on the PS1, yes, although I would not recommend it. But if you have no access to any other version of it, then go for it. So this is when we get our last 2 shards here. Depending on which translation you're playing, varies where the shards were in the Chocobo. In the official GBA translation, you know, he had swallowed them, and then they got stuck in his throat, and he was messed up. I always liked the idea that they were stuck in his feathers, because that makes more sense for why he was having trouble flying, but whatever. So now we have access to Bard and Ranger. We'll talk about those in a minute as well. Probably among my favorite Chocobo themes, by the way, right here. And at least part of that's kind of the... So I'm going to tell you a bit of a story. I had a friend named Cameron once, who was a really cool guy. I knew him back in high school. And... Hang on. I happened to be listening to this music for some video editing project. And he happened to be in the room, and he heard it. And he was like, dude, did that music just go, huh? That's hysterical, and he loved it. He made me play it again just so he could hear it. Because everyone loves the huh. As you can see, only the Earth Crystal Seal is remaining now. So, this is actually where Bartz's hometown is. You can literally only reach it if you have an airship or a black chocobo. We are going to adjust jobs briefly here, though. So this is Lix, the town of Lix, L-I-X. Yay, Chen's back, woo! Hey, Chen, haven't seen you in forever, eh? Finally back in your hometown. Make sure to take it easy. Wait a minute, Chen? Can't believe it, you're all grown up. So this is Stella's grave. I also really like this song. Yep. Where is she? Hey, Chen, it's me. Look, we gotta hang out later. It'll be like old times. This is a really weird example of characterization, because everyone here knows you and remembers you and is all friendly with you, but none of them have names. And basically, none of it is actually designed to be characterization so much as backstory for a D&D character. What I'm trying to say here is that Bart's is designed to basically be a player character. In other words, you are supposed to superimpose yourself onto him. This is actually a trick they would repeat later with a game called Chrono Trigger, where Chrono does have a family and a little bit of backstory, but it's all in that sort of fill-in-the-blanks kind of a style. Whereas, and it's the same thing here with Bart's. Oh, also, this is where he earned his fear of heights, because he's up on a 2-story roof. And I don't know about you guys, but if you've ever been up on a 2-story roof, that fall is not as pleasant as it looks. When I was a kid, everyone teased me for being dumb, but now I'm going to be a scholar because I'm SMRT smart! Chen, you've finally returned. I've been waiting for you. Say, when you're finished with your travels, would you come see me again? There's something I want to tell you. It's a little bit more obvious in some versions of this game, but yeah, she totally has a crush on Bart. So this is the bard who has like, oh, you used to live in this house? Well, you must have a lot of memories here. Please, take your time to look around. Here's the other backstory plot we get here. Also, this is the worst house to live in ever. It's a 1-bedroom with 1 bed for 3 people. God damn, I mean, I've actually stayed in dorm rooms before, but ugh. That claustrophobia thing just really starts to take over. I mean, at least have a curtain, God. So anyway, Stella is sick and having issues. And she, of course, wants Dorgan to stay. Dorgan, of course, wants to leave because... well, because he's Dorgan, because he's a traveler and adventurer and he likes to go out and explore the world. I gotta be honest, I'm not sure why someone like Dorgan ever got married. He very much seems like the kind of guy who never would get married. In fact, Bart's in many ways emulates him in terms of personality. Now, it's worth noting Dorgan does not just go and, exploring. He's not just going out to see pretty sights. Dorgan goes out to fight monsters. Now, I like that, because it shows that Dorgan, more than any of the 4, feels guilty for what they did sealing Exdeath here, and wants to try and give back to the world. Being like, here, I took your crystals to seal away Exdeath, but I'm balancing the scale by trying to fight monsters and save people, and basically being an adventurer. And Stella collapsed. And died. For real. She is dead. Sad that I have to keep adding that. No, they're actually dead. And then again, here's that grave, as I mentioned earlier. So again, Bart's basically becomes an explorer and a wanderer and an adventurer in his own right. It also kind of helps to explain why Bart's instantly and without hesitation offers to help people in multiple times throughout the course of the game, including right at the beginning, even before he knew anything about the crystal stuff, because that's what he learned from his dad. You go out and you help people. I mean, as much as the main characters of FF5 don't really have a particularly large amount of depth to them, they all have that trait in common, the fact that they are fairly heroic. Someone needs help. Let's go! Even though there's no reason to, even though we don't actually have an understanding of what's going on. Let's go! Let's just help! Let's go! And actually, that's made fun of later on in this very game. What am I doing right now? Let's go do this. Just for the heck of it. I mean, we're doing a Lorerun, right? We're not doing a 4-job Fiesta. We can actually do optional stuff. Because there's actually a large amount of optional stuff in FF5. And, I mean, that's going to be a thing from now on, so I'm probably going to stop bringing it up. But, there's a lot of optional stuff from FF5 onwards. FF4, as I already mentioned, FF3 had optional stuff. FF3 began the concept of optional stuff in an RPG. FF4 had quite a few optional things that were, you know, very relevant and beneficial. FF5 really went full tilt with it. When you get to World 3, it's like you have to do, I think, one of the you have to do the Desert Seal, and then you can go to the last boss. And like I said, every FF after this has a fairly large quantity of optional stuff. And I just realized we actually can encounter Ramuh, and I don't actually care about turning off Unknown. I don't want to jinx it, so never mind. We will not actually be getting Ramuh. Ramuh's just hanging out in that forest, guys. So let's go here. Well, there's not too much to talk about with Ramuh there, but yeah, I agree, Permeus. That's my general mentality. So, I love this mindset. I should have left that dialogue on the screen. So, we walk up and we're like, Sid, Mid, we're sorry. We accidentally destroyed the ship. And their response is, huh? Who cares? We'll just build another one. More importantly, we've learned the whereabouts of King Tycoon. Oh my gosh. He was seen in Karnak. From there, he moved on to the Desert of the Shifting Sands. It's where the desert west of here, the sand flows like water. They say the desert is actually the town of Ruin, but no one can actually get there to see. Witnesses claim to see the king floating in midair. I'm sure he's not possessed. I'm sure he's not a host for X-Death right now. When I was your age, we crossed burning sand every day and we liked it. Come on, Chin. Sure, Sonoshi. So FF11 and FF14 are MMOs. There you go. Oh, right. I don't actually need to do that. Normally I put the bird closer just to avoid as many encounters as possible. In FF5, it's actually possible to perfectly manipulate the encounters. I don't know how to do that perfectly off the top of my head. Only up till a certain part of the game, basically. But we have Enknut, so there's not really a lot of reason to do that. As expected, it's hopeless. Wait! It ain't over till the fat lady sings, and the orchestra hasn't even started tuning up yet. We'll build a bridge instead of a wall. It's a little risky, but you guys are all about danger, right? So how it works is we use the bell to call the sandworm. Then you guys trash it, and there's your bridge! This might be the worst plan we've ever had. You guys aren't that sophisticated. That's not a sophisticated plan. You aren't that sophisticated of a guy. I think it suits you just fine. Alright, let's do it. The spice must flow! Oh yeah, don't use magic. Bye! So this boss is rough under certain circumstances, but there are quite a few ways around his mechanics, if you know what you're doing. I was actually worried about this fight during my most recent 4-job Fiesta, but I ended up wrecking his face, so... So, this is also a slightly new thing. I shouldn't say slightly, this is a brand new thing in FF5. So there's actually 4 enemies on the screen right now. The holes, who have their own complete separate scripts and mechanics, and then the worm himself, who actually shifts position and basically replaces an existing hole in terms of targeting. So let's talk about the Bard. Now the Bard gets songs. As you can see, I don't actually have any yet. Some of these songs are not that great, and some of these songs are incredibly useful. The Hero's Rhyme, for example, is an incredibly powerful song. I'll talk about the Beastmaster a little bit later. The main mechanic of the Beastmaster is that when an enemy is very low on health, the Beastmaster can... Oh, we won. The Beastmaster can capture the enemy. they then have the ability to release the enemy. Now, it's really, really basic. It feels a lot like a SNES RPG in terms of the complexity of it. It's not like it's not like Pokemon where you can capture this Pokemon or capture this Pokemon or whatever. Instead, it's just you capture an enemy, and then the next time you cast release, you release the enemy. Every enemy does a separate mechanic when released. Beastmasters, however, also get the ability Control. This is why Beastmasters are super awesome. It's because of the fact that a Beastmaster is perfect for pairing up with a Blue Mage. It's the exact same reason why, when you get the Control Materia in FF7, it is the perfect pair to the enemy skill Materia. As such, a Beastmaster and a Blue Mage is the most overpowered thing in this entire game. Like, a Chemist is pretty strong as well, but no, a Beastmaster and a Blue Mage is without question the most overpowered combo in this game, assuming you know what you're doing, of course. So let's go ahead and switch off Beastmaster here. I'm going to start setting up my real jobs, which I actually got to think about for just a second. Yes, as Panuma points out, Aqualung is very powerful for this part of the game. Generally, if you get to this part of the game, you probably should have bothered to go and get... you probably should have bothered to go and get Aqualung, if you have access to Blue Magic. I think we'll make her a time mage. And I still need to show... Well, actually, I guess I can change Ferris. I think we will make Ferris a... Oh, actually, no. Hang on. I just realized I want her to be a ninja first. There we go. We'll leave him as Geomancer, because I want to show off Geomancy a little bit before we get into this. So, here's the town of Ruin. So, given the differences between this and the overall Ronkan architecture, I have a theory, and I want to stress that word because I don't actually know for certainty, that this is not actually a Ronkan ruin. That this is, in fact, a town that was built after the Ronkan people. Or... I was trying to use the Greek version. Panuma, as opposed to... So, I'll start calling you Numa, sorry. Anyways, so here's a little bit of story behind the Ronkans. They were the advanced ancients of this particular era. Remember, like, every FF has an ancient species of some kind, except for FF2. And these ancient people worshipped the sun for some freaking reason, and also built advanced technology, actually magic technology to be more accurate, that amplified and utilized the power of the Earth Crystal in order to build incredible devices and have all this amazing stuff, including a literal flying citadel, which we will be actually going to later. Then they discovered that their usage of the Earth Crystal was destroying it. So, perhaps in a bit of irony, the ancient Ronkans then immediately grounded the ruins and stopped using it, and in fact sealed away the Earth Crystal to make sure that they wouldn't actually destroy it. Which is a little more forward-thinking than most of the modern people are, but I digress. My theory, then, is that this town here is where the Ronkans moved to afterwards. You know, after they abandoned everything, it was like, alright, we gotta go back to a simple life. Think of this place kind of like the Chozo Ruins in Metroid Prime, for example. A deliberate attempt to step down in terms of complexity. Or, to put it another way, there are places in real life where we have access to wireless internet and 3D printers and, you know, planes and access to space travel. Despite all of that being a modern thing, you can still find people who prefer to live in houses that they built with them, you know, themselves or with their family that are made out of logs that are in the middle of the woods, right? So the idea of going back to a simpler time is not exactly ununderstandable, especially given the fact that they just lost access to most of that. Again, to use a real-life parallel, imagine if we, as a people, suddenly decided to just stop using oil. Just to name one example of that. So anyways, this is where Ferris pretty much formally acknowledges that that is her father. Yeah, exactly. Takoida. Pretty much not going to happen. There's no way that could actually happen. But if it did, it would completely alter the way we function as a society. There's also a theory that the Ronkins are us. Like, that was just the name of the society. And then once they gave up, they just distributed throughout the world, and they became, you know, the Walsh people, and the Karnakians, and the Tycoons, and all that fun stuff. So this is when Ferris and Lena have a moment. Lena had actually suspected that Ferris was her sister. Ferris was hesitant. Remember, this has actually been hinted since all the way back when the two first met, with regards to that necklace thing. Yeah, exactly, Nikono. This place is strange. So this is what the Ronkin ruins actually look like. And again, the fact that this is literally just under the actual town ruins kind of lends credence to my theory. But again, it's still just a theory. Oh yeah, I haven't actually commented on the Amano portraits. I don't like Amano's art style, but what I like even less is people trying to emulate his art style in a more modern way. I actually commented on this during Dissidia, where quite a few of their 3D costumes are specifically designed to look like the original Amano art, and to be as 100% blunt as I can, Amano's art does not translate into a 3D model particularly well. And this is the same kind of concept. I mean, that is based on Bartz's Amano style, but it's just kind of... I mean, one of the worst ones for me is actually Sid. I see Sid's picture and I'm like, whoa. So, of course, they're like, alright, we're good. Galoof's fine. Peace! We're out! And then Galoof climbs through the machinery to try and be like, dude! Wait just one cotton-picking minute. That was an awfully quick decision to ditch me. Sorry. This is my favorite. Well, this is basically tied for my favorite song in this game. Or my second favorite. Depends on my mood. I'm actually going to shut up for this section. That being said, I mentioned earlier that the GBA soundtrack is basically inferior to the SNES version. Well, most of the time I could go with it, and in some cases I think the GBA songs are actually better. But this is not one of them. This song loses a lot of its impact in the GBA version, and sounds much, much better in the original SNES. Meanwhile... I'd say meanwhile elsewhere, but this is actually happening like a few hundred feet that way, so... Also, this has always struck me as a bit of a plot hole. Every single time I see this, it bothers me. So Sid and Mid are like, we need to take the Chocobo home. And it's like, sweet, we'll go ahead and take the Chocobo home. But this is an island in the middle of nowhere. How are they planning to leave? It is by complete coincidence of plot convenience that we happen to be here, while they happen to be here, and they happen to be on top of the ancient Ronkin ruins, where we happen to hit a switch that happened to make them fall, and happen to enter the same Ronkin ruins. I mean, for God's sakes. I love this game, and actually most of the construction of the plot's narrative makes sense. But this is the most egregious example of because plot in the entire game. I mean, what? So there's the fire-powered ship and an ancient Ronkin airship. which thankfully does not rely on the Earth Crystal to power, although I've heard of a theory that the Earth Crystal here, that this airship actually does draw power from the Earth Crystal, and that's what caused it to break. I don't agree with that theory because we still have this airship in the World 3 where there is no Earth Crystal. There's not even half of the Earth Crystal. It's gone. So they're like, oh my god, we're underneath Crescent Island? So this could actually be solved very, very simply. Sid and Mid come here with the Black Chocobo to return it home. And then plan to stay here forever? Or maybe leave on a boat? I don't know. What would make this much simpler is that Sid and Mid are not coming here to leave the Black Chocobo, that they came here to specifically study this area. Remember, we told them the fire ship got sunk, and we could just add a brief little line about the fire ship sinking here. So they're like, alright, why don't we go check that place out? We can reach it on the Black Chocobo, and then we could just study it, maybe try and find out what happened. Maybe we could try and bring the ship back up. You know, something. Just trying to figure this out. Really simple. So in other words, make it a visit rather than a one-way trip and plot hole gone. Chocobo hamster wheel powered ships. That'd never work. F10, excuse me. FF6 might take more than a day. So this is what the inside of the airship looks like. Oh, that sucks, Darkrai. It's okay, it's just FF6. I've talked about it how many times now? You know, FF5 has a lot of bosses. I don't know the actual numbers off the top of my head, but at least from a perspective, I always perceive that FF5 has a greater density of bosses than any other FF. They're just all over the place. And quite a few of them are just, hey, you haven't fought something for a while. Here's a boss. Like, there's this giant creature that was just clinging to the ship here. Just, boop. Boss fight. Oh, right. So let's go ahead and show off Geomancy. I've been meaning to show that off. Geomancy, that is to say Gaia, is an interesting ability. Gaia does something random based on the terrain. Usually there's one or two, maybe three things you can do based on a particular terrain type. Now, you might look at that and be like, well, that's terrible. I mean, that just sounds really boring. Well, it's actually incredibly awesome, depending. See, the thing is, a Geomancer, first of all, is useful for a couple of reasons because of the some of the magical abilities, or the magical equipment they can equip, which helps them in the late game. But also, some of the Geomancy abilities are really, really strong. But of course, it depends on where you're fighting, and there's some random element involved. It is basically rolling the dice. It's the closest thing to a gambler job we get here. And Geomancer, of course, makes it so you don't take damage on floors, etc., but that's not really a big deal. It's a job that is about as useful as you can make it. The only way a Geomancer job would be really useful, truly useful, is it would be if the designers put very careful time and effort in designing each of the boss battles so that at least some of the time Geomancy was useful, and as it happens, they did. I'll answer your question in a moment, Domo, and hi, Demon Drake, Demon Drake's, I don't know how to say that. Hi. Welcome to the stream. Time zones for the lose. Look, if I didn't need to sleep, I'd be okay with streaming 24/7. Seriously. Unfortunately, I do need to sleep. I am an old, terrible man of terribleness. So now we have what is the first true freedom point. There are actually two real freedom points in FF5. This is one of them. We now have access to everything in the first world. There's nothing we cannot reach that is accessible to some extent or another. In other words, there are a couple places we can't go, like Bahamut, for example, or like this temple right here, but that's only because they cannot be accessed, period, in the first world. Make sense? Here's Bahamut, by the way. But everywhere that is accessible, we have the ability to access. The thing I mentioned here, the thing that's really relevant to this, is that if you've been paying attention, if you've been really going through this game as we've been going through this, there's actually not a lot of places we haven't been. In fact, truthfully, there is no place we can reach with the airship that we could not already reach with the Black Chocobo. However, there is one plot event we can only reach with the ship, and that is for this. Man, just imagine the archaeologists who watched the town get destroyed here. History lost. So this is the Ronkin Ruins. Now, it's actually mentioned this is not the only place the ancient Ronkins lived. The Ronkin Ruins... Oh, I need to go back to Catapult. The Ronkin Ruins were... It was just a city, you know, like LA or whatever, or Tokyo, or, I don't know, insert city here. The significance of the Ronkin Ruins city is that it was where all of the elder elite, you know, the most upper crust of the aristocracy of the Ronkins lived. And, of course, the reason why is because, again, they had a whole sun worship thing going. They believed that being closer to the sun didn't just make you better, but literally made you healthier. That access to the, you know, being closer to the sun would make you healthier and better, which I find funny for a civilization that has access to a floating city would think that being closer to the sun would be a good thing. But whatever, let's just move on from that. Regardless, so all of the best people lived on the city. But of course, unlike most ancient civilizations where they're evil and corrupt and stagnant, again, the moment they found out they were damaging the Earth Crystal with the ruins that was actually powering it, they were like, dude, we need to fix this, and immediately brought the ruins back down. Also, Sid and Mid are like, dude, that's where it is, let's go! Yes, Icarus Syndrome. I need to eat, speaking of which. Yes, Demon Drake. Why does everyone ask me that? Is there ever been a Lorerun that I have not eventually uploaded? I will be right back. It's okay, Demon Drake. I just get that question surprisingly often. You are gonna upload this, right? Of course I am! I have an entire channel whose only purpose is to upload this stuff nowadays. I uploaded Wolf Among Us, what are you talking about? Oh yes, the Corpse Castle. No, my favorite dungeon in FF5 is the last dungeon. Right. Right. I think this is the point of the story I'm at. I got a little distracted heating up lunch there. Yep, I'm right. So Galuf's like, I'm sure it's around here somewhere. Hang on, we need to shoot the messenger really quick. Adamantite. Or adamantite, excuse me. So why is there adamantite in the meteor? Is it built into the construction of the meteor? Better question, why do the meteors have teleporters that lead to each other? I mean, I could just absolutely dissect the meteors and how plot conveniency they are, but whatever. It doesn't actually matter that much. If I have Tigzar, I don't remember doing it. I haven't talked about the Super Ancients yet, no. Also, why do none of the other meteors have adamantite in them? I mean, it's just a question, guys. I just want to know why the meteors are stupid. And plot conveniency. Hang on. I need to heal up real quick. Actually, what am I doing? Wow, lore. I forgot I'm in World 1. Yes, they're super duper ancient. There actually is an ancients. The Ronkans weren't actually that ancient. In fact, the Ronkan civilization is only a few centuries old. There's an even more ancient, which is closer to 1,000 years old. In fact, I'm pretty sure it is literally 1,000 years old, because for some reason, a lot of writers really like the number 1,000, because it's big and it's round. I don't know, guys. Hey, we got the adamantite. Which for some reason will lighten the ship. Adding metal to the ship will lighten it. I know. What they're probably actually doing is replacing chunks of the ship with adamantite. Or maybe the adamantite isn't a super heavy or dense metal in this particular setting. It's actually a, like, float stone or levistone or something like that. I don't know, guys. Absolutely, Nikona. One of the amazing things about FF5 is that just about every job is viable. Now, you have to know what you're doing, and you have to be able to, think it through and be like, okay. But every job in this game is viable, even Berserker. Especially if you start multi-classing. There are 4 meteors, and you're right, one person was in each of them. Galuf was in the first one, which landed near Tycoon. The random soldier guy from Galuf's kingdom, I actually can't remember the name of the castle right now, is the one that landed near walls. He's the one who's like, "Oh, Galuf," and died blocking the exit. Then the werewolf came in on the meteor that was over by Karnak, and towards the end of World 1, Kryl will come in on a meteor that literally slams into the Ronkan ruins. Alright, this is it. We have to defeat the defensive cannons! So, this has always amused me, too. This, unlike several of the things I've been bringing up, I don't think this is a plot hole. This just amuses me that the Ronkans, who built a floating city, were like, you know what this floating city really needs? A bunch of turrets and a mega cannon. So I've shown off Geomancy, so I can leave that job now. There is one other job, but... there it is, Ranger. So Ranger is a weird job. Because Ranger is kind of a crap job. A Ranger's biggest benefit is the fact that they can use a bow. And a bow isn't exactly terrible. I mean, it's just a bow. But a Ranger has the ability to get the quad hit, the offering effect from FF6. And that allows them to do quite a bit when multi-classed with other jobs. So I'm going to be kind of turning Galuf and Ferris both into melee heavies. And Lena, I'll be trying to turn into a specific type of mage. and then Chen will remain a monk for the entire game. So, up we go. I'm gonna eat while we do these fights, because I don't have a lot to talk about here. And no, it is never explained how the Lone Wolf got there. So this is what the ruins actually look like. Pretty cool looking, if you ask my opinion. Of the many floating continent city things we've had in the FF series, this is actually one of my favorite from a purely aesthetic perspective, at least on the outside. We'll see how horrific this place is on the inside when we get there. You know what, in hindsight, maybe I shouldn't do this job setup. Well... Let me think about this. No, I think I will actually do this. But I'm gonna change Galuf. See you around, Shadow Machine. Don't worry, there isn't. So, let's go ahead and talk about this. So, Necro asked a question. Do I think the Ronkans are on par with the Lufanians? Debatable. Remember, this is all Magitech here. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Gotta heal Chen. It's really important. Obviously, this is some pretty advanced stuff, but this is all Magitech. This place is completely powered by the Earth Crystals. That's why they shut it all off. So, whether or not Magitech is more advanced or less advanced than tech is going to be up to your opinion. And obviously, this place is very technologically advanced, as you can just see just by looking around. But I would say, at the very least, this place is more militarily advanced than the Lufanians, who didn't really have much in the way of offensive capability. They merely had a giant, space station thing going on, which, to our knowledge, had no actual defenses of its own. Whereas this place is actually kind of a fortress city, and has a giant soul cannon on the front. I've often believed that the Soul Cannon thing in in Super Mario RPG is actually a reference to this, but I could be wrong about that. And in fact, probably am. Hi, Marley. Yeah, by the way, it is literally called Soul Cannon. You can make of that what you want. However, given the fact that this is Magitech, and this is probably something that's not just firing gun shots, you know, casings or whatever, I like to think that this thing literally is powered by the souls of the dead, which are shoved into it and then shoot. You know, they shoot the souls at people. Either that, or the battery source for this thing, the thing that actually powers it, is souls. Take your pick. Also, you can learn both the Flamethrower Blue Magic spell and the Missile Blue Magic spell during the course of these fights. That looked easy, but that guy is actually a hell of a fight. He has been the ruin of several of my 4-job fiestas. So, I wish I liked this dungeon. Like, in theory, I should like this dungeon. I don't. I mean, it's not a badly designed dungeon. It's got it's cool aesthetic. It's got enemies that are pretty brutal and start really leaning heavily on status effects in order to hurt you. The boss at the end is rough, to put it as nicely as I possibly can. And, whoops, I went the wrong way. Yep. And on top of all of that, of course... Wait, did I go the wrong way? I think I didn't. On top of a lot of this place is the hidden passageways thing. Like, in order to properly get through here, you need to be able to see the invisible platforms and the hidden paths through the walls and whatnot. If you know what you're doing, it's not that hard to navigate. I, of course, don't, even though I've played this game a jillion times at this point. Yeah, if you have... Ironically, when I was doing my, I guess it was 3 Berserker run of this game, I actually had a really easy time here because I bothered to go farm the Death Sickles. At least I think I did. I know I had the Death Sickles by the time I fought X-Death because that's what I have on X-Death. Yes, there's also holes in the ground where you can fall and lose progress. Oh yes, the monsters here are extremely creepy. One of the monsters here is called a fan. It literally looks like a bunch of sinew stretched taut across bone. And that's a fan. An enchanted fan is actually the specific name. That's super gross. Should I do that? I mean... Maybe I should just... No. I'm sorry, let me think just for a moment. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Yeah, it's gross. And FF5 was basically the first FF to really start introducing gross enemies. I remind you, this is also when Tetsuya Nomura started doing design for the series. I don't know if those two facts are actually related or not. It's just true. That bedamned Clapperclaw blocks the path. Silence, there's no time for chatter. The beast is the guardian of the ruins. So this is our first barrier-shifting boss in FF5. Yeah. Not the hardest variant ever. The real problem is that there's quite a few different... Basically, this is actually multiple bosses at once. And what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to fight, I want to say, 8 of these things. Oh, we'll get there, Bio. Don't worry. We'll talk about Excess Castle when we get there. Mwahaha! Says the King of Tycoon, who is totally not possessed. Thank you. For anybody who wants to see what the Enchanted Fan looks like, you can go click that link that More Cowbell just shared. Thank you, More Cowbell. So, cutscene time. Another awesome song about to play. This is bad. Something's got to be controlling him. So this is a scene that kind of makes me tilt my head. Lena and Ferris refuse to let us fight him, to the point that their getting in the way allows him to defeat us really, really easily. Or at least it would, if not for the fact that another meteor comes out of nowhere, smashes into the Ronkan ruins, and then Cryo comes in and casts Bolt 1, or Lightning 1, or whatever you want to call it. Boop. Oh god, I didn't want to see that. Valvedrix, why did you link me that? Why? So this is actually kind of an amusing way they demonstrate that his amnesia is finally firmly gone. He takes his confusion and literally tosses it away. Yay! Galuf's memory returned. This is as good a time as any to mention that several people don't like Kryl as a character, because she's kind of a plot-convenient-y character until she joins the party. Every time she enters the story, it's to help us in some way that just kind of comes out of nowhere. It's just bzzz. There we go. Oh, you need help? Bzzz. Oh yes, by the way, Ferris's original name was Sarissa, which is probably why it was translated as salsa, but whatever. It's okay, there's arguably something much worse than salsa. Or the Carl boss. Yeah, by the way, remember, the ruins are still powered. Which means they're still draining the energy. Which means the Earth Crystal still breaks. Here comes one of my favorite FF villains. I'd say like my fifth or so favorite FF villain. It's good to see you again, for it means I have returned! This is technically his first time on camera, but again, we've actually seen him on camera several times up until now, and we've seen the effects of his actions quite a bit throughout. Crystals obey my magic. Give me your power! Smite these vermin! Think I'm just gonna sit back and let you do whatever you want? Yep! So yeah, Exdeath is really strong. Really strong. I have argued that he is the strongest FF villain across the series. I admit that that is debatable based on certain circumstances, but there is no denying that Exdeath is among the strongest FF villains throughout the whole series. So now, the king, their father, well, what he does here isn't exactly correct, but based on his statement there, come forth and reclaim your essence from me, it seems clear that what happens is he lets the crystals, which are still under the influence of Exdeath, attack him so that he can then restore the energy of the Earth crystals back into them, thereby seeping, basically pulling Exdeath magic out as you would poison from a wound. Thus leaving the crystals purified and available to give us the rest of their power, like they should. Of course, that involves not only them purifying Exdeath through him, but also him weathering their attacks. So he dies. And yes, he is really dead. Now I know what you're thinking. Man, I hope we at least get to bury this one. Well, funny fact, you remember how this floating fortress in the sky is powered by a crystal that just got shattered? Yeah. Also, it's worth noting this is the first time Ferris has really seen her father in probably like 10, 15 years. Maybe more. Hey, I didn't know you were in this game. And yeah. Lena, we don't have time for this. Credit for the sense make. They actually show them escaping the ruins, rather than just, oh, and we're outside. It's a cool little thing. Hey, Epic Da Vinci. Hey, Lex Scoopster. Well, by that logic, Kuja would be strongest Final Cloud. Also, Kefka didn't actually destroy the world. But, whatever, we're all going to disagree. There's nothing really wrong with that. And overseeing it, I suppose, Henson. Either that, or the specific spot where you turn on the crystal and set up the ruins is in the crystal room, which would make more sense since the fire crystal was set up the same way. So, Ferris, of course, has lost the father she never knew. Lena has lost the father who has been with her entire life. Also, if you're really paying attention, we've been losing a lot in this game. You notice it's kind of been a trend in some of the FFs. We failed to save the wind crystal. We got there after it was already shattered. We failed to save the water crystal. We got there as it shattered. Failed to save the fire crystal. And failed to save the earth crystal. Now the world is quite literally doomed. Way to go. This is when he explains about the Warriors of Dawn, Exdeath, sealing him away, yada yada. Notice that they were able to tell something was going on with the seal thanks to their own halves of the crystals back in the world of Galuf, the world B or whatever. This is also when we get a flashback for the viewers, although not the characters. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, that's actually a later scene. So now this scene kind of irritates me. So here's what happens. Galuf and Kryl are going back to their world. Okay, that makes sense. We don't follow them. Now, the obvious logic here is we don't follow them because it's a one-way trip. But the very next thing we do is go through this whole thing to try and follow them. Also, for reasons not really explained, they only have 4 of these meteorites. Galuf said it right out there, they only had the 4. So this was the last meteorite that could go from their world to this world. So... yes, exactly, max time. Remember, these 8 crystals used to be 4 crystals, and when the world split, you know, the crystals were split as well. So they are still connected to each other. In fact, it's very likely the reason the crystals in Galuf's world, World B, function the way they do when we get there is because of what has already happened to the crystals here in World A. Although I shouldn't say World A and World B, because then people think I'm talking about FF. So... well, now what? Basically. So we've been talking. They're still fighting Exdeath in that other world, and we've got to avenge Papa! wants more of Galuf, he's one of us. We knew you'd get it. So why didn't we just go with him in the first place? So now we have to undergo an entire little sub-quest with one of the most irritating bosses in the entire game, at least on a 4-job Fiesta, in order to get all the way back out there again. One of my most common strategies for fighting this upcoming boss is to just wait out their MP. Because otherwise, yeah. Oh, whoop, they're not. Oh, right, they're at Catapult. They're at Catapult. And that actually makes sense, Necro, but it still makes me wonder a little bit. I mean, do they not have the ability to make more? Have they lost the art of meteor crafting? I don't know. I don't know what Exdeath would do if he got a hug. Like if Tali from Mass Effect was like, hey, yes and no, Bio. It's not pure omniscience, but he does have scrying, yes. Wrong way. I always do this. Go this way. Would I hug Exdeath? Probably not, no. So let me get this thing. So we're going back to the meteor. Okay. Now, the funny thing is, from a purely technical perspective, the bombs are an interesting boss fight. And there's actually quite a few strategies to bypass the bomb's mechanics. But for a lot of 4-job Fiestas, where your access to mechanics are much more limited, you know... I don't think he could live with that decision, really. Oh, overshot. Yeah, there we go. Well, Zezad, at least, we can understand why he didn't come. And I suppose technically Kelgar shouldn't come because, you know, he's on the verge of death. So... Well, obviously Ultimecia, Bio. So they're like, alright, let's put the Adamantite back. Oh my god! That's strange. It absorbed energy from it. Wait a minute. Do you think the meteorite could be recharging? Maybe it's enough for us to travel to Galuf's world. Yeah! So, explain. Oh, that's your plan. But this piece of adamantite is too small. We need to get to the other meteorites. We need to combine the power of the 4 meteorites of light to get the 4 warriors of light to the 4th world of light. Wait. Too many lights. Sorry, guys. I also love how we have an airship, and Mid and Sid insist on taking the Black Chocobo. Guys, surely it'd be a little more comfortable to fly across continents in a ship? Just a thought. Whatever. Oh my god, Roxanus, I can't believe you just did that. Oh my gosh, there's monsters inside. Well, we can fix that. Boss fight. I think this one's Titan. Yep. So this part of the game kind of sucks. I talk about this almost every time I 4-job Fiesta in this game. For a decent chunk of the game now, for multiple bosses, several of which are pretty rough, you now have 3 party members. And if you don't know it's coming, you just lost whatever setup you'd been doing for Galuf. And you also lose whatever equipment he had with him. If you know it's coming, you can bypass this relatively easily. But imagine for a moment, just picture this. Picture that you had decided to go ahead and make Galuf your primary white mage, possibly your only white mage. And then, oh, Galuf's gone. I mean, it's not that damaging if you know what you're doing, but again, from the perspective of someone playing the game for the first time, this section kinda sucks, and it's probably the only part of the game, from a gameplay perspective, that makes me just kinda go, really, guys? So, this boss is the one I was talking about earlier. I'm actually going to explain the mechanics of this boss, because I think I'm going to trigger it. So, hang on. I'm going to kill one of these guys, and then I'm going to kill a second one. And then when he dies, he's going to cast Life 2, which reses the other one. And you probably already see the problem here. Each one of these actually is relatively easy. The only thing they do of any real danger is they cast Explode. Or Suicide, or whatever it's actually called. Self-Destruct, there we go, they cast Self-Destruct. Thing is, every single one of them casts a Rise, which reses all of the others when they die. Like that. So if you get offset, you start to have a problem. This is actually a boss design you don't see that often in games. In fact, the only other example of this I can think off the top of my head is the core packs in Molten Core. Now, there are actually quite a few strategies for dealing with these guys. But again, my most common strategy is just keep killing them until they run out of MP. The only danger at that point is if they self-destruct and you're not prepared for it. You need to keep killing them quickly enough so there's never 3 up at a time. And then you win. Also, a lot of AoE can deal with that fight quite well, as you saw with my kick. Although obviously kick is not supposed to do that kind of damage. Whoops, whoops. I'm just going to leave that dragon there for most of the rest of the game. Alright, so... 1, 2, 3. I guess this one. Yep. One more. Of course, Kay. Can't you? Man, they've been in there for a while. It's been like, what, 5 seconds? Sheesh. What can I say, Marlene? I love these games. Even after replaying them for a dozen times. 30 years of awesome, yo. Oh my god! No! Sid! Mid! So this is the Manticore. Probably the easiest of these meteor bosses. Whoops, I hit the wrong button. Damn it. Ah, well. Still enough. For some reason, they're still spinning. Ooh, ooh. Alright. So, turns out, for reasons that are never explained, the energy of the 4 meteors, which I remind you are not native to this world, happen to be converging on Bahamut. That is never actually explained. I don't know why Bahamut is the convergence point for a portal between worlds. But there it is. For some reason. So, let's go ahead and talk about something else. So, hang on. So here's the portal. That's like in his... Is that his back? So, no turning back now. One-way trip. We gotta do this. We gotta do this. It's super important. Yeah! It's worth noting that they kind of underemphasize this, but Bart has no family to come back to. His mother and father are dead. And Ferris and Lena not only have their mother dead, since years ago, but they just saw their father die in front of them. All 3 of these people don't actually have a lot keeping them here. They just... It's kind of logical that they'd be like, yep, let's do it. Plus, heroes. So Lena, says goodbye to the Chancellor. Ferris says goodbye to the pirates. And Bart, being the incredibly debonair social extrovert that he is, says goodbye to his chocobo. I make fun. Boko's awesome. It has been argued by some that the second world is not a separate physical planet, but is kind of more of a Terra to Gaia situation, like in FF9, where the worlds are basically, you know, one dimension off of each other or inside each other or something like that. Another example of this would be Metroid Prime 2, of a world where there's technically two worlds, but they're just dimensionally shifted right next to each other. And thus, the reason that this is how we get from the two worlds to each other is because doesn't quite explain the meteor thing, but it's a theory. A lore theory. Thank you for watching. Please don't sue me, MatPat. I get enough of that crap as is. I admit when I was younger, I automatically assumed this was another planet, but basically, with hindsight, I think it is far more likely... Okay, I do have some tense, thank God, that this is, in fact, a parallel dimension situation. Either way, both work. Both are possibilities. Lena, there's something I've been wondering about. It was way back when you were on the North Mountain. Why'd you risk your life just to save a drake? Actually, if this tiny island is part of Bahamut, it would make sense for why Bahamut doesn't wake up until World 3, because literally half of him is on the different planet. Sister, do you remember Mother? A little. Whenever I see a Hiryu, I'm reminded of her. How do you mean? Well, I'd tell you the rest, but we can't actually do that until we're at the Phoenix Tower. Yeah, oh, speaking of which, how many of you were stuck at this part of the game for a long time? And I'll raise my hand on this one, too. So, they actually designed this pretty well. There's only one enemy you can encounter on this island, and that enemy has a 100% chance to drop a tent. And if you stay here too long, you get a separate cutscene that says, hey, maybe we should use a tent. But... yeah. Because it's not super duper clear. Yeah, I'm with Lex. Basically, they're like, maybe we should set camp. And I'm like, okay, so they set camp. Now to keep running around for a bit. I didn't know it actually needed you to use a tent. Oh, encounter. So this section can be really, really rough for certain 4-job fiestas because we're about to fight a boss with Galuf only. Now, this boss is not hard because you're fighting him with Galuf only, but if you have a particularly bad job on Galuf, or haven't leveled him, or haven't got the right gear on him, you can actually get stuck here. I know someone personally who I think is watching right now who knows what that feels like, and it kind of sucks. I have also gotten stuck here for the exact same reason before. Lord Axteth, Galuf and the others have made it to the big bridge. Fortuitous timing. Prepare the giant mirror. Yes, my lord. Perhaps I should thank you. You're about to become quite useful to me. Also, Joe DiMaggio will always be Gilgamesh in my mind. Oh god, a dancer. That sounds like fun. Chen? Lena? Ferris? What the blazes is going on? Ah! That's far enough, Galuf. One more step and they die. No, Lex, I'd never do that. The Dissidia guy does a decent job, but John DiMaggio does a great job. Hey, who's this loser? Eh. I don't think he matters. Oh, Galuf's a knight? Yeah, you're gonna be fine. So, Galuf pulls back the army, and then goes on an infiltration mission on a dragon, like you do. I don't know about you guys, but I do all my infiltration missions on the backs of dragons. What's funny is Exdeath basically just needed time to power up the shield barrier towers. Wow, and of course the villain has a castle that, well, at least on the overworld map, looks like it's made of crystal. Everything's got to be crystal in the FF series. Oh, nice. Love it. Okay, how do we get all our gear back? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Of course, Sonoshi. Dragons are awesome. Just in case, although I don't think we'll need it. Whoops, I went the wrong way. So, grinding here is really hard. These enemies are not super hard, but they give crap experience, so not a great place for grinding. So again, if you're not ready to go for this section, you could pretty much literally get stuck here. It's one of the very few FFs that has a spot where you can just plain get stuck. Who is this guy? He looks weird. I like his armor. I think that's the Genji armor he's wearing there. Oh, I should have made him a thief. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. Inconceivable. Well then, that's enough beating for today. Don't step out of line again. Peace. Galoof! Just sit tight, I'll have you out of here in a jiffy. Thanks, old man. Sorry for messing up your plans, we just wanted... Yeah, whatever! I'll verbally berate you later, after we've blown this pop stand. Let's go! What I love about this, the first time through here, you know, we just walked by. This time we have to sneak under where all the monsters are. For no real reason. Something about that always amuses me. Hey, Tonic. Oh, right. See, it's clearly crystal. I don't see why anyone thinks this place is gross, personally. Yes, I do, Jedamiu. He is... Go-Go. Wait. Nobody likes this song. I'm sorry. Hang on. I apologize, guys. Do you want me to mute the game for this next section? I don't mind, really. Yeah, this is probably my personal favorite song, too. Oh, yeah, by the way, so we got a couple of other jobs, which include the Dragoon, the Samurai, Chemist, and Dancer. Let's see. I think we'll do Dragoon. I think she looks cool as a Dragoon. So this is a good time as any to mention something. I'll just take a couple steps to the right here. So, each FF has one song that is pretty iconic of that song. And in most cases, it's like one of the main character themes, or it's like the overworld theme, something like that, right? But what I find amusing is that a couple of the games, their most iconic song is a song that, for no real describable reason, just kind of became iconic. This song is the iconic song for FF5. There is really no denying this. As much as there is other music, and some people prefer other music, this is the definitive, the FF5 song. There's a similar situation over in FF8. Man with a Machine Gun is the iconic song for FF8. So, of course, this is what a Dragoon does. I probably shouldn't have to explain this, really. I don't know, I actually don't like the FF12 version of this song. So anyways, Dragoon is obvious, and it's actually really awesome in this game. Especially if you get Equip Lance, and then put, say, Equip Lance on a ninja who can then dual-wield some of the best lances in the game. So, yeah, there's some really awesome stuff you can do with Dragoons. multi-classing. Samurai. Well, samurai is a little bit different. I have, like, no money, but we're going to try to showcase what a samurai can do. Samurai does get a couple of interesting abilities. Shihidori is really useful, of course. There's a couple of other things that are nice about them, but the real benefit of a samurai, which in hindsight makes a lot of sense, is a samurai throws money at people. Yes, really. Now, if you have lots of gil, throwing money is incredibly overpowered. It hits everything, and it does a lot of damage, and it's math damage. So in other words, doesn't matter what their defenses are, doesn't matter what their stats are, doesn't matter what their evasion is, it just reduces their health by X amount based on how much gil you throw. So samurai is actually really, really overpowered if you have the money to make it work. Actually, pretty much the only reason I got as far as I did in my 2 years ago FF5 Forge Out Fiesta was because I had 3 berserkers and a samurai. So anyways, we also, of course, have chemists. So chemists are kind of unique. This is actually the first game that had chemists. And of course, in every game that has chemists, they are overpowered if you know what to grind, and if you know what to use. You have to specifically get certain items. Now, they have an ability called Drink. There's these special items that give them buffs that they can use with Drink. That's not actually the real benefit of a chemist, though. The real benefit of a chemist is an ability called Mix. And you can mix some really mean stuff. In actuality, this is probably one of the weakest presentations of the chemist, but only because of the fact that, for example, in FF10, Mix is ridiculously overpowered. That being said, and I think I've talked about this before, I don't mind things being overpowered under the right circumstances anymore. I used to be like, oh, this is overpowered, it should leave this game. Nowadays, I have the exact opposite opinion. I think if you're going to have something overpowered that requires knowledge of the game, or forethought, or leveling, or basically earning it somehow, basically sitting down and really earning that overpowered thing, that doesn't bother me. If you have to earn being overpowered, then you've earned it, so you get to be overpowered. You win. Congrats. So nowadays, things like chemists and whatnot...
Your dedication will be rewarded.
...don't bother me like they used to. Yeah, what Muad'Dib says is an excellent example of that. Blue magic is stupid overpowered, but only if you know what to get and where to use it. I mean, you can even kill what I consider to be one of the hardest bosses in FF5, the first X-Death fight at the end of World 2, with just blue magic. But you need to know what you're doing, and you need to do it pretty specifically. Now, hang on. Who dares donate? Who dares? In the middle of this. That was Roxymus, who casts Guildhouse on me. Ugh! Oh, dude. At least you didn't throw that much at me. Thank you. And that will be 4 Tidus Fantasy 10. There we go. Oh my gosh, it's Gilgamesh! Guess who was waiting behind the door the whole time? Yeah! Took you long enough, too. I was getting worried you might have gotten lost. Anyway, it's go time! Woo! Another thing I like about blue magic, and this is true in most of the games where blue magic is done well, is that there's blue magic that everyone can tell is useful, and then there's blue magic that you only know is useful if you know what you're doing. You know what I mean? So anybody could tell that, you know, Big Guard is useful. Anybody could tell you that White Wind is useful, you know, right? But only someone who really knows the game and knows what they're doing knows how to use level 2 Old and level 5 Death, or hell, any of the combinations that exist for that. Neo Garula. Or he he can just die. That's cool. That's cool. If I may be so bold, I think FF5 also hits a real sweet spot when it comes to player choice in customization. What I mean by that is, I've often spoken that I feel like giving the player too much customization for characters is a bad thing. It's too homogenized at that point. Every character is the same as every other character. But I also think that hyper-specialization has its own problems, because then every character, then there's no player agency, you know, there's no choice in designing or setting up or comboing your own character. I think FF5 in particular hits a nice sweet spot. Obviously, there's no real distinction between the characters in terms of gameplay. But, at the very least, with the job system in place, what we have is customization, but not like total invincible customization. You can't have everyone be everything at the same time, right? You can't walk into a fight and cast level 2 old, and then Hastaga, and then, you know, Meteor, and then double strike with jump and all that fun stuff. You need to pick and choose. I don't think this is exactly the best in-between system, but I do think this is nevertheless a very good system. So, you remember how in the FFs it's a common trend that people survive very, very far drops? Well, this is yet another example of people who were thrown quite a distance and are just fine, really. I'm going to show you exactly how far. So, do you see that cross? Pretty much in the very north and just a little bit northwest there. That's where we are, okay? Now, you see the southeastern continent with the blinking light? That's where we were. Well, it's actually a little west of that. So we just got blown roughly halfway across the entire planet. No, I do not play Record Keeper. So if I had to choose one job in FF5 for real life, I would choose White Mage. There's just too many uses that white magic has in real life. The ability to cure or remove poison and all that. What's that? You're sick? Zoom. Not anymore. So I'm actually going to buy a couple spells while we're here. Wait, I have no money. Do I have anything to sell? No, a doctor who can actually heal people. Yeah, I went there. I really don't. Wow, I just have no anything. Yeesh. Okay, well, that's cool. What I really came here for... yeah, no, this is right, this is right. Everyone dance with me. It's the best dancing in any video game ever. Wow, that was amazing. Here's 100 gil. I heard Exdeath returned, but he'd never bother with an out-of-the-way podunk town like this. Come on. Exdeath doesn't want to destroy the entire world. Right? Right, guys? Hang on, I need to go kill Lurker really quick. Unless someone wants to do it for me. Oh, you know, I just had a thought. Hang on, I'm going to save state. So this place has shield dragons. They will kill you. They will kill you. There are ways to fight the shield dragons and bypass them. We do not have access to those ways. So here's the sealed weapons. Jumpin' Jehoshaphat. These must be the 12 legendary weapons. They really do exist. Holy crap. So these were used in a battle 1,000 years ago? But they've all turned to stone. Well, I guess you can't expect that much from stuff that's a millennia old. So we can't actually do much here. We can just look at the weapons. But this is where the 12 legendary weapons are sealed. These were made by the Ancient Ancients, the guys before the Ronkans. And again, I'll be talking more about them later. FF10 is not mega homogenized, not like, say, FF12 without the job system is. But it's still, like, one step away. Yeah, I'm going the right way, just making sure. See you around next time. FF10 is distinguished in only really two ways, and that's the place where you start on the grid and the adjacent places on the grid. Other than that, it is still super homogenized, but it's only super homogenized if you're min-maxing or grinding all the way up. So FF10's is at least acceptable. I'm not sure I would call FF10 a good system, for the same reason I definitely wouldn't call FF12 a good system of alternate advancement. So anyways, these are Moogles. Moogles are awesome. Kupo. Kupo? You'll be hearing a lot of Kupo when we go through Type 0. I'm just going to warn you about that right now. Kupo? And you're going to hear that a lot. And of course, Lena is the one who wants to help the Moogles. So this game makes it pretty clear that the Moogles are supposed to be fairies. It's just the... it's just the FF version of a fairy. I guess I can stop being a chemist now. Yeah, that's true. FF10 has other things good about it, although I'll talk more about that later. Did I already? Yep, okay. So this is a dancer. Dancers are actually more powerful than you'd really think. I'm going to try and show that off in the next combat we get here. Moogle Eaters, gotta have the Moogle Eaters. So Dancer has the ability to dance, which isn't that useful, but can do some debuffs. Basically, bards are for buffs, dances are for debuffs. But they also have this other unique feature in that when they attack, they don't just flat attack, they actually have a random effect that happens. Yes, I did, more cowbell. Excellent, good girl. So when a dancer attacks, they have the ability to do something that steals health, something that steals mana, and something that does quad damage. And basically functions as an auto crit. And it's actually really awesome. It allows a dancer to be really good if you set them up right. There's actually a dancing dagger in the game that emulates the same effect. There's also specific gear you can put on a dancer that makes it so that they're far more likely to get the quad hit effect rather than anything else. I mean, I guess I could get the Brave Blade. I don't think I'll actually use it. I don't really have a lot of use for the Brave Blade, but I could totally go get it, yeah. Since this particular playthrough, I have no intention from running from any battle, and therefore the Brave Blade will be useful. For those of you not aware, the Brave Blade goes to hell in terms of stats the moment you run at all. The first time you run, it goes to crap. By contrast, you have to run, what is it, like, 200 times, I think, in order to make the chicken knife worthwhile. No, I did not, Lex. Yeah, if it's not obvious, Chen is kind of carrying the party right now. I need to change her on the dancer, actually. So apparently these are set tiles, because I have Ink None on. So we've shown off all the jobs now. What was I doing with her? Was I going to do that with her? He's doing that. I could do that. You know, I actually don't remember off the top of my head, Tukoida. I feel like you can double jump, but I know for a fact you can double spear, because that's one of the strategies for Shinryu. I just don't know if it affects with jump or not. Let's make her a traditional. Well... Can someone do me a favor and see if you can find a job point cheat for FF5, specifically Game Shark, and it has to be the English version. The cheat's very based on version. I don't need these cheats, but it will make a few things quicker and easier later. So, and I'll go ahead and... So this is actually the easiest boss in the entire game. The Tyrannosaurus Rex. Dun, dun, dun. Truly, this is the most terrifying fiend ever to be found in the entire world. And then it's dead. Oh, you must have been so scared. It's okay, don't worry, come closer. Kupo? Ugh. I think I knew about the undead thing even when I first played this. I'm not sure, though. We'll see if the jobs cheat works. And yeah, I should probably use a guild cheat, too, because, honestly, I will actually want to buy some stuff later. Is that... no. Gosh darn it. Why isn't it adding it? What? Why can't I add a code? Like, it's not adding these codes at all. Whatever. No job points. No gil. Whatever. Moving on. So this is an interesting little tidbit. How many people didn't actually know how to do what was going on here? It's pretty obvious in hindsight. He walks into the desert and he says, nope, 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 nope. And then he walks a very specific path. See you around, Lex. I admit sometimes I forget this path. And I game over as a result. I'm actually curious if Enk None works here. Like, I really am. Or if this is scripted. So I just save stated. Yeah, if you walk that path, it actually has no encounters. If you walk out into the desert, you fight something called a land shifter or something like that, which absolutely devastates and destroys you. And if I'm not mistaken, you can't even run from it. Which one is that one that you just linked, Modi? Oh, that's okay. So, let's try and add this, and then... Okay, that one added. I guess it just wasn't accepting the format earlier. Land Shifter, that's what he's freaking called. Oh, hey, I just got something. Hang on. Guys, I'll be right back. Don't worry, I want to show this off on stream. It's something stupid that you'll hate me for. There are no samurai left. None whatsoever. So, I'm not going to do this right now, obviously. I'm a little busy. But, the last book finally arrived. I've been waiting for it to go on sale, or at least not be super expensive for a while, because it was like $40. This is the very last of the Nintendo Adventure books by Clyde Bosco. And, you know, the Choose Your Own Adventure stuff. And this is actually my favorite of the old ones, too. At least by memory. So, yay. Apparently someone has actually solved all the puzzles already. That's interesting. Anyways, woo! Finally got the last one. Alright, so, back to the game that we're actually playing right now. There's those pesky Moogles. It's up here somewhere. There it is. 1,000 million billion. Don't. Do you really want me to fight a guy? Alright, hang on. Oh god, I don't think I can. I don't think I can leave the village now. Huh. Okie dokie. So I've gotten stuck at this point more than once. More than I'd like to admit. So the Moogles, being fairies, are super shy around people. But they know Lena, and we did help them, of course, from the Moogle leaders. So they're like, "Aw, you're good in my book." I must become a Dark Knight and murder all the Moogles, and all the Mazidians, and all the... So we get a couple things here. There's the Dancing Dagger, which, again, I highly recommend you pick up the Dancing Dagger. It is one of the most useful for many different job things, like, in the game. It is useful all the way into World 3, and arguably farther. But, I don't know. Personally, what I really want is a Moogle! Costume. Kupo. Kupopo. Kupo. And then the other Moogle falls in love with us. And then gives us the Elven Mantle, which is our second Elven Mantle. I think this actually is supposed to be our third, but I don't remember exactly. Well, now that we have the Elven Mantle and are officially Moogles, so the Moogles apparently can have the internet. And so he just got a tweet. Yes, Dakota. See you around, Domo. It's Grandpa. He's in the Moogle village. Moogles can communicate through Twitter. Even when they're far apart, they can keep in contact with their minds. The Windrake is too tired to fly. God damn it. Koopa Book. Oh, I use Koopa Book all the time. Although I like Koopater a little bit better than that. Aww. I don't get what everyone says is the big deal about Koopa Tube, though. I think it's just a fad. I don't think it'll ever take off, really. Kukord is alright. Although Bombazon is weird. They keep offering me free shipping. I'm not sure if I should take them up on that, though. So, I have to admit, when I first saw this, I didn't realize that's literally a Koopa's face there. Or, excuse me, a Moogle's face. So we land at the news. As an aside, I am one of those people who does actually like Moogles in pretty much every one of their incarnations. Very few exceptions to that. And, what can I say? They're cute. If I would totally be friends with a Moogle in real life. Nobody Mega Mike. God. Yeah, that took me a moment, Mega Mike. Wait, there were Moogles in FF7? Twice? In the whole game? I guess that's not true. 3 times, sorry. 3 times in FF7. There's Moogle quest chains in 14. Yeah. This is probably the first real inclination we have that the 2 worlds are actually connected, that Hiryus are actually in both worlds. And pretty much look and function the same. The Moogles in 9 are probably my favorite, but I have to admit, from a purely aesthetic perspective, I do really like the Moogles in 12. But the Moogles have their own, like, subculture in FF9, you know? And it's awesome. And there's a lot of variety to the individuals, and they each get just a little bit of different personality to them, and I love it. I absolutely love it. As in most things, FF9 feels like the most fleshed out world of the FFs, and the Moogles are no exception to that. What time is it? Oh, it's not that late. Okay. We 6 are the only troops left! That's kind of a joke, but actually there aren't that many left. So, oh yeah, spoiler alert, sorry, big plot twist, Galuf is actually a king. It's okay, basically all of the people who are party members, either temporarily or permanently, in FF5 are royalty. Bart's is the only exception. I love this, by the way. I thought you were just some crazy old man. You never said anything about being a king. Well, you know. I love Bart's face here. What is it? You still got that funny look on your face. It's you! The king! I still can't get over it, that's all. What, you saying I'm not the epitome of kingliness? Oh yeah, is Bio's there? Hey Bio, are you there? I never actually answered your question. Just kidding! I better mind my P's and Q's around you, King Galuf. Listen up. Before you knew me as a king, you knew me as a friend. Just Galuf is fine. Understood, Just Galuf! Don't push it, kid. We're here at Ball. Bad jokes like that will get you punished. Dun! Yes, they actually wrote that into the game script thing. Anyways, the reason I don't like people like Bart's is I don't like people who don't really have the ability to take things seriously. Now, this is mostly from Dissidia. In 5, he's actually a lot better about this. But as with most characters in Dissidia, they kind of get caricatured. You know, they get Flanderized to be more of one particular character trait rather than the rest. And so Bart in Dissidia is one of those guys who's just always goofing off. Now, I like goofing off, and I'm a bit of a goof myself. But I also, it actually irritates me when there's something serious happening, or something serious is being presented, or there's a quiet, somber moment, and someone is just goofing off in the background. So that's why I mentioned the Bart's thing back in Dissidia. So, the dragon is injured. Actually, he's dying. So we need dragon grass, which we don't even know if dragon grass is in this world, but actually it is. Drakenvale. I agree that quite a few of the characters were better in Dissidia. Golbez is an excellent example of someone who gets a lot more fleshed out in Dissidia. The Cloud is another good example. The Cloud, not Cloud. Galuf has been renamed. If there was enough character names, I would totally, and of course, if it'll let me rename him, I would totally rename Galuf just Galuf. Alright, so we're going to Drakenvale. We're going to go get some dragon grass to save the drakes. Now, interesting fact, in, oh, actually, I'm going to show something off really quick here. I'm not saying he's not awesome in 4, I just think he is even more awesome in Dissidia. So this is one of the better leveling spots for job points and money in the game. However, these things give crap experience. Also, you need to know what you're doing here. So, you need to either come here and soft your way to victory. In other words, or not soft, needle? Golden needle? I don't even know what they call it. But anyways, you use the thing that gets rid of petrify to instantly kill these things. So any job can use it other than berserkers. Or you come here with a blue mage who knows level 5 doom, and all of these things are multiple of level 5. You will get a ton of job points here, and a ton of money. In fact, this is probably the best leveling spot in terms of money and job points over time in the entire game. Now, to explain what I mean by that, I feel weird having to explain this, but I've had people ask me about this before, so I'm going to go ahead and explain this. Let's assume you fight a boss that gives you 100 experience, okay? However, this boss fight takes you 10 minutes to fight. Now let's say you fight something that gives you 50 experience, but takes you 5 minutes to fight. Those give the same experience value, because both of them give the same exp over time. You with me? So, if you fight something that only gives 20 experience, however, you can kill it in 1 minute, you are now doubling the amount of experience you're gaining over fighting the guy who gives 100 experience and takes 10 minutes to kill. So, in terms of job points and gil over time, that spot is ridiculously efficient. And the good news is it's still in World 3 as well. So, I've been asked about it to Koida, so I thought I'd talk about it. Anyways, this is hilarious. I've talked about this before. Galuf is a terrible king. Probably became a king by virtue of being a hero rather than, you know, any competency. Or by hereditary means, and rather than competency. And just in case you think I'm exaggerating, I'm going to show this on camera again. Yes, this is the second time Galuf is an idiot. Word for word. Alright, now close that gate and seal it. Don't let anyone inside, no matter what. Okay. In fact, their actual response is, if you so command. I guess. I do like how we're immediately attacked by Exdeath's monsters. It gives the impression that they're literally just sitting here watching the castle. And now it's revenge! Oh, I guess we'll see if the cheat works now. Whichever one I inputted. There are multiple methods by which Galuf could have added a caveat that's like, hey... Okay, I think the job points cheat worked. Yeah, I think the job cheat worked. Well, anyways, now that she's a ranger, let's turn her into a ninja. Rapid fire. I'm not sure what to make of the job points on the 2 red mages there, so I guess we'll just see what happens. If worse comes to worse, whatever. I just wanted dual cast. I just wanted to cast 2 spells at the same time. Is that too much to ask? Quelb! That's the name of this place. Hey, Cladden. Well, gotta go find Kelger. Werewolf people. Chen, calm down. They're our allies. If our allies are pointing blades at us, I certainly don't want to meet our enemies. Hey, Kelger. It's been quite a while, has it not? Sure has. Kelger. Here's one of the 4 Dawn Warriors. He fought Exdeath with you 30 years ago? Who are these younglings? Folks from the world where we sealed Exdeath. Friends of Exdeath? Huh? No. These cads are the ones who destroyed the crystals and brought Exdeath back. And you've led them here? Also, Kelger's portrait looks really, really stupid. I'm sorry. Look at that. Just, really? Now, what's funny about this scene is that this is a scene that really has no actual purpose. Basically, Kelger doesn't actually legitimately think we are allies of Exdeath. Instead, he just wants to test our mettle in battle. I don't know why, considering he is both old and feeble. In fact, his being low on health and being on the verge of death is actually a plot point. But whatever. And then, of course, everyone's like, dude, I told you not to hurt him. What? But, okay. Also, Mike Tyson reference. Or, excuse me, Punch-Out reference. Yes, Bart's basically just killed Kelger. And by basically, I mean literally. Granted, he was on the verge of death anyways, but... To foil my lupine attack so easily, you're more skilled than you seem. It's just a trick I learned from my dad. From your dad? What was his name? Dorgan. So this is when we find out that we're actually half Lunarian. I mean, that we're actually half Esper. I mean, that we're actually half Genova. I mean... Sorry. Yeah, so, spoiler alert, Bart's dad was one of the 4 Warriors of Dawn. Yes, I do, Cladden, and it's for renaming characters or for making Tidus laugh a lot in FF10. I don't know, probably Time Mage, Dakota, if I had to. So I like this, by the way. Dorgan is the only one opposed to this idea. What, seal him here? We can't just leave
Of course you follow me. They all do.
We can't just leave a demon from our world in another. What other choice do we have? Look sharp, lads, he's recovering! Damnation. Also, this is actually kind of a plot point, is the fact that Exdeath has incredible endurance and regenerative abilities. Every time they beat Exdeath, he just gets right back up. They even say that, no matter how many times we put him down, he just kept getting back up. Now, who dares donate? It was a donation from Decidian to rename Strago. Where's Strago? To rename... No! Strago won't be named Lore. To rename Strago Decidian. Where is it? There it is. There. Or, excuse me. Sidian, because Decidian won't actually fit. And thank you for the donation, Decidian. There we go. Basically, yeah, Takoida. Exdeath really does have incredible regenerative and endurance abilities. He is a hell of a tank. In fact, that's actually a plot point, which I'll be bringing up much later. So Dorgan stays behind to watch over the world. Again, it's implied that Dorgan feels guilty over the fact that they basically just, sealed their evil in a can in a completely unknown, helpless world, so he stays behind to try and make up for it. The whole guilt thing. How fair is Dorgan? He's dead. Son of Dorgan, anything you ask of me shall be done. You only need name your request. Actually, we need to go north. Okay. I wish I too could fight by your side, but you hit me really hard, Bartz. I know, right, Jeremiah? Although they do have guns in FF10, so... You know what, guys? I could really use a heal right about this point in time. You see these 3 sheep there? They're really cute, aren't they? Look at them. They're so cute. Who's a good sheep? Who's a good sheep? Hey, can I have some breakfast, please? For lunch, I guess? Maybe dinner? I don't know. What do you got? Ooh, this is excellent. God. Delicious. Thank you. Free in, guys. With dessert as 8 potions. I'd like to say once again that I absolutely love the idea of potions being sweet flavored. And why are there only 2 sheep, guys? I'm sure it's nothing. I love the idea of like flavored potions. You know, like we have so many different types of soda nowadays with so much different flavoring and variety to them. Imagine if there was like watermelon potions and like cranberry potions and cola potions. Wouldn't that be kind of cool? I'm sorry, that's the world builder in me again. So I'm going to start looting chests, just in case. I don't think I'll need it, but there are a couple of fights in this game that actually can be pretty rough, so I want to have at least options. More than any other game, FF5 is a game in which having options is a good thing, especially since it's so malleable to the circumstances. And the game pretty much expects you to have, like, some flexibility in your party makeup in order to be able to deal with all this stuff here. Also, this is where you get Gollum. Gollum is without question the best summon in the entire game. What Gollum does is you summon Gollum, and then he effectively turns into a barrier for you. What I mean by that is, if you played like World of Warcraft, you already understand, but you get a bubble, and that bubble prevents you from... there it is. Just straight up prevents you from taking physical damage for a period of time until the bubble is expended. No, I'm sure he cooked it, Necro. But yeah, Golem is really, really, really useful in this game. I mean, there are summons that do lots of damage, and summons that can instantly kill, but Golem is just awesome. I, of course, will not be getting Golem, but yeah. Aren't werewolves supposed to be vegetarian? Sure. We'll go with that. Not that I think I need it. This is a fight that is very easy or very hard, depending solely on RNG. So this is the status effect boss. This is the status effect boss. And what happens is completely at the mercy of which status effects you actually get. This is also a small, subtle touch that the game doesn't really do a lot of time establishing or expanding upon, which is a shame because it's a really cool idea. The idea is that our world is, despite having, all these monsters and whatnot, is still a decent place overall. This world is much more hostile and much more dangerous in pretty much every respect because of the fact that this is where Exdeath is. And as a consequence of everything, just having Exdeath in the world and such a huge density of demons and monsters and all other kind of fun stuff, this world is way worse off. This is one example of that. Rather than, the dragon grass being just grass that allows you to eat and be better, in here it's a freaking monster. Oh yeah, by the way, we're attacking 8 times per round because dual wield plus multi-strike, or whatever it's called, is, again, it's one of the most basic combos in this game, but it is a very good generic combo to have. Alright, so we mastered Red Mage. Good thing to know. Thank you again for the cheat there. Let's see. Oh yeah, by the way, you get a little star thing when you master someone. And if you so this is actually another thing about FF5 that I think they tell you about it in the tutorial room, but I don't know if they do otherwise. So once you master most of the jobs, actually master it, some of the stats from that job go and fold over into the mime and the freelancer. So in other words, if you master every job, the mime gets all of the stat bonuses from all the jobs, plus all of the passive abilities. I forget all of the passive abilities, but the most basic passive abilities are all the ones that the thief gives. You get the dash button, the ability to see through walls, you know, the geomancer's ability to not have to walk on dangerous terrain. All that stuff just becomes part of the kit when you are a freelancer or a mime. So in addition to the classic multi-job aspects of the system, you gain benefits for actually finishing off a job and then going for like an endgame build. So that's cool. Speaking of which, I think we might do this. I'm pretty sure you get the MP boost from white mages and black mages too. Yeah, what Takoida's saying is basically why this is a great idea. The general concept is that you still get a benefit from grinding, even after you're no longer grinding the specific thing you're grinding. Hey, Larian. Possibly Little Billy? I mean, they've been doing damaging terrain in every FF from 1 through 5. And in 6, there's damaging terrain as well. I don't remember if there is in 7. But at literally least FF1 through 6 has damaging terrain as a mechanic. So what was I doing with you? Ranger... Oh, right. Knight. And he's a monk. Sure, Muad'Dib. Why not? I mean, the other cheat worked just fine. Oh god, I don't have teleport. Someone remind me to buy the teleport spell at some point. Yes, Freelancer is actually the best job in the game if you master everything. Arguably, Freelancer is the best job in the game even if you don't master everything. Or not Freelancer, excuse me. Mime. Mime is the best job in the game, even if you don't master anything. There's one difference between Mime and all the other jobs, and I'll try to demonstrate it here. Okay, you know what? Hang on. This is debatable, and it's going to be a matter of opinion. The benefit of the Freelancer is that they can equip everything, and they get the benefits of the other jobs, like I mentioned earlier. The benefit of a Mime is they can equip 2 things and get the benefits of the other jobs. So either you want all of the equipment access from being a Freelancer, or you want access to the additional job slot of being a Mime. So in general, if you're going Mage type, you probably want to be a Mime, and if you're going Melee type, you probably want to be a Freelancer. Both of them, in one way or the other, are the best jobs in the game if you actually grind your way up to that. And I'll kind of demonstrate what I mean by that. I was actually doing this wrong during one of my playthroughs of this game. But I'll do it correctly this time. And of course, Mime also has the ability to mime. Which means, for example, if you set up one Mime to, say, dual cast Flare or something like that. Oh, I have to go find teleport? Damn it. In fact, I know for a certainty I have teleport by now in this game, because this is usually the first dungeon where I start actively using teleport to get out of dungeons. Yeah, exactly, Necro. Although some people think he's a Freelancer, and those people are wrong. Hang on. Yeah, we have a lot. The guild cheat worked. The guild cheat worked. Let's just go ahead and actually let's do this. So, I'm sorry. 1 second. There we go. Got the cheat saved. Or make sure I don't lose those for later. On the off chance that I ever want to cheat in this game again. Just gonna buy some spells here real quick. Just in case I need or want them later. We also get Comet pretty early, but Comet's actually kind of weak. There's a Comet 2, which is much stronger. Or not Comet 2, sorry, Meteor, which is much stronger, which we actually have to do a quest to unlock later. Oh yeah, so, you remember how Galuf gave that incredibly intelligent order? Hey, we're back! Let us in! Nope! So, this amuses me for multiple reasons. First of all, Galuf giving that order without any, like, if-then statement attached to it is obviously very stupid. But look at how incredibly easy it is for individuals to infiltrate this castle. Now, an army? Yeah, no, an army can't infiltrate this way. But Exdeath has access to plenty of powerful individuals who he could use to infiltrate. So, I mean, this is not the best designed setup ever. And I thought there was a chest over here, but I guess not. Whatever. For the one and only time in the game, I wish I was a thief. Yeah, I thought there was something over there. I guess not, or maybe I just missed it. I don't know. I was hitting A as I went through there. Yeah, all you need is someone to sneak in and open the gate, and poof! Hey guys. Hi, morons. Gonna get prepped for endgame here. You can buy a lot of items here, by the way. Castle Ball is basically the endgame town for World 2. Which is weird, because it's actually the first town in World... Well, actually, no, that's not true. It's the third town in World 2, but still. A whole bunch of stuff here. For no reason. Also, you can buy gold needles here. They're actually quite cheap. So even if you fight a 5-pack, which would take 5 gold needles, you'll actually make more than however many gil that is in fighting them. So it is still worth doing, even there. Where the heck is teleport? Because I really need teleport. Ain't down here. Because, yeah, that's just that. Also, you might wonder why there's just a random dungeon underneath Castle Ball. That will come up later. There's teleport. Woo! Uh-oh. Something's up with Cryle. Creel. I'm gonna go with Cryle. Yeah, I'd say it's okay. Not quite as badass. So, Cryle is like, dude, Guido is calling. Well, okay. Guido is a sage who has lived for over 700 years. He is the one who prophesied that the crystals in your world would break. He's calling her psychotically? Psychically, Chen. Anyhow, the sage might know some way to defeat Exdeath, so let's do it! So, we actually saw a decent amount of Exdeath on-screen characterization back in World 1. We're going to see Exdeath more off-camera in World 2, but he's still going to get us a decent amount of characterization as we go throughout World 2. What we're about to see fairly soon now is one of the first bits of that off-camera characterization. But first we need to save the Hiryu. And you know what the best way is to convince someone to eat something? Well, eat some of it yourself. Especially if it's horrifically poisonous to you! God, Lena, really? How many times is this? At this point, I think this is the second or third time Lena has done something recklessly dangerous out of her compassion. Actually, I didn't get Asuna back in Karnak Castle. Thud. And then Lena dies, except she totally doesn't. And Lena is replaced by Cryle. Keep in mind, Cryle is someone who is already injured right now. Like, she is actively recovering. So she rushes out. I'll save you, Lena. Carl's like, I'm okay. Thud. And then Kryle dies, except she didn't either, but yeah. Oh my gosh. So anyways, Lena is still reckless. Kryle is just about. I actually feel for Kryle. It must be really horrific, to be blunt, growing up on this particular planet. Or world, I should say. A world in which X-Death is an everyday feature. Again, they don't really talk about this much, but I always picture this place being similar to FF10. Or at least, it used to be, I should clarify, because obviously X-Death's been sealed for the last 30 years. But, you know, the idea that this place used to be just as bad as FF10 with Sin roaming around. In several ways, yes, Jedi Mew. They have the same general character archetype. So now we have gotten our first vehicle in World 2, which is our 1, 2, 3... Yeah, this is our 4th vehicle total so far. Believe it or not, this actually doesn't open up a lot of additional possibilities for us in FF5's second world here. In the second world. I believe the official name for this place, by the way, is Galuf's World. Yes, really. No, we don't get the... We actually get the sub in World 2. So there's a couple of things we can do here, but I'm just going to go ahead and go straight for Zezat's fleet. By the way, what do you prefer, Zezat or Zezat? I've heard both. Oh, we can just go to X-Death's castle! Okay, fine. So, for reference... wait. Are we not at that stage yet? Oh, right, I have to go to Guido's place first. Whoops! Whoops. Sorry. Sorry. It'll work, Dakota. Eventually. Alright. Sorry, actually, I completely spaced this scene. Okay, so, we're here. Time to meet Sage Guido. However, X-Death is really strong. No, seriously. Now, I already talked about how powerful Emperor Mateus is with the whole Cyclone thing, and that is extremely impressive. But this is equally impressive. X-Death is not using the Void here. He's not empowering himself with some ancient crystals. This is just something X-Death can do. He just sinks an island, He just does it. No, I don't think I will, Final Cloud. Nobody likes the Gill Turtle anyway. I have actually never really used the Gill Turtle for farming. I've never enjoyed that method myself. And that would mean turning off Eggknon, and that's just not happening. So, now that the entire island has been sunk to the depths and Sage Guido is dead, well, time to move on, I guess. Whatever. Now the fleet's here. Yes, the fact that he could tell we were there is another aspect of his scrying ability. Oh, as an aside, you actually... The game gives you a little bit of direction here. If you go to the other castle, they flat out say, hey, you know, King Zezat is off. Or Zezat. Zezat? Whatever. King Zezat is off at the fleet, you know, getting ready to attack X-Death's castle. And it's like, oh, okay. And that's how you're supposed to know to come down here. I don't think I actually knew that until pretty recently. I discovered that during our most recent Forge Up Fiesta. So this is another of the warriors of the Fordawn. So Dorgan's dead, of course. Kelgar is in bed. Galuf is there, and Zezat is right there. He is the swordsman. Galuf is the old guy. The two of them had a good laugh. There's some good dialogue between the two of them, but for right now, why don't you guys go below deck and just rest? Okay. The fleet is just a decoy. Once the barrier's down, nothing will stop us. There's 4 towers, but as long as you destroy one of them, the barrier will be disabled. So you can kind of get the general gist of our plan here. Right. Also, yes, so on. We're digging a tunnel through the ocean floor, and this guy is seasick. Alright, guys. Oh, I'm looking forward to a nice, calm, relaxing night with no awesome music. No awesome music. Oh! I got to Neo X Death Final Cloud, and then I ran out of time, basically. Gosh darn it, I did it again. Let's do it! This X-Death, somehow he's got the jump on us. Yes, this is the battle on the big ship. I do like how they do that right there. It shows... It's a really small point, but it shows how these two know each other and have fought alongside each other for so long that even 30 years later, they quite literally have each other's back. I like that. Leave this trash to me. There we go. You can actually avoid all of those battles except for this one. So this is when Enkidu enters the fray. Oh yeah, by the way, knights in this game get an ability called Two-Hand, which is pretty much exactly the same as the Gauntlet over in FF6, as in the opposite of dual wielding. Ah, blue skies and the rolling sea. It's days like this that give you high and life. But you, sirs, are harshing my buzz. Oh, I should have changed jobs. Whatever. He was right. Enkidu, faithful sidekick. I trust you to take care of the rest. Faithful sidekick? Enkidu? Hey, sidekicks are not to ditch the hero. Yeah, if I go, I'm taking you with me. How about going for a swim? Hey, foul! That's playing dirty. I'm not supposed to be the only one in the drink. Don't forget all gloves. Again with the puns. Zezad is rather punny. A little bit too puntastic, if you ask me. Man, that Hiryu just saves our life so many times. Okay, so... Alright, Suited Knight, Ninja, Ranger. She's actually technically ready to go. So... I mean, I could do more with her, I guess. Basically, yes, Thanatos. So we'll do Rapid Fire and Julio. Unfortunately, I don't have any particularly good gear for her yet, but Ferris is basically good to go. That's pretty much the build I intend to use on her. Freelancer, Rapid Fire, dual wield. So they have a submarine. A cave submarine, no less. Honestly, the level of overall tech and magic advancement in this setting is all over the place. It's surprisingly inconsistent. The fleet's only a decoy. The real plan is to get the barrier tower by submarine. That's kind of brilliant, actually. You expected any less? The tunnel that leads to the barrier tower has been completed. Let's go! Oh, of course, they obviously have access to explosives as well. I remind you that the other world just now got access to a ship that runs without sails. And even that required the most brilliant engineers of the time, working together. That being said, I do kind of like the idea that they had spent all this time and effort digging out just this tiny little area, because that actually makes sense. Digging takes a hellacious amount of time, especially if you're doing it underwater. So, they're going to give us the Whisperweed, straight out of FF4. See? Whisperweed. I guess that's true. I mean, this world has been in a state of war, and currently is in a state of war, so I suppose that makes sense. So this dungeon can be pretty rough. There's a lot of things here that do level length attacks, and Atomos is a boss that is really, really difficult if you don't know what you're doing. I like to think you just kind of hold it up to go like a walkie-talkie kind of situation. So even with crap gear, you can see why Ferris is pretty much good to go here. Although I suppose since I'm doing this, I might as well just mega cheat, right? I mean, that's the point of a Lorerun, is to mega cheat, right? So let's do it. Mega cheat time, except for you know, so. We're gonna start super mega cheating. Oh, don't worry, Bio. We'll get there. Sadly. You know, I guess it would make sense that Red Mage didn't finish in one round, since it's only 1000 JP, and Dancer and Red Mage, I think that's it, actually, both take more than 1000 JP to finish. This is kind of a clever effect. It's actually not the first or last time they'll be doing this in FF5, this sort of overlay thing. Really needed that gill. Sigh. Galoof, do you read? Over. This is Zezat. Over. Good, I've made it to the generator. Over. I always like how it goes, Ksh, I've made it over here. Ksh, over. And they actually say over, even though they're literally talking into a plant that just communicates with the other plant. Look at this. Don't worry about it. Just get to the roof as fast as you can. Over. Gotcha. Over. So this is actually still a decent dungeon. It's not super long. The enemies are clever rather than just being unfair. And, oops. I missed a chest. And it's not, like, there's no gotcha traps. There's no whoops. I say that as I get attacked by dragons who can kill you under the wrong circumstances. I mean, they hit kind of hard. Oh, I have absolutely no doubt that Galuf and Zezat are just getting into the spirit of the moment. I guarantee you they're just having fun with it. These guys have known each other for at least 40 years now. They're just like, yeah! Which kind of... It's good that this whole section helps to emphasize the bond between Galuf and Zezat. Otherwise, I mean, this would be kind of pointless. Oh yeah, so Thieves give you a unique ability in the GBA version, and that's to go this quickly. It's harder to control than you'd think, which is why I'm not using it most of the time. It is... yeah. So, let's explain the Atomos fight. Atomos has a very simple AI, actually. He non-stop chain casts Comet until one of you die. Once anybody is dead, he then actually stops doing anything and slowly eats them. It is about as horrific as it sounds, by the way. Because the whole idea is that, I mean, remember, you're not dead if you're at 0 HP. You are merely downed. So imagine if you're like, and you just kind of are slowly getting dragged into this gaping maw. Because that's what happens. And that's what he looks like. So yeah, he's just going to Comet. The good news is we might actually be able to kill him without actually bothering. He doesn't have a lot of HP, but again, here's the thing. The easiest strategy on this guy, by far, is to deliberately let one of your people get killed. Because once one of your people is killed, he no longer does anything. He just starts eating them. And then you have plenty of time to go ahead and kill him. And of course, if it's getting to the point where you're having trouble, like maybe, you know, it's getting really close to being eaten, you just res him really quick, and then he'll start attacking someone else. And as Roxymus points out, Atomos is basically supposed to be kind of a walking black hole, similar to how he's presented in FF9, actually. So, not actually literally chewing on you with teeth, which would actually be worse if you think about it. Zezat, we destroyed the antenna! Conveniently, his exit is blocked. Galuf, things are starting to get hot down here. You need to hurry and make your escape. The energy feed's gone into a recursive loop. Straight out of Voyager. It's only a matter of time before it all blows. Man, it's a sure good thing the Hiryu knew we were over here. By the way, that's plot convenience. At no point are they like, hey, man, I sure hope the Hiryu goes to this area to be ready to take care of us. Nope, Hiryu just shows up, like, hey, I figured you guys would be here on the tallest tower nearby. Just randomly. Galuf, of course, this is actually a good scene. Earlier, Ferris was willing to literally dive into a whirlpool to save Sildra, and nearly swam out into the ocean to save her. Here, Galuf is so wigged out about this, and refuses to leave Zezat behind. Of course, Zezat knew about this. This was always his plan. But it would have been too dangerous for any of you to go in my stead. 4 new warriors have been chosen by the crystals. They must be the ones to fight X-Death. Galuf and Chen, Lena, Ferris. The rest is up to you. Don't worry. I'll always be with you when you need me. And then Zezat dies. Hey, Denoble. So again, Galuf is so... literally refuses to leave. Bartz has to knock him out temporarily, pick him up, and carry him off the tower in order to get him out of here before it blows. Again, Zezat's death probably feels one of the strongest of this series because not of the series, excuse me, of the game in FF5, because FF5 bothered to take the time to establish him as a character, to actually make there be a reason for us caring about his passing. As much as Sildra, gets to me a bit, it's mostly because of the sound effect, if I'm being honest. But they spent time on Zezat. They had banter. They had each other's back. They talked back and forth. They did the thing. They were just two buds having fun. And now one of them is dead. This is a great scene, too. This is a scene that they would mimic to similar intent in FF6, shortly after the Phantom Train. The game straight up forces you to sit here and wait while Galuf waits, because Galuf said he promised that he would wait for Zezat, so he has to wait. And therefore, you have to wait. Notice Galuf isn't even in the party for this section. It doesn't really mean anything, he's about to be back in the party too, but it just helps to emphasize what's going on here, story-wise. This is really the beginning of character and gameplay and story integration for the FF series. A theme that would go forward for several of the upcoming FFs as well. And yes, Necro is absolutely correct. The legacy and the passing of the torch is the central theme of FF5. Also, yeah, I should have pointed this out. Bartz, who has a built-in fear of heights, which has been established twice so far, is the one who had to knock Galuf off of a tower in order to save him. This scene helps hammer it home too, right there. Right there. There's no words, there's no dialogue. Galuf is just sitting alone in the under areas. There's nothing else for it. What else can you say at that point? What else is there to say? His best bud just died. And there's also a second undercurrent there as well. Actually, I need to stay this time. There's a second undercurrent there as well. Because, remember, a big theme of this game is the passing of the torch, the idea of legacy. And that is true even up to this point in the game. Even, before we get into some of the really bad stuff later, these three, young, early 20s people are the ones who are running around trying to save the world. Oh, and also Galuf. But bit by bit, all of the old world, all of his old friends and all of his old people and all the... I'm right here. And all of the names and the concepts and the ideas that Galuf used to have are slowly fading away. Galuf is one of the last remaining of the old generation. And so you can kind of tell that by this point of the game, he's starting to feel that weight of being one of the only ones left. Yes, very Dragon Questy, Jason Power. So now we have super speed! Super speed! Meow! Meow, meow, meow. Okay, I'll stop. I never remember which one it is. They were really experimenting with a lot of the dungeons in FF5. I know I've talked about this before, and I've been talking about the dungeon design throughout the FF series, but they really wanted to do new, interesting, creative, innovative stuff with FF5. And so they have a lot of switch puzzles, they have a lot of layered puzzles, they've got a lot of the hidden terrain thing going on. Basically, every trick they've come up with in the FF series to date is present in this FF, in the dungeon design. Nope, not that one. There we go. Upper right, lower left. Meow. Okay. Yeah, I know, right? Numa. Yeah. Agreed, DeNoble. That idea of legacy is something that I feel a lot of fiction wants to do, but most don't actually know how to do. FF5, I feel, does a very good job of the passing of the torch concept. There's a turtle there for some reason. That's weird. I'm sure it's nothing. Meow. Oh, there is a turtle here. Sweet! And of course, what's the first thing Bartz does when he sees a turtle? Bonk, bonk, bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. But it's fun. Would you quit that? Sweet Christmas, it's a talking turtle. Sage, I'm so sorry. Please forgive my brainless companion. Wait, this turtle is the sage? By the briny beard of Neptune! And you finally catch a clue. Tarnation, I can't take you anywhere. It's alright, it's alright. No lasting damage, physically anyhow. Oh man, I'm awfully sorry. You should be, boy. Picking on defenseless turtles. However, we have more important things to discuss. You mean Exdeath? So you aren't as slow as you look. What the warlock seeks is in the great forest of Moor, originally translated as Moo. The forest of Moor. Yes, trees, my boy, lots of them, sprawling to the west of Surgate. The sentient forest is Exdeath's birthplace. A certain tree in that forest had been used to seal evil spirits for years. 500 years ago, the concentration of evil turned it into a dark creature with a life of its own. That creature is Exdeath. I maintained the seal on Exdeath for 500 years. However, 30 years ago, which would actually be 470 years because Keto can't do math, the seal was broken. 30 years ago. That's when he fought the Dawn Warriors. Yes, don't interrupt. Dorgan and the others fought hard. Finally, they were able to seal the Warlock with the crystals. However, somehow he escaped. That was our fault. Aren't we feeling self-important, taking all the blame, Had I meant it was your fault, I would have said that. Seals are made to be broken. It only means that this time, Exdeath must be destroyed. Where is he? Well, as I said, the Forest of Moor. Something, exactly what, I don't know, so don't ask, rests sealed within the forest that he wishes to claim. The Forest of Moor. And Zezat's revenge. We'll defeat Exdeath. Let's do it! The Forest of Moor is sentient. It does not take kindly to intruders and will attack all who attempt to enter. Take this with you. He hands him a wooden sword. I mean, it's a branch, so maybe I can pretend, right? Honestly, I'm not sure which I prefer, Tigzar. I'm not ignoring your question, I was just thinking about it. I do like the idea of playing the person passing the torch, though. That's not a thing you see very often. A branch from the guardian tree. That tree is what protects the seals. With that branch, you may enter the forest. Now hurry. Exdeath is already on his way to Moor. Right! Dun-dun-dun-dun! Nobody loves my voice, guys. God. Hang on. That's true, we did play the person passing the torch, gosh darn it, in Walking Dead Season 1. And it was really well done, in my opinion, anyways. I forgot teleport is a time spell. Don't worry, we have no encounters. Whew, was worried there for a second. Okay, just making sure we're good. Which we are. Is there a way through here? I actually don't remember. Oh, there is. It's right there. Damn it! Oh, whatever. I'll probably do that eventually, Muad'Dib, but since I'm planning to change their jobs every round... Or every round of combat, I should say. Of which we have... one? Yes, one coming up, and then... Should we get Carbuncle, guys? What do you think? There's no reason to, it's just for fun. No, my favorite Final Fantasy game would be 6. But this is still an excellent Final Fantasy game. So, to my knowledge, there's no actual reason for this part of the area to be. But I bet most of you didn't know there was a chocobo forest here. Quack. This one's female. We can't ride her. So there is actually a tiny bit of lore here. Although, this is either... Okay. This is a theoretical, not an absolute, but that is a female chocobo. It is also the only female chocobo here. It is also the only female chocobo, period, that we ever see, anyways. Later on, after the worlds merge, Boko meets a female chocobo. Yeah, just kind of wanted to show that off really briefly while we were here. In the region. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's actually supposed to be Boko's wife. I mean, the fact that they bothered to say we can't ride her, she's female, and that she's in a spot which is actually relatively close, not right on it, but relatively close to where Boko's cave will eventually be. Oh gosh.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
Why can't we ride a female chocobo? Well, interestingly enough, for the most part, we should be able to... Oops, I went too far. We should be able to ride a female chocobo since, you know, we've got to breed them, right? We got to level them up to breed. We need a champion chocobo to breed with, right? Chocobo, goodbye now! So, that was a donation for I'm Not on Fire. Are you sure? I don't get the reference, but thank you very much for the donation. So that was a donation to rename Ramza over in FFT. Whoops, wrong page. Come on. So we're going to be having mystical waffles in Final Fantasy Tactics, apparently. Just gonna do a quick buying around here. I think I can buy the Agas here. I'm not actually sure. I am, in fact, on fire. Right now. At least when it comes to lore running. Because, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I've kind of nailed it the last week. You may, of course, feel free to disagree with me and tell me I'm awful, because maybe I am. I don't know. But I feel like I'm doing pretty good. I'll stop. Sorry. Let's do it! So, this is actually probably my least favorite dungeon in the game, right here. This place has the overlay, which makes it kind of hard to see. Has a lot of areas where it's just easy to get stuck on the terrain. And the enemies here are very irritating to fight through. And there's a lot of side areas, and a lot of the treasure is actually worth getting, too. So you're kind of motivated to do all the side areas. It's not like an actively bad dungeon. I mean, I've seen so many worse dungeons. But as far as FF5 goes, I'd say this is my least favorite. No, they do, Tigzar. You're absolutely right. They use a different tile set. So this is the Great Forest of Moor. This is as good a time as any to really discuss what this place is. So this is a place of living trees. Feel free to make your own Lord of the Rings joke here, as you prefer. All of the... okay. A bagrillion years ago, roughly, it was actually about 1,000 years ago, there was a lot of evil left over in the world after a horrific war. Now, whether that evil was there as a consequence of the war, or if it was just all there, you know, that's... I don't know. That's up to you to interpret. Yeah, I agree. Numa, excuse me. I think the cheats have helped tremendously with this. I meant sentient sapient trees. God, so picky. Let's go and get a real save in there, just in case. Yeah, the pyramid's pretty rough too, especially for certain 4-job fiestas. But I'll discuss the pyramid when we get there. Pyramid's probably my second least favorite. Anyways, so either as a consequence of the war against NUO, or just because that's the nature of the world, so much evil was left over that they had to do something about it. And they specifically did not want to toss all of that evil into the interdimensional rift, because they already did that, and it bit them in the ass with the war with NUO. So they had to do something else. So they tossed all the evil here. And there was a giant tree which they were using to basically as a prison for all of these spirits. And the forest itself became the prison, the actual the prison guards, the I can't think of the term I'm thinking of. The people who watch to make sure that the imprisoned spirits don't get out. There's a term for that, and I can't freaking think of it. Anyways, I know. I wish we knew more about the war with NUO. We know a few bits and pieces, so we can speculate on a few things, but there's still some big holes there. Anyways, so this tree, a warden. That is exactly what I was thinking of. So the tree, yeah, and of course this is a very Japanese thing. I already talked about that. So the tree was used as the actual cell, if you will, and the trees around here were the wardens to keep this locked in. But about 500 years ago, there was so much evil in that tree that it cohesed. It became an amalgam creature. So rather than being hundreds of evil, horrific spirits, it became one evil, horrific spirit. It became Exdeath. Now, Sage Guido spent the next 470 years trying to keep him locked away. Didn't work out that great. Exdeath came out, hell broke loose, etc., etc. It's worth noting that it's logical for many reasons that most of these creatures stay loyal to Exdeath, even in absence of him of 30 years. When he gets back, they're already ready to go immediately. Whether that's because of loyalty or fear or both is up to you, but I've always interpreted it as an aspect of Exdeath's charisma. This is a concept I see occasionally in fiction, and I don't know if I can properly explain this, but it's the idea that there's people who think A, and they all think A, but there's one guy who's very powerful and very knowledgeable and very charismatic who also thinks A. So he just kind of naturally gains the loyalty of all the lesser people who also think A. So in this case, all of these demons, all of these monsters, all of these spirits, all bend knee to Exdeath because he is the penultimate aspect of what they are. And as I've said before, I've always believed Exdeath is an extremely charismatic person, not just because he has some great screen presence in the actual game, but because of how much loyalty he engenders from so many different creatures, including creatures that he never actually has even met before. He pretty much walks up to the demons who have been sealed within the interdimensional rift and says, "So, you worked for me? I let you out? What do you think?" It's like, holy crap. So anyways, you remember how I mentioned that Exdeath is pretty powerful? And he sank an island? Well, this is Exdeath doing this. Again, just Exdeath. No crystals, no device, no I have this one MacGuffin, I don't have some nethicite that lets me do this. Exdeath is just this strong. By himself. He doesn't even have the void yet. That'd be an interesting idea to put it. Oh no. No. It's all burning. What do we do? What do we do? I was gonna say, this is more like Fire 30. Or Fire 300. Oh yes, also, as Jason Bauer points out, Exdeath knows we're here. This is not some big secret. He is well aware of the fact that we are right here. Thankfully, the Moogles, as I mentioned earlier, are presented as if they are fairies in this particular version of the FFs, which means they have the ability to go between the forests. So, Moogle, get the hell out of Dodge. quick heal spot, which is very helpful because not only is this a pretty rough dungeon, as I mentioned earlier, but the upcoming boss is a bit of a run-ender. Even playing this game normally, this upcoming boss can be very challenging, especially if you're playing this game for the first time and you don't actually know how the boss works. Also, Flame Shield. Get it? Ash. Nice touch there. So that is the Guardian Tree. Keep in mind, we don't actually know really why we're here. I mean, in character. We know that Exdeath wants something here, and we know that there's something, so that we know we want to get here and prevent him from getting it. That's it. Oh yeah, I should point out, if you pick up that chest before the shield burns down, it's an Aegis shield, which is kind of cool that they did that. If Exdeath's doing well, why doesn't he just kill you? Well, there's two reasons for that. First is because Exdeath kind of likes to toy with people, and second is Exdeath, with one exception in the entire game, never actually goes all out. It is actually probably the only true flaw, character flaw, I should say, that Exdeath has. It's arrogance. It's kind of the same flaw that a lot of FF villains have. He is so stupidly strong that he never feels the need to try. It's just like, I mean, I could just kill you. And let's make this clear. Exdeath could kill you. Just, there's nothing the four heroes could do at this point in the story against him. But, I mean, I could make them useful. And so he actually manipulates us and plays with us several times, pretty much just for fun. And I mean, it is worth noting that Exdeath still wins. He still gets what he wants. Yeah, I agree. The arrogance is a bit overused. The problem is, it's one of the consequences of making a character that is this powerful. As a writer, when you make someone very strong or very skilled or both, you need to do something to pull them back, to make them defeatable. And the easiest and quickest way to do this is to make them very arrogant, because they are so strong, they don't need to try. They don't need to bother, because they can just win. So anyways, this boss fight is really, really hard. This has been a run-ender for several Forge... Well, I shouldn't say that. That's not actually true, but this has been almost a run-ender for quite a few of my Forge Light Fiestas. If you remember, we were stuck here for like an hour on the run where I had 3 Berserkers and a Samurai. This was rough. So I'm going to explain why. In Phase 1, these 4 guys are kind of pathetic. There's an Earth, Water, Wind, and Fire crystal here, right? Pretty simple, pretty logical. You can't tell which is which, so you have to do trial and error unless you happen to know which one is which. Whenever you get any of them below half health, they start their Phase 2. All of their Phase 2 involves them hitting your entire party with massive death attacks. It's like Earthquake, Blaze, Aqualung, and Eroga, I think. And all of them just do tons of AoE damage, and it hurts. This boss can wreck you. I know it doesn't look like it, because I just wrecked him, but the fact that it still took me several turns to kill them should give you an idea of what this boss is like. No, these are the... So, okay. Originally, there were 4 crystals. Earth, Fire, Wind, Water. Very simple, right? But then the Earth was split into 2, okay? So we had World A and World B. Again, probably different dimensions, but either way, planet split in 2, right? So half of the crystals were left on our world, and half of the crystals were here. Over in this world, what eventually happened was the Ronkan situation, the Ronkan civilization arose, became very advanced, very powerful, discovered the consequences of overusing the crystal, and then lowered the Ronkan civilization to seal away the crystal, distributed throughout the rest of the world, and probably made it so that each of the various nations that were either subsidies or parts of the Ronkan Empire then was each given one crystal so that they would all be safeguarded. Over in this world, all 4 crystals were always being carried in this one spot, where the Guardian Tree is, or it just kept them sealed ever since they came over here during the split. You could see the benefits and detriments of both perspectives. In the former, each crystal is defended less, but they're spread out more, so failure for one is not failure for all. Whereas here, these 4 crystals are very well defended, but if anything bypasses these defenses, you get all 4 crystals, which is exactly what's about to happen, because that guy speaking on screen right now is Exdeath. Hey, what's up? Ah, how ironic. The seal's broken by the power of the 4 warriors meant to protect them. What, those crystalline things we fought were crystals? The crystals which bound me for so long. Now their power is mine. Bow before my crystals and my power. I can just picture this scene in full 3D, and it looks awesome in my mind. Just saying. Cryosense! Tingling! Seriously, she literally has cryosense. It's a thing. Because he is one entity, little boy. Exdeath is the amalgam. All of those different demons that made up him don't exist anymore, any more than your finger is a separate person. Possibly Necro, I'm not sure. Hey, James Carmichael. Time for your viscera to see the light of day. Now die. So, if you remember, the last time Creel swooped in, and she hit the King of Tycoon with Thunder, with Bolt 1, or Light 1, rather. So that's what she did here. She literally just hit Exdeath with Lightning 1. Now, this is actually great. This is actually an aspect of good character, because that's as strong as she is. Remember, she doesn't have any crystals empowering her. She's very weak relative to us, and, you know, more on a normal person scale. So that's as strong as she's got. I mean, it worked last time, so there's no reason to think it won't work this time, right? He shouldn't be doing anything for a while. Well, this is Exdeath. Probably one of the strongest villains in the entire series, so he is more irritated than anything else. Now, as much as I don't like violence, or against children, or violence in general, if I was directing this scene in a full 3D remake, I want you to picture him just picking her up telekinetically and slamming her against the wall. Over! And over again! Ugh. Just thinking about it actually makes me cringe a bit, but that's how I would direct it if I was doing it. And again, remember, this is a Kryl who is not empowered. She's just a girl. She's just a kid. I mean, granted, she's tough for a kid, but she's still just an ordinary person. There should be, like, blood. Like, back of the head kind of blood. So certain you want to keep moving, Gellin? Try to dispel this power and your precious crystals will shatter. He has no expression, Mwadi, but I wouldn't have any, like, disinterest. I wouldn't have anything going on there. So not for the first time, someone saves someone else by taking the intended curse upon themselves. And then this happens. Note this is actually Exdeath's fight music right here. life right now. Oh no. Oh no. Do I have anything? Well, this is gonna be slow. I mean, we will succeed here. This is just gonna be a little slow. In fact, I have been actually making a point not to fast forward through this particular game, but this is the relevant point. I do want to talk about this. This is not the first time FF has done this. In fact, if you've been paying attention throughout the FF series, this has been a thing going all the way back as far as FF2. But in my opinion, FF5 pulls this off the best. This is the game that really helps emphasize the difference between dead and down. This is a game that showcases that just because you hit 0 HP doesn't mean you're actually dead. It just means you're unconscious or you're out of energy or effort or whatever. And you can push yourself past 0 HP. So, yeah, now we're going to be here for a minute. Sorry, this... Yeah. Did not plan for this, if I'm honest. Should have planned. Moving on. Normally this shouldn't actually take this long. But you can't, like, to my knowledge, there's no way to lose this fight. So, we're just gonna keep up this up, bro. I can just picture Exdeath like, what in God's name? You're hitting me for like 50! How are you still alive? This is also a good point to talk about some of Exdeath's characterization, because Exdeath literally lacks the ability to understand positive emotions. It never even occurs to him. He got petted to death. Or he's being nibbled to death by cats. Anyways, it never occurs to him that Galuf is hitting him with anything other than hatred or violence or any of the other emotions that Exdeath understands. Because again, all of those spirits that make up Exdeath's amalgam are all evil, horrific, nightmarish spirits. They don't understand concepts like caring or compassion or love. They don't understand what it's like to be a grandfather who is willing to die for the sake of your granddaughter. So it never even occurs to him that Galuf could keep going like this. Oh. Hang on. Here it is. Why won't you die? And Galuf says, you don't understand. I'm going to do whatever it takes, even if I have to bring you into the afterlife myself. So this is actually... So this is where he says, all the hatred in the world can't defeat me. And Galuf says, this isn't anger. We should almost be there. There we go. Yep. As I say, that's pretty much the last straw right there. So the idea here, this is important. This is the second time on camera that Exdeath has lost. The first time was during the flashback, back when the 4 Warriors of Dawn were defeating him. It is worth noting that in lore, Galuf just defeated Exdeath. But remember, one of Exdeath's major traits is the fact that he keeps regenerating or keeps healing or whatever it is he's doing to keep going. Every time he's put down, he gets right back up. So Galuf actually defeats Exdeath. But then Exdeath keeps going, because that's kind of his shtick. I'm going to be pointing this out every time it happens, because it's actually relevant. And this scene. I'm going to be honest with you guys, of all the character deaths that happen in all of the Final Fantasy series, this one has always hit me the hardest. I like Galuf. He's a big, cuddly teddy bear who's silly and ridiculous, and he loves helping people just because he loves helping people. So then, and the party even in lore, they're like, Cure, Curaga, Raise, Phoenix Down, Elixir, nothing. Doesn't work. Can't work. Because he pushed himself way beyond 0 HP. Especially in my version of the game. And then Galuf dies. And I love how they say this, Galuf's flame has flickered out. And for the second time in this game, they force you to have control over the character, where you can do nothing but look, and so the player is forced to sit here and acknowledge what just happened. Now, I mentioned earlier how Galuf doesn't quite fit in, how most of his generation had passed on. Honestly, it's super obvious here, in hindsight, that Galuf was always going to leave the party, just like everyone else of his generation does. He's not the last one to go. But, in hindsight, it was really obvious the moment that Kryl actually had a character and a name and a separate sprite that she was actually going to become the fourth party member, because it fits in that overall theme of legacy. And from an overall out of character perspective, a gameplay and story integration, all of the knowledge and abilities that Galuf had gained from the four crystals is now passed on to Kryl. So from this moment, she goes on from being a normal person, a tough person, but a normal person nonetheless, to being someone empowered by the crystals, just like the rest of the party is. And from a gameplay perspective, now we have someone who is Galuf. Like, there's not even that much of a stat variance. It's just same character, different tile set, effectively. Yes, we must warn those in Stovacor that a true warrior has come. So, story time. Yeah, I know, right, Knuckle? Well, they already did that, Dragon Super Bowl. It's called FF2. So, when I was playing this game with a friend of mine, Gary, actually, he had never played FF5 before. It was brand new to him. But Gary's smart. Oh yeah, by the way, even the forest looks burned here in the overworld. Nice touch. Gary's smart. He's played FFs before. So I had been very quiet about spoilers, and I had basically been like, yep, nope, everyone's dead. And he was kind of looking to me as being like a living walkthrough. I was sitting on the couch, on the other side of the couch next to him, and he's like, or on the same couch as him, sorry. And I'm like, hey, dude, you need to go to the last dungeon. And he's like, what? And he was like, well, hang on. He looks at his thing. Now, we were only 5 hours into this, but even for our normal playthrough, we were only like 10, maybe 11 hours into this game. Yes, I do. So it was like, and he didn't believe it. He refused to believe me. And I kept trying to convince him that this was actually the last dungeon. I actually feel like I was doing a pretty good job of it. But the problem is anybody with a brain will look at this and be like, nope. This is clearly not the last dungeon, if for no other reason than the fact that it simply is not far enough into the game to be the last dungeon. And there's not enough optional stuff to do. And yes, it does make sense that this effectively functions in a way as a last dungeon. In almost every way, this is presented as if it was a last dungeon. I've talked before about the fake last dungeons and the fake end games of the various Final Fantasy games, and I'll be talking about them more in the future. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. But this is yet another example of that. This is... Nope, okay. This is a large dungeon. It's like 10 floors tall, I think. Very large. Larger than anything we fought to date. And lots of enemies. Very strong enemies. There's an optional, summon you can get here. There's damaging floors. This is Exdeath's own castle. As you'll see in a moment, it kind of fits with Exdeath's, with the last dungeon concept. And of course, it's got the crystalline thing going for it. Which anybody who's played the FFs know that crystal equals endgame, right? So, and of course we're going to fight Exdeath, and, not to spoil too much, but when we fight Exdeath here, he is really, really hard. I have said before that this might be the hardest fight in the game for a speedrun, or for a 4-job fiesta, because, well, there's a lot you can do to bypass this boss. In fact, you could literally kill this version of Exdeath in 2 spells. And Neo Exdeath is in almost every way harder. By the time you get to Neo Exdeath, you have access to a lot more that makes you stronger. But at this point in the game, you don't have any of the optional Mega equipment, you don't have any of the best spells, you don't have any of the best, anything, really. So, this guy can be really, 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 really rough. So yes, this is an illusion. Now, I mentioned earlier that Galuf has this scene where he literally tells Kryl, I am passing the torch to you, and I feel that that dialogue is a bit lacking and unnecessary. I point to this scene as my evidence for that. No dialogue from Galuf is necessary for this scene. You know, the werewolf brings news that Galuf has died. Dorgan, Zezat, and Galuf have all died, and Kelgar is the last member of the Warriors of Fordon, and he is literally dying in bed as we speak. So, a specter of Galuf appears. Just to him. No dialogue from Galuf. Just, Kelgar's response and Galuf nodding. And that's all that's necessary. I think this scene, weirdly as it may sound, is actually a lot more impacting and powerful in terms of its directing than the previous scene where he, empowered Kryl. So, Kelgar and the 4 of these werewolves literally send their life essence into Exdeath's castle in order to try and dispel the illusion on it, which kills Kelgar. Now, I joke, but Kelgar was dying anyways. I have no doubt that even if Bartz hadn't hit him, he would have died here regardless, having done this act. And yeah, you're right, Max Time. It is pronounced Tidus, unfortunately. So, this is what Exdeath's castle actually looks like. Whenever it's done shaking. This place is probably the only thing I don't want from a Final Fantasy V proper remake. Because this place is gross. So, there is 2 possible debates about this place. Although I've actually done a little bit of further research on this place, believe it or not. There's 2 mentalities here. Either these are literally the corpses of Exdeath's victims. Literally the people he's killed over the years. Their bodies all kind of congealed together into this mess. Or this is all of their souls and spirits of all the people he has killed, which has all been shoved together into this one spot. And has basically taken this form as a consequence of being a bunch of damned, tortured souls. Take your pick. Both are pretty horrible. It is also possible for it to be both, as has been pointed out by Chad in the past. But this could literally be a bunch of corpses which serve as a functional prison for a bunch of souls. And I have to admit, that does seem very Exdeath to have a place where, I'm gonna save state for those. Nah. Nope. There we go. It does seem very Exdeath to have a place that basically serves the same function that the Forest of Moor did for him once upon a time. In other words, just picture, instead of bones and corpses and all that fun stuff, trees. I mean, you could kind of see the parallel, right? It's just, rather than being something nice and neat and pretty looking, it's something horrific. And yes, I'll be fighting Gilgamesh just for you guys. And yeah, this is just gross. Oh right, it's like over here or something. Nah. Also, this place looks even worse on the Steam/phone version. Obviously, I've shown you guys this because I've actually played this far in the Steam/phone version. Isn't that? Yeah, I agree. Anybody who knows anything about Faerun or the Forgotten Realms, this entire castle reminds me a lot of the Wall. The Wall of the Faithless, specifically. There's really no reason to get Carbuncle, so shrug. I will fight Gilgamesh, however. Jeez, Gilgamesh. Haha! Looking for something? Guess what? I already took the treasure. Oh, you guys are so burned. I have to actually not kill him too quickly. I just realized that. Oh yeah, this counts. Honestly, I've always liked the idea that Gilgamesh is super uncomfortable in this place. I have nothing to prove that, just I like that idea. Yeah, let's see how little damage I can do. Okay, that's too little damage. How much damage can you do? I don't think I have any spears, guys. What? Okay. I'm just gonna whittle away at him until he says his dialogue here. Also, fun fact, this is basically the last Gilgamesh fight. I mean, there's a couple of other instances where Gilgamesh shows up, but this is the last time you really fight him. Oh! Hang on. I was prepped for this. Ah, there we go. Alright, let's try one other big hit, see if that works. Yes, I have been blinded by Gilgamesh, guys. Must you? Fine, one more. Already our fourth rumble. I must say, I quite enjoy these tussles. I feel like we've gained an understanding. An understanding that I will pound you silly. Say, what happened to that spry old fella? I see. Don't be enough. Okay. Enough expository banter. Now we fight like men, and ladies who dress like men. For Gilgamesh, it is morphin' time! This is what Gilgamesh actually looks like. I think I can finally actually lay into him. Yeah, you noticed, by the way, he had no reaction to Galuth dying. It was just, right, enough. Now that it's mine, let's see how good this Excalibur really is. Oops, that was a counterattack. Oh no, Bio, absolutely not. Tink. Have at you! Also, this game is the first game to introduce the concept of Excalibur, for those curious. Eh? I've been had! This is far from the strongest of swords. Gilgamesh is confused, I think is the best way to put it. Gilgamesh! Eh. You worthless fool. For your continued bungling, I banish you from this dimension. What? No! Anything but that. Silence. No! It's okay. We'll be seeing Gilgamesh again, thanks to X-Death's meddling. Really? It's canon. Although we've talked about canon before. Anyways. Must continue mega cheating. I would say X-Death just grew impatient. X-Death makes it clear that he never actually liked Gilgamesh. And given that Gilgamesh is not evil, and X-Death is incredibly evil, it's not really that hard to perceive the problem here. I think that at this point, X-Death was just like, oh, for God's sakes, enough! I have been putting up with you for X number of years now, no pun intended, and I'm sick of it! You get to have fun in the rift. Goodbye! And then, you know, banishment. Because, did I mention X-Death is not actually a good guy? I know that sounds strange, but it's true. See you around, Dakota. Do not interfere. X-Death, no way we'll let you get away with this. Have you any idea what I plan to get away with in the first place? What? No, but you all fight so fiercely, yet have no idea of the truth. I will return the Earth to how it used to be. You mean it'll turn into a world full of evil? Believe what you wish. Simple-minded fools such as yourselves could never hope to understand my motives. It matters not. I will tolerate no more interruptions. Welcome to the fight that is my nightmare. So many playthroughs of this game, I have been stalled at this freaking fight. Oh yeah, I have a lot of money now. So, this X-Death actually has 3 separate phases. In his first phase, he merely hits you with a few status effects and a few things that can really mess with you. In his second phase, he starts regularly attacking twice per round, and also doing much more damaging attacks and AoE attacks. In his third phase, he starts dropping a huge amount of damage on your face every round, usually multiple times. We did it! But the crystals are still being destroyed. Now, what's funny here is, at first glance, it may seem that Xdeath's comment about returning the world to the way it used to be is about him returning the two... Oh, you have no idea, more cowbell. That was so cathartic. Reverting the two worlds into one world. But that's actually not Xdeath's goal. So you're like, well, hang on. His goal is to obtain the power of the void, right? To rule or destroy or whatever. Well, see, here's the thing. Xdeath's real motivation is to return the world to the way it used to be, which is the void. Remember, as I mentioned earlier, Xdeath's overall motivation is that the void's gonna win eventually anyways. It's coming, and it's going to destroy everything, and everything will be sunk back into the void. So why don't we just get to that point? I mean, that's what's gonna happen anyways, right? Now, as it happens, Xdeath is actually wrong about this, but we'll talk more about that later. This part of the game, and I know I talked about this last time too, always feels so weird to me. It's like, alright, you beat Xdeath, and it's this horrific, nightmarish, difficult fight unless you use some of the glitches to... or, excuse me, some of the strategies to defeat him quickly. It's this horrible doom fight of just doom, and then you're... here? And there's Castle Tycoon. Huh? Okay. I guess we'll go to Castle Tycoon? Is this the ending? It doesn't feel like an ending, like a playable epilogue, but at the same time, it's pretty much being presented as one. In the world. We're all here. Although Kryle's here for some reason. Huh? Yeah, this whole section of the game is very strange. I adore playable epilogues. All I'm going to say is Earthbound. I don't know if that's actually the first playable epilogue in video gaming, but it was the first one I was exposed to. Oh god, if this was a time loop thing, I think I would have rolled my eyes so hard they would have popped out of my head. So anyways, the Chancellor, who is not evil for some reason. That's two Chancellors in FF5 who aren't evil. Anyways, he's like, dude, yeah, it's gonna be awesome, let's go. We gotta have a dance. The princesses are back. We have some semblance of order. Thank God. And Ferris is like, you want me to go out there dressed like this? Are you mad? Come now, princess. And then Ferris comes out, and she's apparently gorgeous. I mean, it says right there that she's gorgeous, and I have to take Bart's at his word. Although he did find her gorgeous before, so take that for what it's worth. I could see the similarities, yeah, okay. Creel's like, Chan, I think you're blushing. And this whole scene is just kind of like... the tonality of going through a last dungeon, a difficult, brutal last dungeon, made out of either corpses, souls, or both. And then this horribly difficult boss fight, and then the one thing we were trying to do we fail at, and then, hey, let's have a ball, literally. It's just... if I didn't know any better, and I've commented on this before, playing this for the first time, even with only a cursory knowledge and understanding of fiction, I would look at this situation and say, no, this is a fake. This is an illusion. This is something that's being done to try and trick us, or deceive us, or get us to lower our guard. It is such a severe mood whiplash, it feels like an illusion, right? It feels like that kind of... you know, like what Siren was doing earlier. Hey, everyone's still alive, and come on back. It's great. It's probably the only part of this story that makes me go... oh yeah, also, you can't reach Lena or Ferris. Those guards are very strategically positioned, so there's actually only three tiles you can go through to reach them. And if you try... boop. Boop. So you actually cannot reach Lena and Ferris right now. Kryle, how you holding up? Well, it's not so painful anymore, but I guess I just feel anxious. It's like Grandpa's fussing at us to hurry. We're back in my world. There's gotta be a reason for that, right? Let's find out what that is. Okay. Oh god!
Fear.
Thank you, Blue Elf Alex, for the subscription. Appreciate it, man. about the girls? No way they can slip away, so... You know what? I think I am going to adjust this. I hope this doesn't mess with the green screen. I'm going to move my lamp a little bit here. Just to be further back, like about... here. There we go. Let's see how the green screen effect's working. Looks like we're still good. Excellent. Hey, Fiendish. And even if we ignore the obvious illusion aspect of the ball, this whole thing feels just kind of like, alright, let's go see what's up. Like, this guy rushes up like, oh my gosh! I was just rushing over to tell everyone the bridge to the West River is complete! Hint, hint, West River Bridge. Boko might still be at the cave over to the west. Boko? He's my prized chocobo, and my best friend. Oh, really? What, you don't believe me? Well, you're so poor at riding windrakes. Hey, you little bonk. Ow, take this. So, if I was doing the directing of this scene, I would make it so that Bart's, like, basically lightly taps her, just, you know, hey, or like a shove, you know, something really lighthearted. No intention whatsoever to hurt her, just plunk. And then Kryle hits him back full tilt. Like, just right in the gut, and he's like, oh, oh, oh. Okay, can't win with this kid. Because it's the worst film in the known universe of all history. God, it would take so long, Fiendish. I don't like it, the end. Oops, there we go. Yeah, I love it. I love the idea of just boom! Because he was just playing, and she doesn't need to. And of course, she's empowered by the crystals, so, you know. I mean, she could literally punch Exdeath to death right now. Boko! Quack! Hello, I'm Kryle. Huh? You speak Chocobo too? Just a little. I think he wants to introduce us to someone. I don't, Bio. But if we're doing that scene, if I was handed the director's reins, we need to do it properly. I don't like seeing kids get hurt either, but I would still do the scene with Creel and Exdeath like that. For real? This is his wife, Coco! I pointed her out earlier. Boko, you stud, you! Listen, Boko, I got a favor to ask. Quack! He says he already knows. Oh? He says you're leaving on another journey, right? Boko, is that okay? I mean, I know you got the little woman and all. What's he saying? He says he loves her. Slick! And that while he's away to take care of the babies. Babies? Coco has little ones on the way. She says she'll be waiting for him. Coco, thanks. Don't worry, we'll come back safe. We only need him for a little bit. He's only our 5th vehicle? Shoot, I'm losing track. Hang on. So first we got the boat, then we got the Hiryu, then we got the fire-powered ship, then we got the black chocobo, then we got the airship, then we got the second Hiryu, then we got the submarine. So, I'm sorry, this is actually the 8th vehicle we've had in this game so far. Of course, the significance of a chocobo is it lets us go over water, or rather, rivers. Oh, right. I need to go this way, I think. I always get a little lost at this point. Yeah, this, like I said, this really does what FF3 did, although better, and a lot more. Up, I think? Yeah, I'm right. Up. So, that actually is the pirate den, the one that used to be on an ocean, which is what this is. Hey, Jaludo. Oh, also, if I was directing this, I'd probably make it so that she mentions the Splinter a lot earlier than this. That would be ridiculous, buddy. Just gonna do this now. If you hadn't been riding so fast. Poco, I say this is all your fault. Quack, quack, quack. Quack. Taking it out on him, there's nothing he could have done. The Splinter. The Splinter of the Mind's Eye. Terrible book, don't read it. Most difficult, insane boss in the known universe. And look at that, I'm only hitting him for 10. Seriously, though, I would have had her mention the Splinter a lot earlier than this. As is, it comes in just a little bit too close to the culmination of it. So this is, what, the 5th time now FF5 has made us just stand around and wait for a plot event to happen? They'd really like that technique here. I kind of like the fact that in 6 they only use this once, I think, in the whole game. Oh, hey, a rope. Hey, where's the rope going down? Hang on. Nope, hang on. Give me a second. I play Mega Man games. I can do this. Nope. All right. I'm gonna get Boko's help. I got this, guys. I got this. God damn it! I just don't have the timing, guys. I'm sorry. You promise never to try and pull something like that again? Willing to admit you were wrong to try and make it without me? Oh my god, it's X-Death! I do like how Bartz insists that Boko goes up first, by the way. Favorite job and subclass combo? Ooh. I think... Well, okay. I think my favorite, just for sheer fun and aesthetic value, would be Dragoon Ninja. So which one of you decided to maroon me back there? It was him! No, it wasn't. It was her! No, it wasn't. Try again and you'll swing from a yard arm. A blue mage with control is a fun setup, too. If you just feel like destroying everything. Oh, jeez, Shiryu. That sounds terrible. Oh yeah, by the way, so I've mentioned this during most of my 4-job fiestas, but again, it is worth noting and worth repeating for the Lorerun. This part of the game is not the best design. Now, in the interest of fairness, they did do a good job of lowering the overall damage and difficulty of most of the encounters, trash, and bosses that you fight from this point onwards, up until we get Lena back. So they do kind of accommodate the fact that your party size has shrunk to 3, and that's good. But, again, just like the situation with Galuf, the fact that we are now absent one of the people... Hi, Liz. Absent one of the people that we could have been having in our party in order to help us with either... God, I don't even know how to put this. Basically, it's not just the fact that we lost a party member, it's that we lost someone who might have had good gear, or who might have been set up in a certain job, or was the only one who had maxed this job, or had this job combo, or was our main healer, or whatever. And it's very easy for this part of the game to kind of suck, if you didn't actually know what you were doing. And thank you, Hylas, for the $1. Guido! Dude! Heck. Also, boom, boom, boom. Oh, thank you. I suppose you can be helpful after all. The shock of the two worlds merging sent everything topsy-turvy, including me. I'm a bit too old to do much on my back. What do you mean, worlds merging? I see you're just as slow on the uptake as before. It's an ancient legend, but I never imagined it was true. According to legend, 1,000 years ago, Chen's world, Trial's world, were one and the same. It seems there's quite an echo in here. Why'd the worlds... Oh, that's the Metal Gear reference that right there, where he's like, the world's the same. Anyways, to seal the void. I fear no matter how often I allude to your ignorance, my dry wit just goes over your head, so I will simply explain. 1,000 years ago, there existed a presence of the strongest evil, Enuo, who I will be talking about later. Enuo possessed the power to control the void, although he didn't start off with it. After a long and harrowing battle, the people were able to defeat Enuo with the 12 legendary weapons. However, the void that Enuo had created could not be erased. As a last resort, the people split the crystals into two. To maintain the balance, the world split into two as well. The void was sealed within the space between the two worlds, the interdimensional rift. Yes, that interdimensional rift. So that means Exdeath was telling the truth. He really did want to return the world how it used to be. As I mentioned, he actually wanted something else, but whatever. However, without the crystals, the wind's power will never return, nor will that of earth, fire, or water. The splinter really hurts. Ugh! God, that splinter's bigger than she is! No wonder it hurts so much. Turned myself into a tiny splinter, waiting for just this moment. Now you can understand my true goal, to take the sealed power of the void for my own. Why do you think I merged the worlds together? So this is one of the things Exdeath can do with the power of the void. Oh, now that the two worlds are one, the interdimensional rift in the void was sealed within is appearing as well. Wait, so in plain English, what you're saying that the void, whatever or not, is coming here? Yes. The void shall be released from its 1,000-year prison and into my keeping. The matchless power of the void will be mine. Void, 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 void. Yeah, nope, I'm Exdeath, screw you. No, seriously. It's okay, I'm sure these people are fine. I'm sure nothing bad at all is going to happen to any of the people in Castle Tycoon, especially Lena. It's certainly not been turned into a literal hole in reality or anything like that. Beautiful. Beautiful! Look. Gaze upon the unlimited power of the void. Watch as it engulfs all in its path. And soon it will belong to me. I point this out, by the way, because Exdeath didn't actually have control over the void yet. It was just happening. Masterless, if you will. No, seriously, stay down. You weren't listening to me! Peons, tremble before my might. Time for your viscera to see the light of day. Now die. Hey, Gita. Turtle! Sorry. Dissidia joke. Then the mask. I like to picture this being kind of like the Yoda fight in episode 2, by the way. Not bad for a reptile. What, you think I sat around for 7 years, centuries, munching on pizza? Perhaps you should have taken the chance. You shall find no such tasty diversions in the afterlife. Well, I'm tired of messing with you guys, so... Come on. Close. Peons. And yes, a deliberate TMNT reference. In answer to your question, Fiendish Dogtile, no one's actually requested me to ruminate on the Harry Potter series, and the requester who requested it was one person, which is not enough to request me to look at 8 separate films, so... Guido, are you okay? Exdeath, that cur! He must be stopped before he obtains the full power of the void, or... By Jove! What's that? It's just the Library of the Ancients. The fabled Library of the Ancients? Oh, my dear boy, do you have any idea what an important place that is? Oh, of course you don't. To think that the Library of the Ancients was here the whole time. Follow close, children. Within the library is a book which describes how to defeat Exdeath. And even Exdeath can tell why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Love this music. Enjoy it while it lasts, guys. This is, I think, the last time we're going to hear it. Oh, scholars from Surgate. We've been able to find the second half of the sealed tome. Perfect! Yeah, this is a little bit too convenient that, once again, I think this is the third time now, in FF5 alone, we have been blown from one location way over here, survived, oh, and it also happens to be, like, where we want to go next. As you've probably noticed, the two worlds have recombined into one. Also, the Void is trying to break free from what has been sealed within the Rift. We better hurry and stop it. Oh, so enthusiastic, yet so stupid. Along with the Void, many fearsome monsters were sealed in the Rift a millennia ago. They are all incredibly evil and incredibly strong. I feel safe in saying that as you are now, I mean, you kids are only level 99 with like 8 jobs mastered. You guys wouldn't stand a chance! What do we do? Elementary, my dear Chen. The legendary weapons used to defeat the warlock Enyo 1,000 years ago. Legendary weapons? Sometimes I wonder if you say things like this to spite me. Yes! 12 legendary weapons. They are weapons. They are legendary. There are 12 of them. Now that we have both halves of the sealed tome, if all goes according to legend, and I'm certain it will, the book will show us the way. It is written, when nothing's power again does peak, to light warriors this book shall speak. After Enuo's defeat, the weapons of legend were sealed within the castle Kusa. To break the seals, the 4 tablets must be assembled. 1 rests alongside spirits of the past, blessed by soil. 1 rests in an island shrine, kissed by wind. 1 rests beneath the ocean's floor, engulfed by flames. And 1 rests beyond the river's torrents, protected by water. Along with the keys to open the seals, the 4 tablets are sealed our servants. If the tablets are moved, our servants will awaken. The ultimate spells of white and black, the magic of time and space, Meteor, the Sea King Leviathan, and the Dragon King Bahamut. Present this book under the gate, and the way to the seals will be opened. Wait, what mistakes did I make, Final Cut? Just out of curiosity. Let's do it! So, you remember how in FF3 we spend like a decent amount of the story, and in fact have to kill Doga and Une in order to access the hidden weapons of Eureka? And then it's completely optional? Well, funny story. We do have to get one of these seals in order to be able to beat the game, but after we do that, we don't have to actually do anything. We could just go straight to the end game and fight the game, so we don't actually have to do this 12 legendary weapons bollocks at all. So let's see. Stuff that's optional in this game. Gosh, there's a lot. There's Phoenix Tower, Fork Tower, I'm pretty sure. Fork Tower is optional, Phoenix Tower is optional. 2 of the tablets are optional. I think 3, but I'm not sure about that. Odin, optional. Bahamut is optional. Leviathan is optional. I feel like there's a couple more. Also, this is a nice touch here. The sand has stopped moving. Which not only is very convenient for us, but is indicative of how, you know, the Earth Crystal is slowly starting to poison the Earth, and the ground is slowly becoming unstable. Just helping to emphasize that the world is completely screwed, even if we defeat Exdeath. So every time we go to one of these, we fight these two gargoyles. These are very, very basic mini-bosses. Their gimmick is the fact that they have to die pretty much at the same time. Otherwise, the other one reses after, I think, a action. Fortunately, there's actually a lot of ways to do this, so these are not hard. Oh, I forgot to change jobs, didn't I? I don't believe Gold Needle works on those. I could be wrong, though. Oh! The mime job. That's another optional thing. Forgot about that. Hi, Galtori. I'm awake. I'm awake, I swear. Well, yeah, Muad'Dib. Isn't that just logical? So this is probably my second least favorite dungeon in the game. Like I said, a lot of the enemies here are just kind of irritating. A lot of status effect fights. And a lot of these are, how do I put this? Hard to dodge. There's actually not a lot of random encounters in here. Most of the encounters are actually out on the overworld, which normally I'm in favor of. But they're really, really hard to dodge, and they're kind of punishing if you don't dodge them. Damn it. Whatever. These ones aren't so bad. Later, they get much worse. What's M and B? Oh, Mountain Blade. Gotcha. I will give Mountain Blade another chance when the new Mountain Blade comes out. Well, that reminds me, I need to look up when the Guild 3 comes out. That... Wow, I think we're just gonna have to disagree on that one, Final Cloud. I don't think that really counts as consequences. I mean, Harry pretty consistently gets away with quite a few things that he probably shouldn't, with, like, what is effectively a slap on the wrist. In fact, everything you just mentioned is a slap on the wrist. Like, oh no, he lost house points. Oh no, he has to go hang out with one of his best friends out in the woods. I mean, yeah, no, we're just gonna have to disagree on that one. So yeah, there's actually an AI to these guys, and it boils down to they home in on you. Oh, why are we doing so little damage? Because there's actually a specific stat. So this isn't like FF2, where everyone can do unarmed damage. There's actually a specific ability called Unarmed, which allows you to hit for full damage without a weapon equipped. Otherwise, you need a good weapon. And I don't have any really good weapons, so that's why I'm not doing a lot of damage. Hey, it's time to fight Omega Juniors? So yeah, for a little bit here while I'm leveling up my jobs, the only one who will be doing any real damage is actually Monk, or Chen, as a monk. Let's go do this. Like I said, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on the whole going to the woods thing. As a punishment. Pyramid lore? It's a pyramid? If there's any lore for this place, I don't know about it. I mean, that's actually not true. I do know some lore about this place. I guess I shouldn't lie. Okay, so you guys want pyramid lore, right? Well, these things are Ronkin devices. This place is probably where they put the dead. That is, of course, hypothetical. But given its location, given how close it is to the rest of the Ronkin headquarters and the floating fortress and all that fun stuff, this is probably where they said, all right, anybody who actually dies gets to go here. And it would be natural that they would leave behind their their devices, the mecha heads, or whatever they call them, as a way to defend the dead. And you'll notice there's actually no horrible demons or anything else in this place, too. Unlike most of the other places we're going to be going to in World 3. Well, at least I'll be maxing out a bunch of jobs during this section. I didn't donate for it, Shaluda. But Chen is a monk in World of Warcraft, and an awesome monk, for that matter. What do I think of confederations? You mean the concept of confederations? Yeah, we're still gonna have to do this with Lena, but whatever. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Mega cheats. I love the idea of confederations. And in fact, on paper, a confederation is an awesome concept that really should work more often than it does. Historically speaking, most confederations fail. And for obvious reasons, really. Basically, think about it like this. The entire point of a confederation is we're separate and we take care of our own affairs, except when it comes to the quote-unquote big stuff, right? Sense make? So, the problem is it's really easy to get wrapped up, oh, God damn it, in your own affairs to the point where it's like, I mean, yeah, there's this big war going on, but I'm busy, I got my own stuff. You know, it's the old, you know, it's not happening in my yard, so why do I care mentality. It's a cool concept, though. I've written a few confederations in my own fiction, including the Varick Confederacy, for example. Yes, the EU is, in many ways, a confederation, although some people, and I don't want to get too much into politics, quote-unquote, as in things I don't talk about, but there are several people, or I should say several factions within the EU that wanted to not be a confederation, and several who wanted to be more of a confederation, so make of that what you will. Hope you've been enjoying FF7. Also, VA Ghost, if you have access to it, I highly recommend this game. It's... whether it's as good or as bad as the other FFs is going to be up to your opinion, of course, but I think it's a very high-quality game. My opinion. I can answer that one very easily, Fiendish. So, I never really realized that Primus would become a thing that would, you know, kind of stretch out across, you know, so many years. I mean, I've been GMing Primus for 6 years now, I think, something like that. It's been a long time. Anyways, so I have a trick that I use when I'm GMing a new campaign. I use names of places and species and concepts. That's actually supposed to be lamb hair. It's like a sheep thing. Anyways, I use names and concepts from something I know immediately and off the top of my head without having to. So I used a few Morrowind names, and I've used a few Asheron's Call names, specifically so I would just be able to immediately know, you know, Holper, duh, I don't have to think about that, because I know Asheron's Call by heart. The reason I do that is so that while I'm GMing, I don't have to sit down and actually constantly look at my notes like, hang on, you go to the town of Bobsville to get across to the Terranians, you know, or whatever. Now, obviously, if I had known I was going to be GMing for 6 years, I would have never done that. Because you spend 6 years GMing a campaign, and you just kind of learn the names. I have never officially gone back and replaced those names, because, you know, then everyone would be like, wait, what? We're going to go find the what now? So, same names, different concepts, I guess is the summary answer. Why do I allow politics talk on Halloween stream? So it kind of started as a joke, basically. The general idea was to... I've always had the no politics rule. That's been true even before I started recording videos on YouTube, right? I've had that rule since I was a kid. Yes, the Bob campaign. That's the other thing I like to avoid in my GMing. Anyway, so in my personal experience, most people don't know how to discuss or talk about politics or controversial issues in general. It's not just politics. I say no politics, but that's not really what I mean. What I mean is no controversial issues. I actually love talking about politics, and I tend to talk about politics a lot, both when it comes to fiction and history. But controversial issues, well, in my experience, most people don't know how to discuss those things. So I just kind of stopped after a while. It just reached the point where I was like, you know what? I don't feel like putting up with this anymore. So I didn't. However, it was requested by a few viewers and by a few people. Just a second. No, I do. Okay, sorry. Yeah, most people just yell at each other. Most people don't know how to discuss things. So, yeah, I decided not to put up with it. But anyways, a lot of people are like, well, why don't you discuss politics just like once throughout the year? And so, pretty much for no particular reason, just because, I went ahead and started doing that on Halloween. It's not even actually that long of a tradition. It's only a couple years, like I think 3 years old at this point of a tradition. But, shrug. What do I define as politics? I actually don't want to answer that question. I'll let Chad answer that question. Unless you mean, like, literally. I mean, if you're asking me to define controversial topics, that's... I'll let Chad answer that one. If you want me to define politics, that's a completely different question, which I will actually answer. Oh, and of course, I've actually been called a coward for having that policy for many years as well, which just always makes me laugh. Nice, Mugen. So, I told you guys that was Bahamut. So yeah, Bahamut was a freaking peninsula. Bahamut is really, really, really big in this game. It's okay, he's also a summon. Somehow. Also, toxic lore. Define just politics. Defining politics is easy. Politics is the social interaction between different people and the way by which they try to convince each other both to think and to do differently. That's politics. There's many different types of politics. There's personal politics, there's economic politics, military politics, diplomatic politics. Usually when I say the word politics, I specifically mean a particular brand of politics. Usually when I say that word, I mean, you know, FF12, or Final Fantasy Tactics, or, like, you know, nobles and nations and treaties and kings and armies and war. That kind of thing is what I usually mean when I say the word politics. I usually try to add an additional word when we're talking about economic politics, or personal politics, or office politics, you know. So, boss time, and time to get Lena back. Yes, Necro, that is quite correct. Although I have discussed quite a few things about the Cold War, World War II, World War I, Vietnam, that kind of stuff. In my experience, history is a much safer topic. And you don't even have to go that far back, really. Usually just 2 generations, and boom, there you go. Hell, several of the topics I just discussed, most of my mother was alive for a decent chunk of that. So anyways, Lena's like, I don't know. This body is mine! Beast sealed between dimensions for a millennium. Go forth, Melusine. Hexdeath, no! All that was once sealed in the rift is now mine to command. Lena, stop, please. Face destruction at your friend's hands. So you remember that Hiryu? Oh yeah, sorry. Watch as I take care of a turtle infestation. So yeah, like I said, that was the last time we're gonna hear that ancient library music, because goodbye! You'll notice Exdeath has already gained control over the void. It did not take him a long time. God, I love those holes in reality. Yes, you can talk about the Day of Lavos. No, I have not, Fiendish Dogtall. Very soon, the power of the void will be completely mine, and the entire Earth will kneel before me. So then the Hiryu does something. I don't really know what it's supposed to be doing there. I mean, I know what it's accomplishing. The Hiryu kills itself in order to expunge Melusine from her. And then we fight Melusine. Oh, sorry, PG-13 warning, guys. Avert your eyes, everyone. Melusine can be a pretty rough fight. She is probably the hardest fight that we fight in this particular section here. So you'll notice Monk is doing a lot less damage. That's because there's a accessory that you can get in, I believe, the trench, the underwater trench, which is pretty much required for Monk to be competitive in endgame. So you can actually tell which element she's weak to based on the direction she leaves the screen. I don't have them all memorized off the top of my head. But she is yet another example of a barrier change boss. But she changes all of her stats, not just, you know, which element she's resistant to. She always starts weak to fire, though. So, what actually happened to Lena here, and I actually misspoke about this about a month ago during Pro Dog Fiesta. Lena was actually consumed into the rift, along with everyone else in the castle, and Exdeath was like, hey! You're here, Lena. So he had Melusine possess her and tossed her back out, pretty much just to be cruel and to hurt us a little bit more. Which is, of course, a classic form of irony, because in so doing, he ensured that we get Lena back and we have our full party. So, speaking of which, let's, oh yeah, she also joins the party dead, which actually I like because of the fact that it makes sense. And by dead, I mean downed. Forgive me. Let's just burn the cottage really quick here. Nice for you. Alright. I do like the overworld songs in the second world and third world in general in FF5. Second world's probably my favorite, though. But they're all good, in my opinion. Actually, I don't want to be there. There we go. So we're going to do most of the optional stuff. Not all of it. Not all of it, but most of it. Won't push me much longer until Exdeath gained the power of the void. But Guido said we hadn't the power to fight him and win. We need the 12 weapons. They're in the sealed castle of Kuza. Come on, let's go! Well, I mean, in fairness, Suikoden was more about an army than a party. So 108 is actually a pretty small army. In fact, that's not even a regiment. Meanwhile, in the Rift... No, I have not. Or actually, yes, I have, Fiendish, sorry. They said none could control the infinite power of the void. Pathetic fools. Power of the void. Reveal your true self. Go forth. Destroy everything. Show how absolute your power really is. So, I hated it, Fiendish. So there's a lot of towns we literally never get to go to in World 3, like Castle Waltz. So if you didn't get Shiva, well, sucks to be you. Yeah. All the towns are being sucked into the void. That's true, Pyro. And Permeus. Goodbye, Moogles. Kupo, Lena, or excuse me, Kryl. Kupo, Kupopo. And this is, of course, Bart's hometown. I like to think that the specific person calling out for Bart's is the girl who had a crush on him. Because it amuses me to think that she was still pining after him, and then she was sucked into the void and killed. I'm kidding. She doesn't actually die. Sigh. I wish she did. I wish they all died. This is specifically the moment... This is probably the only real moment of character development Bart gets in the entire game. He takes a hold of the air... He just flips out. He grabs the controls and just starts spiraling wildly out of control. And even though this is a SNES RPG, they do a good job of showing this, and showing just how distraught he is. I think a lot could be done with this scene in a full 3D awesome proper remake. And I would love for there to be more. Add on to this. Keep this going, you know? But even as is, this is powerful. I like the idea of the other three literally being, holding on to, the baluster or whatever in order to just not be blown off of the airship. Just Chen! Or Bart, rather. Bart! No! No! Anyways. So yes, this is actually, we are effectively at the freedom point of this game. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. I really didn't mean to do that. Well, last dungeon time, guys. No, I'm gonna do a couple awful things. So why did I not like The Big Lebowski? I don't even know how to begin to answer that. I didn't find anything about it to be a positive. Is that a good answer? I think that's a good answer. We'll stick with that answer. Alright, so... let's go here first. I think. I mean, I can do stuff in just whatever order I want to. Wait, I've got an answer for you. It's very not my thing. Ugh, okay, can't do this yet. Fine. Thank you, JNP. I could just go end the game. I'm actually still kind of debating doing that, honestly. Yes, Kay. That is a good quote. That is actually relevant. You get points for that. Actually, I gotta think about this. At the very least, we really should do the Phoenix Tower. So, we're going to. Yeah, I'm gonna actually. I never actually answered your question. I'm sorry. I plan to talk about NUO while we're going through the interdimensional rift. I think maybe. Hang on. Maybe not. I thought I was here. Oh, right. I'm stupid. Yes, NUO is actually the super optional. It's the GBA version. One moment. I need to turn off the Enk Nunchi. So I could get in here. This is the Phantom Village. This is a village that kind of got screwed up because they got trapped in between the dimensions when the world split. This is the true endgame town right here. All of the best gear that can be purchased is purchased here. All of the best spells that can be purchased are purchased here, etc., etc. I think I will actually do the fork, and in order to do Fork Tower, I need to do a second. I need to do a second tablet, which means I need to decide what second tablet I'm going to do. What do you guys think? Which second tablet should I do? I think I will probably skip the third and fourth tablet, and there's no real reason to do Leviathan, so I'll probably skip that. I already did. This way. It'll be nice to do FF6 where we'll be doing all the optional stuff, because almost all of it is lore. Yeah, I could too, okay. Well, see, the problem is, Max Time, none of them are really that significant. Also, this is like the worst design for a town ever in lore. I mean, think about it. Yes, the people who are living here are the same people who were alive back in the time of the ancients. The people who are alive here in this town actually saw the reign of NUO and the war against NUO. Now, obviously, these people here saw the end of the war because these people here are the ones who were sealed away in the process of trying to get rid of NUO and the Void. So, nevertheless, everyone here, I guarantee you, was alive when NUO was out and about. No, we're not doing the Oh Gross Cave. We did that during 4-Job Fiesta. So, does NUO outclass X-Death? I feel like someone asked that earlier. That's actually a really good question. The thing is, we have very little information to really guesstimate on NUO's power level. All we know is this. He was pretty strong, and then he gained the power of the Void, and then everyone in the entire world had to join together to fight him, and use, you know, super amazing, legendary weapons in order to be able to do it. Honestly, that to me might imply that he's stronger if we ignore the crystal part of the equation. So here's the thing. Those people who fought him back in the day, they didn't have the empowerment of the crystals. They didn't have the extra power boost that we get. Did I already? Nope, here it is. Last one, guys. That's not the last one. I must have missed one. But Piano Flex! Oh, I know which one I missed. Anyways, I would say that because 12 non-empowered people who do not have the amazing, incredible power of the Void, or excuse me, of the crystals, were required to beat NUO, but 4 people who are empowered by the crystals and have all of the backing and energy and availability that implies are required to beat Exdeath, and we still also use those legendary weapons, at least in lore, personally, I would say Exdeath is stronger. Exdeath is certainly smarter, because Enuo was alone. Exdeath has an army. And so then there's that regenerative thing. So... Oh, crap. Okay. Remind me to turn Enknun back on. I'm just gonna do that here. I would say Exdeath could probably match the old gods, probably even beat them. But then again, I don't agree with the idea that the old gods are super amazingly powerful. Anyways, so Enuo was actually had the availability to... Enuo was considered invulnerable. He had some kind of magic ability. We don't know what it was that pretty much made him invulnerable. Whatever it was, he lost it the moment he gained the power of the void. So the only reason they were ever actually able to defeat Enuo is because he became stronger, ironically. Also, whether or not Enuo is still alive in the sealed cave or not is debatable. Because he's part of an optional dungeon. Uh-oh. Don't tell me Enknun is going to stop working now. Yes, Kate, he's a super optional. And of course, as a super optional, he is stronger than Neo Exdeath. Okay, never mind, we're good. We're good. Anyway, so, Lorerun on the Baldur's Gate series. No. I'll just go ahead and start with that. Unless they come out with a true, proper remake of the Baldur's Gate series, the answer is simply no. That being said, I will mention the Baldur's Gates and their lore when I finally do a lore run of the Neverwinter Nights series, which will be Neverwinter Nights, Shadows of Unrentide, or excuse me, yeah, Shadows of Unrentide, Words of the Underdark, Neverwinter Nights 2, and Mask of the Betrayer. Oh, right, we should probably just switch here. But I have no intention of replaying those games. Unless I have to. What's wrong with the enhanced editions? I don't like them. I feel that they're not enhanced. I feel that they're not remixed or remade. It's just a port. And, I mean, ports are nice. Ports have a reason to exist, but I don't play the enhanced editions for the exact same reason I don't play the old edition. It's okay. She is no longer a dancer, Kay. She has mastered dancing by killing something. That's how I master stuff, personally. I don't know about you guys. Is that everything? That is indeed everything. So. That doesn't make the game funner to play in Mega Mike. It just makes it easier to play. I mean, you're right. And it is something that was a good thing, but it's still just a core. Extremely unlikely, Necro. I'd have to learn the lore of that series a lot better than I currently know. I'm only tangentially aware of the lore of the Legacy of Kain series. So why don't we do... What was I doing with you? Oh yeah, you're going to be one of my mage people. So... I guess for now, we'll give you... We'll give you Black and Summon. Now, Ferris is a dancer. God damn it. Go away. Oh my god, Fiendish. Can someone repeat what I just said to Fiendish so I don't have to repeat myself? Gained Flirt! Guys, Ferris, excuse me, just learned Flirt. Now you, of course, will have Rapid Fire. Actually, let's try barehanded with her. I want to see how this works. Oh yeah, watch your optimize, because Excalibur technically has really high damage. Damn it. It'll pretty much prioritize you equipping it. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, we'll do barehanded that for the moment. And since I'm probably not getting the actual best jobs in the game, or the best equipment in the game, we'll probably do that in general. So sorry, we're not actually going to be super mega ultra cheating. I guess we're not even mega cheating, really, when I think about it. Oh my god. Phoenix Tower. Phoenix Tower. Ugh. No, trust me, we can make it cheat a lot more in this game. Let's just go. Let's just go. At least this tower actually isn't bad design. The enemies in here aren't super awful. There's regular places where you can recover from, or recover with. It's mostly just repeats of bosses. And of course, you know, the pots are a thing. I'm not sure true mega cheats exist for FF5. So we're just doing what we can. What's funny is if you pick correctly each time, you don't find, like, anything on this way up. Oh, and by the way, just see. One of the... This is where you fight magic pots. If you're wondering, what the heck's a magic pot? If I'm not mistaken, this is the first magic pot concept in the series. So you give magic pots an elixir. And he's like, dude! Awesome! By the way, magic pots have absolutely insanely high resistances and defenses. I just gave you an elixir. I literally just gave you an elixir. It's got the connotations of the overall Moogle song. Okay, that's why you remember it. Come on, why aren't you? Alright, whatever. Anyway, so, moving on. Oh my god, how many more floors? Nope, just nope. We're just going now. This is taking too long. Nope. By the way, if not for the fact that it actually says the floor you're on as you're going up, oh, it's not 100%, that's why it wasn't working. I think we have to fight this one. Pretty sure. Anyways, if not for the fact that it says the floor number you're on, there's a pretty good chance that several people would be like, am I just looping? Because, I mean, looping dungeon design, it goes all the way back to, The Legend of Zelda, the first one. Is this the Windrake that saved you? You know, the one that's dead? Kiryu, what are you doing? He says he wants to help you. So this is where we get our flashback, I think. I like to think that this thing is plummeting so fast it literally catches on fire. And of course, we have to have Soldier's Cry there. Because screw you and your emotions. Kiryu knew he didn't have much longer to live. That means in the ancient forest when he saved me. It seemed he came to this tower so he could help you with the last of his power. Could he have just stayed there rather than going 30 floors up? Yes, here's the flashback. I wasn't mistaken. So this is Lena as a child. What do you mean Mother's not going to make it? Dear, the doctor did his best. It seems the only thing that can cure her is a Windrake's tongue. Lena, where are you going with that knife? Certainly you don't mean to... Stop! Kill him and you'll have finished off the last of the Windrakes. What's more, the Queen Mother has always cared deeply for Hiryu. Will you still cut out his tongue? Well, yeah. You fool! So, her mother died. Received the summoned monster, Phoenix. I mentioned earlier that Gollum is the best summon in the game. Phoenix is pretty good in a crutch. Audio dramas? I guess fiendish? It's never occurred to me. I suppose is the honest answer. Thankfully, you can teleport out of this nightmare dungeon. I shouldn't say it that way. It's actually a really good dungeon in terms of design, but man, a little long. But yes, I love the idea that Lena, in all of her compassion that she is known for, was willing to basically cut out an innocent beast's tongue to save her mother. And I remind you that the Hiryus are not just beasts, they are actually sentient, sapient beings. Books, I actually have banned books as far as ruminations. Hang on. The chocobo's slow, guys. What do you want from me? Okay. So we did that. I do want to do two other things. Yep, this is where I want to go. Oh my gosh! I summoned the great power of Phoenix! You know, comma, you could just pop on stream and check yourself, period. Webcomics banned forever. Yes, I will ban all video games. No one will be allowed to ever have fun. Ever. No fun. Take your time, comma. Still have the last dungeon and a few other things to do, period. This is kind of a cool dungeon, too, by the way. Not just the least of which because there's not actually that many random encounters in here. Yes, anime is also banned forever. Mega banned forever. Anime Man is dead, and so shall he remain. Never again. So, okay. No, Anime Man is correct. You got it right. Whoops, I just... I was about to praise the dungeon design and just the gimmick of it, but then I screwed up. Although that's on me. Wow, we already have more encounters than I thought we would in FF5. I forgot how many scripted and encounters and bosses there were in here. There are quite a few. Gosh darn it. Doesn't help that I keep having these things happen. Oh yes, it's implied that most of these ancient ruin places were actually built by the Ronkins specifically. Now, I don't necessarily agree with that, because these places are the temples where they sealed away the tablets, right? And the tablets specifically being the things that were designed to seal away the 12 legendary weapons, which were sealed away 1,000 years ago after fighting Enuo, which was before the Ronkins. Now, an idea that I feel makes a lot more sense is that the Ronkins actually found these places, unsealed them, and are like, oh, this is why you put this stuff in here. Oh, okay. Or I'm saying this wrong. Not they unsealed, but they, they just found them and were like, whoa. And in other words, what I'm trying to say is that I like the idea that the Ronkins are the ones who actually sealed this stuff. There we go. Rather than being the original, rather than the ancients being the ones who sealed this place. It's just an interpretation I enjoy. Who the heck are you? I was excited by the thought of what warriors could have made it this far. But to think, it's only a group of little girls. Sorry, ladies. I'll send you all to your graves. No, they do not, Necro. The ancients are never named. So this is Wendigo. This fight is easy or hard depending on how you do it, pretty much. And I don't actually have any good summons, do I? Basically, only one of the Wendigos is actually the real one at any given point in time. If you fought the Son of Sun in Chrono Trigger, that's pretty much what these guys are. AoEs, or using specific attacks to figure out which one's the real one. Oh, by the way, only certain AoEs even work. I actually forgot about that. And they counterattack with that attack. 3 of them do. Oh yeah, they also do Paralyze as a thing, which really sucks. So we're gonna cheat, because that's what we're doing. Nope. Nope. I think it's the lower left one. Yep. And every time you hit him, he moves. He can move to the same spot. Yeah, I saw that LeVar Burton's returning, although only for like 2 episodes, which kind of sucks. Still, LeVar Burton is awesome, so it's always good to see him back. Wave. Nope. 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 Wow. Alright, we good. Die. There you go. So, this is what allows us to access the Fork Tower, which is the main reason I was even doing another thing at all. Otherwise, I would have just gone straight to the last dungeon after doing Phoenix Tower. Hey, Ryan. Something written on the tablet. The twin houses of the strongest magic, the Fork Tower. If the 2 houses are not traversed and spells just removed as one, both shall be destroyed and the tower rent asunder. Since I'm save stating, I can actually showcase something this time as we do the Fork Tower. Doing Fork Tower is a very common strategy for me in almost any playthrough because it has what I personally consider to be the best leveling spot of the game. For reasons I will describe, because why not? But for now, gosh darn it. So, the tower, let me just go ahead and tell you the gimmick of the tower. Half of the tower is supposed to be done with a mage party, and half of the tower is supposed to be done with a melee party. Now, there's a few catches to that, because what is defined as magic and melee attack is a little bit vague in this game. The most amusing example, of course, is the fact that geomancy does not count as a spell. The mage boss, if you hit him with anything that is not classified as magic, he casts recall and resets the fight.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
The melee boss, he's actually a lot easier and doesn't really have a lot of gimmicks to him, other than the fact that he can counterattack with Doom, but we'll get to that when we get there. Let's go ahead and set up a save here. I'm pretty sure melee is the right one. And while... This is also the prototype of the party splitting up mechanic that will later be used much more in FF6, and a little bit in FF7. What are you linking me here, Bio? Also, thank you for the donation. So, answer to your questions in order. Question number 1. The screaming wails of the damned? Pretty obvious, really. Question number 2. That's a little more complicated, but I'll talk more about it when we get there. The quick answer is, that's the power of the Magi. Question number 3. Why does the prism... what is the prism? It's just a special effect. It has no significance. Why does Kefka change the color of the sky? Because he can. How are they able to summon Traspires to ascend to where he's standing on the spire? Actually, if you pay attention to the people who specifically do it, it's pretty consistent with the lore. Otherwise, it's all just for effect. So, I'm going to set up a backup save here, because I'm pretty sure the right side is the melee tower, but I'm not 100% on that. This tower kind of sucks for 4-job fiestas, because for certain job setups, I mean, this can really suck if you're not set up for either magic or melee. Now that being said, the melee boss is relatively easy. There really isn't much to him. The mage boss, he's the rough one. He's the one who has the severe gimmick, aka you have to hit him with magic or else. There are several ways around the mage boss, including one way, which I just realized I don't actually know if I'm set up for. We may have to slow-mode our way through him. Find out in a minute. I like these dungeons, though. They're short, they're punchy. The enemies on one side are magically inclined. The enemies on the other side are physically inclined. And the bosses are actually pretty creative, at least for the time. Although, one of these bosses can be insane, so... I forget which playthrough of this game it is, but at one point in time, I got to the... I screwed up. I had the wrong character on the wrong side. So, I went to fight the mage boss with a berserker in my party. If you don't understand why that's significant, I will actually demonstrate just for you guys. I mean, I still had my save outside and all, but it was kind of a moment. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure quad Zerkers just avoid these dungeons. Alright, so power through all that. Alright, let's do it! I like to think that they're just shouting across the towers. Are you ready over there? Yeah, I'm totally ready! Cool! So this is Minotaur. I know they're using the Whisperweed. Although I'm not sure where they got more Whisperweed, but whatever. So he's actually supposed to counterattack as his death animation with, I will now use the ultimate spell that I protect, Holy Magic! And then he casts Holy, but he doesn't have enough MP, because he's a fighter. So he just dies. So... I'm in a save state right here. So then I'm going to open my menu. Let's see, I want to make sure, let's see, let's set her, she's a Geomancer right now, so let's set her up as, I don't know, maybe a Time Mage? Yeah, let's do Time Mage, that might work. Give her some Black Magic, that's a good idea. Let's see, Black Magic, there we go. That should be good. Alright, let's take the thing. So yeah, if you actually enter the menu, it explodes and you die. So, unfortunately, I think I'm actually screwed here. But I do want to demonstrate. So this is what happens... So, a Berserker's auto-attack, right? This is what happens if you hit him with physical damage. So this was my world for a bit, because the Berserker went first. I admit it made me laugh quite a bit, but it was a little wonky. So I just realized this is actually going to suck a little bit. Wow. Yep. This is going to suck a bit. How much HP does Omniscient have? $17,000. That's not too bad. So yeah, the very easy way to fight this guy is to just have 2 Reflect Rings, or someone who can cast Reflect. He cannot kill you if you have Reflect on. But it will take an extremely long time for him to kill himself if you do that strategy. That's pretty much the strat if you get a bad setup. So, for example, on my playthrough where I had 1 samurai and 4 berserkers, my actual strategy was I was only going to send the samurai over to this side and have the 3 berserkers handle the other side. And then just kind of purchased a reflect ring for my 1 samurai, and then just put the controller down and wait. So now we have Flare and Holy. Woo. And then the tower disappears, which is a little weird, especially since it was literally on top of Catapult. I like to think that they were slowly suffocating each other. That thought is a good thought, I think. So, down into Catapult. By the way, I know that the whole idea here is that the 2 worlds are remerging like as a dimensional thing. And obviously some of the buildings and cities, you know, are new. And so most of the, you know, obviously, you know, buildings still have to be moved over from one world to the other and remerged. But you realize that the Ronkin ruins had a lot of underground machinery, right? That just kind of transplanted into the 3rd world. I don't know, it's just always amuses me. But anyways, let's move on. Oh my god, seriously, Numa? No. Is it over here? I don't actually remember where they are. Where are you guys? That's definitely not over here. I suppose I should get the free heal real quick. Damn, I think I have mostly run out of things to talk about in this game. Took a while. Ah, there he is. Sid! Seriously, I like to think that they've just been down here this whole time. Slowly suffocating. Oh god! Hi, Hylas. So we get to upgrade the airship. Again. If you're paying attention, this is, I believe, the 9th vehicle now. I mean, it's just an upgrade to the existing airship, but still. This is kind of a cool scene. If you notice, in World 3, there's 1 scene dedicated to each of the characters. We've already had Bartz's, we've already had Lena's. This is Kryle's. Mid, also a kid with a grandfather, says, "It shouldn't take longer," and Cross says, "Wow, you two really work hard." Grandpa blames himself for the world having ended up like this. But, I mean, it's not like there's anything he could have done. I know that. And I think deep down he knows it too. But that's why this time he's so driven to see his machines used for peace. And that should do it. I kind of wish this scene, like most of the other character scenes, was fleshed out more. Because I could see a lot, I don't mean like in a shipping May, but to me, Mid and Creel have a lot, or excuse me, Kryle, have a lot in common, and I feel like there could be a real bond of friendship there, but I digress. I can't fight for beans. In fact, I'm about as good. All I'm good for is modifying machinery. Even so, I've tried to do everything I can to help you out. The rest is in your hands. Thanks, Sid. So there's a couple places we can go underwater. See you around, Bio. Hope you liked my answers, even though they were terrible. I can't fight for memes. Work is my passion, ladies. Okay. I was gonna go get mine, but after some thought, I think maybe I won't. I think I'm gonna redo my thinking. Yeah, I think I am gonna do that. We'll do... Where is it? There it is. So we'll do her that way, him that way, and we will eventually do her that way. Now, the biggest problem I always have every single time I play this game. I always have the hardest time finding the sealed castle. Oh, wait, actually, before we do that, let's have Ferris's cutscene. Pretty much the last cutscene we're going to do before we go and hit the last dungeon. And by pretty much, I mean literally the last. Sildra, you're alive. Well, no. Ferris, what are you talking about? Ferris, do you see something? Don't you see? Sildra's right there. Sildra's your name? Oh, you're such a good girl. Kryle, you can see her? Sildra's spirit says she wants to help Ferris. Yeah? Such a kind soul. Yeah, I usually have a little trouble finding specific spots in World 3. Also, I find it actually rather interesting that several of the creatures and characters that are literally passing on the torch to the party do so and become summons as a consequence thereof. Alright, so... There it is. There it is. Yep, I was right. I was actually on the right track. Yeah, even in death, she remains loyal to Ferris, and, again, helps her to move onward. Thank you, Jofro. I admit I get super self-conscious and super nervous about doing these marathons, so I'm glad you're enjoying it. I hope most of you guys are enjoying it. This is probably the very first time, right now, this very specific second, when I feel like I haven't been nailing it. But I do need to think about what I pull out. I'm definitely going to be doing Excalibur. Yep. I agree completely, Numa. If we had actually gotten the 4 Weirds of Dawn as a summon for the last battle, I mean, in lore we kind of do, but it should have been a gameplay thing too. What do you think? Spear and Excalibur? Or the Mazmune and Excalibur, guys? What do you think? I mean, I have enough to get plenty here. What's this? That's the katana. I don't want. That's the assassin's dagger, which has its uses, but not for me and not for right now. Ah, there it is. Mazmune. If you ever want to hate me for my pronunciation of Japanese words, watch my Chrono Trigger tests. Or my Lorerun of Chrono Trigger, where I call it Mazmune, because that's what I call it. Very possible max time. Lord knows that the Final Fantasy series in general uses that concept, and you know, across multiple other games. Okay, so Excalibur and Mazmune. There we go. Actually, hang on. So she's got my Protect Ring. She has the Bone Mail. Let's actually give her... yeah, let's just leave her like that. We'll give her the Elven Mantle. She keeps a Protect Ring. Well, she doesn't actually matter yet. And let's give him... yeah, let's give him the other Elven Mantle. Okay. Yep, it's the Mazmune. You're absolutely right. Meanwhile, prisoners of this space between dimensions, hear me, my servants. Every single one of these suckers is a boss in this game, at some extent or another. Warriors led by the light of the crystals seek the ancient tablets. Seek them out and kill them. They must not be allowed to obtain the fabled weapons that destroyed Emuo. Very well. Go now, my monsters. Destroy them while I obtain the full power of the void. Yes, I know what it's named after. I just don't care. It's Mazmune. You're never going to get me to change my pronunciation of that one, guys. Sorry. Bahamut. Anyways. So, okay. Got the weapons, not getting Bahamut, no reason to. No reason to do the other two things. Did Phoenix Tower, did the Fork Tower, got Ferris's cutscene for Sildra. No need to do the Leviathan cutscene, no need to do... oh, right. One other quick thing we need to do. Oh, okay, gotcha, Hylas. I just mentioned it because like 4 people at once were all like, it's Masamune, and I'm like, nah, that's great. Don't care. Come on and join us! Now, this is probably, I believe, the first time they've actually broken the 4th wall in a Final Fantasy game, where they actually tell the player to get up and dance with them. Now, Muramasa is easy to pronounce. I can do that one without having to worry about it. Piano Flicks! And I'm still missing one. Oh well. Guys, we will go without a Piano Flex this particular Lorerun. No, hang on. I'll look it up. Exactly, Maudie. Mazmune. Super simple. Okay, so... let's just do these one by one. Oh, actually, I think I know which one I missed. Dang. Find out. Maybe. I thought I got this one. No, I did. I did get this one. Damn! And I got Regol, and I got Moore. Wait, no, I didn't get Moore, did I? I didn't get Moore. It's okay. I know which one to get. Let's do it, guys. Somewhere. Is that it? No, that's Karnak. There it is, there it is. We're good, we're good. Excuse me. Jeez. Yep, this is the one I missed. Ahem. Final Piano Flex! I think. Wait, that wasn't the last one? Oh god, it wasn't the last one. What in the crap? Okay, I know I did the Phantom Village one. I know I did more, I just did that. Rigol is the one I just did. Wait, hang on. Actually, I don't think I did do Rigol. Hang on! How have I missed 3? No, this will not stand. Is this? Okay, oops. Alright. I got good news and bad news. The good news is I know exactly which one I'm missing. The bad news is it's the one that was in World 2 that I can't go back and get, I think. I'm gonna try. There might be a mistranslation issue here. But I think I can't go back and get it. Yeah, I think this might just be a mistranslation issue. Here's hoping. So there's that, so it's gonna be... too far. Yep, okay, no, we're good, we're good, we're good. This would be the one I missed then. Right here. This is the final piano. Jesus Christ. And now the final piano flex. Okay, now we can go beat the game. For real this time. We good. I thought about going to get Mime, but honestly there's not a whole lot of reason to. What do you think? Should I get Mime? If I get Mime, it's the last thing I do before beating the game. No, I have not, Little Billy. Yes, we're not even getting the Bard song. There's no reason to, really. It's a good song, though. Yeah, 2 more. Yeah, there really is no need to get Mime. I'm not actually getting Mime. I'm not even using Mime, I should say. Hey, Darkrai. Don't worry, you're in time for the best part of the game. Debatably. And we'll talk about Enuo. Finally. As soon as I remember where that... Okay, where am I? Hang on. There's the bridge. So I need to go... up? Yep, I'm right. I need to go straight up. Oh, wow. Little Billy. That's pretty horrible. Down here. Yep, found it. We're good. Probably because they needed to figure out what to do with him, Kay. And, I mean, FF5 is the job game, so it makes sense to do something job-like with it. And Mime kind of works, so, you know. Okay, so let me explain the piano flex. After doing the piano, they do this little animation where they go... And so people started assuming it was them flexing. So the idea was that every time Bartz finishes pianoing, he does a flex. I kind of turned that into my own little, you know, one-arm yeah thing. And I like doing the flexes just as a general way of demonstrating awesome stuff, like, you know, piano flex, or bus flex, or toxic flex, and so forth and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my favorite dungeon in FF5. This is the Interdimensional Rift. Now, we've already talked about the Rift and the Void and the relation with each other several times previously, but as a quick rehash, the Interdimensional Rift is kind of exactly what it sounds like. This is the space in between. This is the connecting tissue across the multiverse. Just about any time you see something where, you know, a character, like, goes across any of the FF series, it's because of the interdimensional rift. It's because of something traveling through here. In Dungeons and Dragons terms, this place is the equivalent of the astral plane. So as we're going through this dungeon, we will see quite a few different locales, terrains, enemies, bosses, etc. all the way throughout it. So, as Necro points out, we could actually basically be in a planar shifted version of real-world places. Yes, in Kingdom Hearts version, this is the lanes between. So, it is its own distinct location, but it is directly connected to existing locations. Remember, all of World B, in other words, all of the Dissidia gameplay, all happened within a planet that was actually within the Rift. That was World B, and it was trapped within the Rift. Theoretically, you could literally get to Midgar from the Rift. Yes, that is actually a thing in canon. This is how Gilgamesh gets around. This is why this is the specific reason why Gilgamesh is able to appear in all of the different Final Fantasies, because he was cast here by Exdeath in this game, and he's been roaming through it lost ever since. Now, of course, it's not like this is some kind of highway. You know, it's not like there's a sign that says Midgar to the left. This place is a shifting, changing realm of metaphysical mess. And it's not exactly easy to navigate. So, most creatures do not have the ability to just get from point A to point B going through the rift. In fact, in lore, what we are actually doing is we are pretty much straight out roaming the rift, just hoping to end up where we're going. Also, nice little touch, by the way, you notice all the leaves and the flowers are fresh and in full bloom here in the Ronka ruins. This is just me, but I like to think that this slice of the Ronka ruins, or of the Ronkan civilization here, is actually the Ronka back when they were at their height. In other words, this is not present-day Ronka, but this is past Ronka, back when they were still, rulers of the world, basically. And yes, also, time doesn't work quite right in the Dimensional Vortex. This is actually one of the reasons it's so hard to tell which Gilgamesh happens at what point in time, because it could easily be just about any order. In fact, from Gilgamesh's perspective, all of his appearances throughout the FF series could happen over the course of, like, a day, you know? And we know for a fact that time is wrong in the Rift, because that's what happened to the Phantom Village when it got stuck here, and also in the rest of the world. That's where we are right now, by the way. I don't know if you recognize this, but this actually is the Phantom Village. The place that we had to turn off Enknun in order to be able to access earlier. And notice they're completely frozen now, even though they were fine earlier. This place serves an interesting parallel. First, obviously, story-wise, it's to show the people and how they're trapped. Most of them are actually in mid-stride, as you can see there. But also, it serves as a nice recovery point. That may sound weird, especially since I have Enknun on, but trust me when I say this dungeon is pretty damn rough. It's mean. Let's just go ahead and say this. It's mean. That's a good question, Muad'Dib, but based on some of the things they say, it's pretty clear that they understand that a lot of time is passing while they're in here. I don't think they know specifics, but they do know that time is wrong, and so they do know that stuff is wrong. Oh, right, I need to go this way. Sorry. Now, I said I'd talk about Enuo, so let's discuss what we know about Enuo. Enuo was a invincible mage. I don't know why that's part of his characterization, but it is. We don't know why he was invincible, we just know that he was. Who was pretty damn strong, and was waging a war against pretty much the entire world of the time. While he was waging that war, he gained the power of the Void, the ability to use the Void for his own purposes. Now, I'll be talking more about the Void in a bit, but all you need to know right now, if you haven't seen my talks during Dissidia or any of the previous FFs, and the Void will be coming up in the future as well, because the Void is one of those recurrent elements throughout the Final Fantasy series, is the fact that the Void is just another aspect of nature. I know it sounds like this big horrible thing, but basically think of it as I have gained the power of fire. I have gained the power of ice. I have gained the power of the elements. I have gained the power of time, It's just an elemental force that Enuo gained the power of. For reasons not fully understood, When Enuo gained the power of the Void, he lost his invincibility. That's actually a really important plot point. I know I've actually brought that up before, but I wanted to rehash it now that we're actually in the last dungeon. Yeah, the power of dimensions is a good way to put that in standard terms. So, having gained the power of this dimensional ability of the Void, Enuo lost his invulnerability. The legendary heroes of the time, and whoever actually got together, the Ancients, in other words, banded forces, crafted the 12 legendary weapons, and fought against him alongside, Bahamut, Leviathan, and several other creatures of the time. They defeated Enuo and killed him, but the thing is, the GBA version makes it clear that he was actually sealed away, because for some reason we always seal bad guys away when we defeat them. Now, the problem was, Enuo, shall we say, destabilized the Void. Kind of keeping with that whole environmental message thing of FF5 in general. So, overuse and misuse of the Void led to the Void going... We actually know what it's like when the Void's destabilized, because we actually see that on camera. When Tycoon Castle is consumed into the Void, Exdeath's not doing that. That just happens. That just happens when the Void is going out of control. So that's what started happening after Enuo was defeated and his control was removed. So they split the crystals, which caused these two planets to separate out into their own separate worlds, World A and World B. And in so doing, the Void was trapped, sealed between two of them. Exdeath, of course, fast-forwarding, remerged, etc. Now, a couple of other interesting things about Enuo, though. First of all, Enuo seems a lot more, as weird as this may sound, traditionally evil. He is probably someone I'd say is a Type 1 villain. He's like, ah, ha, 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 death to all, and to all a good night. And there's not really a lot else going for him other than the fact that he is just evil. Unfortunately, we have almost no characterization for Enuo. And even Exdeath doesn't exactly get a lot of characterization in this game. But I mention that because his motives are so clearly separate from Exdeath's. Exdeath's motivation is obvious, and I've actually already told it to you. Exdeath wants to return everything to the Void. Not, I want to destroy everything, ha ha ha! It's more like he believes that the Void is the natural state of existence, and he is actually correct about that. And so he wants to return everything to the natural state of existence. Make sense? Again, by contrast, let's actually put that on. Let's put that on here. By contrast, Enuo was, more traditionally, I shall rule everything. Yeah, why not? Hang on. Save. I don't think I'm going to beat him. I'm not set up to fight him. And I'm healing him with my holy damage. And yes, Exdeath believes he is setting things back to the natural order, and as Roxima says, that is exactly why he was so willing to work with the Cloud in the efforts of balance back in Dissidia. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. He wants to accelerate the natural process of the world returning to the Void. Because most worlds that are birthed from the Void eventually return to it. In fact, that is the actual fate of World B, aka the world of Dissidia. Yep, so anyways, that's Omega. Again, I'm not actually set up to fight him, but he's pretty rough. God damn it. Let's not heal him this time. In fact, actually, hang on. Let's get rid of the Excalibur, which is healing him. I guess Defender instead. He doesn't actually have a lot of health, really. He hits very hard, he can confuse you, he can petrify you, he can hit your entire party, he does a lot of fire damage, he can attack multiple times per round. Basically, he gets multiple actions per ATB bar filling up, I think is the simplest way to put that. Oh, also, he has an insane speed value, so he can go really, 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 really fast. He has good stats, too, but trust me, that is not why he is strong. So yeah, if I got a full round of rapid fires off, I could probably kill this guy. But don't think I'm going to. He just gets too many actions, and I have too many people not set up for it. So anyways, moving on. Let's just rewind here. We're not doing this. And, God damn it! I'm trying not to encounter him. Actually, yes, Mike ABC. Although, there's some debate on that point. God damn it. He is, like, right in the way there. Yeah, rapid fire completely ignores his evasion, which is very helpful. I may have to actually kill this guy. Well, that's okay. I think I can do that. We'll try. I will show off Shinryu, yes. Why don't you people have ribbons on? Put on the ribbon. And of course, I am stuck with Bart's just being a monk, so I can't do anything with him. Damn it, I forgot. Hang on, I forgot to unequip Excalibur. Give me a second. Defender, yeah. And yes, this is the first game that introduced Shinryu, aka a semi-major player in some of the games, and arguably the closest thing to an actual deity in the Epic series. Oh, Venture's asked about FF12. Take a drink. Oh yeah, he counterattacks too, in addition to having lots and lots of attacks. Yeah, I think I need a full 4 attacks, full 4 rapid fires to finish off Omega. I don't think I'm actually going to make that happen, to be honest. You have a ribbon on! Maybe if I get some lucky crits. Yep, okay, Omega's dead. I got some lucky crits. Omega was actually a weapon crafted by some of the people fighting the nation of Onrak all the way back in Final Fantasy I, and it was actually tossed into the void by Onrak, by Chaos specifically. Not the Chaos from FF1, the Chaos from Dissidia. So, yay. Okay, so now let's finish up this. I am gonna heal after that, though. That was fun. I will show off Shinryu. In my opinion, Shinryu is actually easier. Even though he is more complicated, it's easier to bypass his mechanics. So, when this game was made, Omega was an homage to Warmech. It was not until Dissidia and Dissidia Duodecim came out that Omega became the character from that. Although Omega's been kind of a recurring character throughout the series. Omega and the Omega weapons. Oh, excuse me, that's right. I think we can get a flex for that. Can I get an Omega flex, guys? Anyways. To be honest, I never thought you'd make it this far. No matter. Soon I shall rid you of your pitiful lives. The instant you touched this book, you activated the dimensional switch! By the way, this is going to be my strategy for, like, every single boss from this point on, just a heads up. Thank you, Kay, for that extremely hesitant flex. Anyways, it is worth noting while we're here that the Omegas and the Omega weapons are actually different. there's some issues with the translation, and that's the main reason why there's some confusion between the two. But the Omegas are mechanical creatures like the one we fought earlier. The Omega weapons are the giant four-legged centaur things. Different things entirely. And were actually invented for FF6. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Actually... No, I'm not giving her Excalibur because I plan to fight Shinryu, who absorbs Holy. Thank you, Wolf. I'm gonna give her Zenonage instead. And... okay. Well, no, that won't work. We'll do that. Oh, I know. So then we go to this area. This is one of the only areas that's actually unique to the Rift. There's no place that looks like this in the game, in the game's history or backstory. Where this is, I have no idea. You can speculate freely, because, I don't know. This is also the place that makes up the dungeon in the Dissidia version of FF5's area. There's actually quite a bit to this castle section, and there's a lot of bosses just here, and this pretty much marks the end of the, shall we say, the first half of the last dungeon. The second half of the last dungeon will be a little more different. We'll get there when we get there. Yeah, I have two. That's it. Yes, there are many there are many dinosaurs just going like in the void. Maybe. Then again, given given how vast the void is, it's possible you'd only ever encounter one. So those guys are all mimics, all those old men there. Just weird. So you can actually completely skip Azul Magia here. Alright, even though I actually knew Spanish when I was younger, for some reason this stealth pun never really clicked with me. This is Azul Magia. He's a blue mage. I'll wait. He knows almost every blue magic spell in the game, and when you use a blue magic spell on him that he can learn, he uses it back on you. He is actually a really cool boss. He is pretty much your last chance to learn blue magic, but also as a result of his unique gimmick, he is incredibly easy. See, all you need to do to kill this guy is to be a blue mage who knows self-destruct. Cast self-destruct on him, and he's like, aha! Behold, self-destruct! Ugh! And then he dies. Jesus, Cladden, that was literally like 4 years ago. I mean, yes, this streaming and recording is my full-time job and has been for no, it's actually been 5 years, excuse me. Wow, that's a weird question. Okay, so this is Catastrophe. Oh, right, I forgot to showcase the strat. I've shown this strat for this guy before. Basically, if you have the, all he does is a bunch of earth damage. However, if any of your party is hovering, is floated, then he will chain cast Gravity 99 in order to ground you. Thing is, if you have the accessory that gives you float, the float can't go away. So all he does over and over and over is cast Gravity, 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 Gravity. And he can't do it. He can't get you down. He is an extremely easy fight. I know, Cladden, but God, that was literally 5 years ago. In fact, it was more than 5 years ago. And we have now saved the fair maiden. And she gives us a kiss. Yay. We feel special. Nah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We've got a couple ribbons on. You can run, but you can't hide. Tee-hee-hee. It was the kiss of death. This is actually a guy, by the way. His name is Helicanarsis, I think? God, I don't know. Well, I've got a strategy that might work against this guy. Maybe. Also, what is with that outfit? Pretty high up, Lex. The overall design of this dungeon is excellent. Good encounters, lots of bosses, lots of variety. The bosses in here are hugely varied in the strategies that they are presented in. And there's good treasure. The visual design is excellent. There's no wasted space. You know, there's no like padding or dead ends. A lot of the bosses are actually optional to fight. Well, I shouldn't say a lot. Like 2 of them are optional to fight. I think literally 2 of them. Anyways, and yeah, I really, really love this dungeon. I would say, just off the top of my head, this is probably my 4th favorite dungeon in the Final Fantasy, or 4th favorite final dungeon in the FF series, with like probably Kefka's Tower, honestly, at the top. Crystalline Core is up there, and then Ultimicia's Castle and this one. That's pretty much the top 4. They're all really close to each other, so determining the best one is really hard. So this is Twin Tanya. This is the other run killer. This guy is very, very difficult for certain setups of the 4-job Fiesta. In fact, on that Fiesta where I had 3 Berserkers and 1 Samurai, I was actually spending time just thinking about how to fight just this guy. Because he's rough. I know it doesn't look like it, because I'm cheating my balls off. So he has a first phase, which he has pretty high defenses, is resistant to almost everything, and hits your entire party pretty hard, pretty regularly. Twin Tanya sucks. Oh, also, he has an insane amount of HP. His phase 2, ironically, is actually when he gets easier. Because in phase 2, he lowers all of his defenses, becomes weak to everything, and then starts charging Doom Kill You in the Face. Thing is, he charges that pretty quickly, and it's actually easier than you'd think for him to just get the charge off before you have a chance to do anything. Twin Tanya is pretty mean. I'd say he's the hardest boss in here, but unfortunately or otherwise, X-Death is actually really, really rough. Oh yes, he also loses heavy status when he goes into phase 2. I haven't actually talked about that yet. Heavy status is a status effect that is flagged to bosses in this game, which makes them immune to certain things. So certain bosses are just immune to certain effects because of the fact that they have the heavy status. Hey, Gilgamesh. Have at thee, vile beast! Oh wait, does she have the bone mail on? No, she doesn't. Okay, we're good. Oh god! Thank you, the Master Brain, for the subscription. Take this! So the idea here is that Gilgamesh is kind of messed up right now. And he's lost, and he's confused, and there's all sorts of horrible, evil creatures in this place. So he's kind of like just, oh my god, I'm just gonna go over here, whatever. I don't want to be here anymore. This place sucks. I hate being here. I feel really bad for Gilgamesh. being lost in this place. Although, as ever, for a Final Fantasy game, it has to end in crystals. So, I have a couple theories about this place. You'll notice we occasionally see roots growing through the crystals as we go through here. And the further in we go, the more roots we see. Yes, now he's off to FF12, and 9, and 5, or 8, and Typo, and Dissidia. Anyways, and so you can see more and more of these, of Exdeath's roots are present the further in we go. Now, this is still in the Rift, it's worthy of note. This is not actually in the Void, but here's my theory. I think that Exdeath has been spending his time slowly expanding himself, more or less literally, throughout the Rift, and bringing it closer to the Void. In other words, I think this is... So, you know how most of the Rift is the Rift kind of blended with someplace else? I think this is the Rift blended with the Void. Or, if we were to put it linearly, imagine here's the material plane, and over here is the Void, and of course the Rift is in between, right? I think we've been doing this, and so now that we're far in, we're at the part of the Rift which is the closest to the actual Void. So this is Shinryu. The Dragon God, and also responsible for the entire plot of Dissidia. He likes to chain cast Tidal Wave. It hits really, really, really hard. But it is a type of damage you can completely avoid, as you see me do on Ferris. Like I said, this boss is a lot easier to bypass his mechanics than Omega is. If I were to compare these two, I would say Omega is Ruby Weapon and this one is Emerald Weapon in terms of boss design. You'll notice he also doesn't get 50,000 attacks per round. He also doesn't counterattack 50,000 times. Basically, this guy is effectively a stat boss rather than a complexity boss. So, I don't think that one deserves a flex. It is pretty easy to beat Shinryu. Hang on. Just give me a minute. Also, Shinryu is native to the Void. Unlike Omega, which was banished here, and most of the monsters we've been fighting, which were banished here, Shinryu started off here. Make of that what you will. The common theory is that Shinryu created the Rift. Probably Braylon. So as you can see, by this point, the Rift is almost completely infested with Exdeath. He's everywhere. And so, this is our last chance to go ahead and get a save point, if we fight an optional boss. This is Necrophobe, aka someone who is terrified of dying. And the Necrophobe, who is terrified of dying, has a special mechanic where he has 4 barrier creatures, which make him invincible as long as they're alive. He is literally untargetable as long as the barriers are up. With these barriers, I've achieved invincibility. Do you really believe you can defeat me? I like to think that this is Xand. Not literally, but just like... like, this is basically what happened to Xand. Now, I actually don't want to kill him just yet. Depends on which version you're talking about, Necro. My invincible barriers. You've left me with no choice. Have a taste of my true power. It's all you can eat. And then he flashes us. Oh, hang on. There we go. Come on, buddy. Actually, I'm just going to do a backup save and then hold this calm down for a minute. Come on. This is going to take a while, and I actually don't want to kill him. There we go. We're good. Gilgamesh? made it! Why, hello there! Surprised to see me? Ha! If I just left you in the lurch, I'd look like a jerk for all history! Thought I'd let that happen? As if. Yes, these are what I consider props. Super Ball, Dragon, Ball, person. You've got a big mouth. If you're so eager to fight, you can be the first to die. See you around, Lex. Oh, really? Just try it, Baldy. You can't even hold a birthday candle to the blazing flame of my winning spirit. Kryle! Your grandfather... He was a pretty strong guy. And coming from Gilgamesh, that's actually a really big compliment. And you, Ferris. You must fall in love, or something. Try acting a little like a woman, if you still know how. Hey. Wouldn't you, Gary? Lena! Always so selfless towards animals. Never lose that pure heart. ... And Chen, or Bart. I wanted to fight you one more time. Mano a mano, the duel of the century. You have admirable companions. I envy you. So in case you ever wonder why Gilgamesh is so insistent on getting that last duel with Bart's, it's because of the fact that, you know, he promised Bart's, he's like, we're gonna get that one last duel in, and then he never did, so. Holy moly. I believe that that's my line. Also, I like how Kryle's glasses are like up on top of her head there. Way up on her forehead. See you around, Gilgamesh. I believe the next game we'll really see you in is 8, I think. Let's go ahead and get one last save, just in case. I know he's an optional Esper in 6, but he's not there in lore. So. Also, I'm not actually sure it's Gilgamesh, based on the way he's acting. I mean, he's an Esper. So here, as you can see, we have absolutely massive... well, you'll see in a second, actually. I'll just shut up for the moment. It took you long enough. But now you are too late. My awesome music has begun! Finally, it is in my grasp. The greatest power known to man. The power to control the universe. Insert Aladdin quote here. So he finally pretty much abandons his humanoid form. You could actually see his face poke out of the tree there. I will crush all who stand in my way. I think I'll begin with your precious friends. I hope you enjoy watching your companions be sucked into the void. So then Gilgamesh, then Exdeath pretty much destroys the world. Now, Some aspects of the ending of FF5 aggravate me, but I have to admit, it kind of is... It had to end that way. Otherwise, it would be worse than FF2, because remember, the world is already doomed. The crystals are already destroyed. Within a few months, if not a year, the world of Final Fantasy V is gone. And then you add to the fact that there are multiple holes in reality across the planet. And yeah, you get the idea. And now you too will meet your end inside the void. Exo! Oh, that would be great, Zed. That would be awesome. I would love to see that. Because we do see bits and pieces of his armor still on him in his first form of the final boss. So we are currently in the void. This is what the void actually looks like. There is one final plot twist in this game, and that's the fact that the void is not quite what everyone has thought it was up to this point. Now, I've already actually explained this. The void is basically just an elemental force of reality. It's basically the power of dimensions. So, through the power of this dimensions, it's not actually an evil thing. It's not like hell or anything like that. It's where places come from, and where places eventually go back to. So, the 4 Dawn Warriors here, I would have loved it if they had become an actual summon for the last fight. I really would have. Anyways, the idea here is that under, like, yeah, kind of like the live stream, but a little bit different. The way it's presented, the idea is that if you were to not take care of things, if you were to not take care of the world, if the world was to be destabilized either by a misuse or abuse or evil, then the world eventually sinks back into the world, or into the void. We actually see this in Dissidia. World B, the world of Dissidia, sinks back into the void because it destabilizes. But as long as the world maintains itself, as long as it has balance, either between light and dark, or between chaos and order, or whatever, as long as it is maintained with regards to good intentions, elemental forces, etc., a world maintains itself and therefore does not sink back into the void. So it's not actually an inevitability that things will go into the void. It can be prevented. It just has to be maintained. You with me? And now what's funny is that also applies to the live stream. The whole planet does not eventually... It is not an inevitability that the whole world dies and then returns to the live stream, even though certain people in FF7 think that. And that is, of course, Exdeath's primary motivation. He thinks it's inevitable. He thinks that, you know, it's going to all go to the void anyways. Let's just get it over with. Final save. So, anyways, yes, Square Enix has bought... I am actually a Square Enix bot. I've been meaning to tell you guys. So, you can actually see the armor on top there. And also, this is really horrifying. You notice he's got, like, a second jaw on the back of his jaw there? I mean, just... what the hell? So this fight is rough. I am actually a little bit nervous about this, because I'd like to have all 4 people alive for this. Because the ending varies slightly based on how many people are alive when you defeat Neo Exdeath. We are basically going to be rapid-firing our way through this. He has a lot of abilities. I mean, both of these fights are very, very difficult, and very properly difficult. But it's worth noting... Okay, this is really important. Exdeath just died. Now, that point needs to be emphasized, because Exdeath... So, here's the sequence of events. Exdeath has finally gained the power of the void. He talked about that. As we finally reached them, he had finally contained all of the power of the void that he had been trying to master all this time. Now, what is Exdeath's greatest trait? His greatest strength, I should say. I've actually been pointing it out this entire run, specifically for this moment. Because Exdeath's greatest power is his ability to survive things. Whether it's regeneration, or just being invulnerable, or whatever, his restoration. But he finally gained the power of the void. And what happened to Enuo when he got the power of the void? So, just like Enuo, Exdeath loses his ability to recover. So we defeat him, not for the first time, it is worth noting. We defeat him, and then he dies. And this time, he doesn't come back. What we fight at the end is not actually Exdeath. Exdeath dies and is disseminated into the void. What is left is what we end up fighting as the very, very last fight here. Now, the term for this is, of course, Neo-Exdeath. But in every way that matters, this is actually not Exdeath. I mean, this is, but the thing we're about to fight is not. I am not 100% sure why the Void takes away that power, but it does consistently. Come on, game. All memories, dimensions, existence, all that shall be returned to nothing, so that I too can disappear forever. And if you pay attention, this is the amalgam. This is what's left after Exdeath died. All the bits and pieces that made up him have now been spewed out and just smeared out across the dimension of the Void. And now they're all fighting us simultaneously. And I notice there's actually 4 of them in terms of actual combat here. Also, this is really gross. There's some people who have their guts exposed. There's like a skeleton thing that's in only half of it's there. It's, oh god, it's so gross. This is Neo Exdeath, and he is a ludicrously hard fight. I would say, in my opinion, this is the hardest properly difficult last boss in the FF series. Ah, that could be Necro. It could be. Okay, here we go. He can do some really mean attacks, and he also, of course, has his signature attack, Grand Cross and Almagest. Almagest, how are you supposed to say that? Grand Cross is the one I'm really afraid of. Grand Cross doesn't just do a lot of damage. Grand Cross also is basically bad breath. It does a lot of status effects, and will wreck you if you don't have ribbons. Yeah, if you don't know the various tricks to this boss, and there are various tricks to help make this boss easier. In fact, in the SNES version, there's a trick to completely skip this boss. But if you do not know the tricks, or you do not know any of the strategies, this boss will destroy you. So here's Almagest. This specific attack, Almagest, that's actually what was killing me in my most recent 4-job Fiesta. I was so low level I could not survive that attack. And there's basically a timer. You have to defeat the middle thing before he does it, otherwise he kills you. Which is possible, but would require some very specific RNG or leveling. And yes, Necron actually uses Grand Cross as well. In fact, for a while there were some theories, I myself had the theory, that Necron actually was Exdeath, or Enuo. Neither is true. It was worth noting. By the way, each one of these 4 points has 60,000, I think, health. Quite a bit. Fling money! Aw, I was wanting that to be the killing blow. It is worth noting, he can still kill me. In fact, I think he just killed Lennon. Yep. Oh, that's not gonna do it. Get up. Hey, Dr. Nimbus. Ritualistic basketball for the win. Yeah, we'll talk about Necron a lot more when we get to 9. Let's save that until we get there, guys. Sorry, I was a little bit nervous, even despite cheats, because I wasn't using any of the strats, I was just brute forcing it. Do you guys think that counts as 1 or 2 encounters, by the way? A very good question, Necro. It is entirely possible that X-Death was always just one entity subverting the others. I'm thinking 2. I think we'll count 2, so... The final total, ladies and gentlemen, for encounters in Final Fantasy V is 90 on the dot. Or 89 if we count it as 1. I'm going to count it as 2, so 90. Wow, that's a lot more than I thought it was going to be. I guessed 62. So our closest guesser to this is actually, looks like it's going to be Lazy. Just at a glance. Yep. Lazy guessed 85. No one guessed as many as we had. Everyone was under. Wow, that's actually really... Wow. Anyways. Oh, sorry. I should have been reading the dialogue here. This is just talking about, you know, the nature of the void, which I've actually already explained to you. How the void is the source. Again, the universal life stream. That really is the best descriptor of the void. Although I like the term, the void, better. I must admit. I like how we don't walk here, too, by the way. We just kind of hover float. It's a nice little touch. See? No, Dr. Nimbus, I have no intention or interest in doing so. The void is still here. But we beat X-Death. Yeah, he didn't start the void, Kryl. So this is when things get interesting. See, the impression here is that the world is basically sinking into the void right now. But, if you'll remember, we were not only imbued with the crystals, we literally physically have shards of the crystals on us, right? So pieces of the crystals, pieces of the aspects of the 4 elements which help to maintain the balance of a world, still exist. Hope, which is earth. Courage, which is fire. I believe this one's compassion. Nope, devotion, which is water. Not literally in them, they just had it in their bags, okay? After all, if they didn't, they wouldn't have the power of the crystals, aka the job system. And passion, which is wind. So the crystals basically use the power of the void to remanifest. In the pyramid, and the waterfall. Except, that's right, we left mine behind, but let's just pretend we got it. In the, oh god, the deep sea chasm, or whatever this place is actually called. The really gross people place. And because the world starts stabilizing, it starts emerging from the void, and all these places which were absent in reality start, you know, becoming present again. Honestly, I like to think that the void is just like, alright. Not that it has a sentience or sapience, but... Alright, fine. I mean, you went through all that trouble. Fine, if you want to keep existing. Whatever. Now, this is relevant because, if you remember, up to this point, even if we beat X-Death, the world was still screwed. If not for the crystals which we had on us and the power of the void itself, the world would still be screwed. We still would have lost. Just fun fact there. Hey, Myron. Now, if you remember, the Hiryu actually was able to leave the void once before. Remember, with Lena? No, he's seen his father before, Mugen, when he was younger. Although, first time in many years. And finally, the Wind Crystal in the Wind Shrine, where we basically began the game. Probably Sunday, I'd say, Byron. Possibly later than that. Not sure yet. So now we have another of those FF traditions of having, you know, a happily ever after ending. Although FF endings tend to vary significantly in quality, I do actually like this one. So, Sid and Mid get a letter from Kryl. Hey guys, somehow we made it back. This letter actually varies depending on how many people are alive at the end of this. Oh, that's right, I forgot about Crisis Core. Yeah, no, we probably won't start till Monday at the earliest then, Myron. You know, the sad thing is, Necro, you're probably right. Although in the anime, they forget the crystals ever even existed. So, one of the things that's interesting about this ending, and I'm sure Kay would agree with me if he was here, is that after having done all this, they lose the crystals. They are no longer empowered. So they go back to being ordinary people. I mean, they still have their experience and knowledge, but in gameplay terms, you know, they have lost all of the empowerment, all of the abilities, all the strength that the crystals had given them. Mugen, I will be cheating with all of the games. Poor Ferris. Ferris seems worried about her pirate crew. So she jumps out a window. I can't take it anymore. Everyone in Ball is worried since they have no heir to the throne. No, I can cheat on all of them. We have cheats for every single game we're playing. Maybe I'll be queen. As if. This would be pretty cool, huh? Chen went back to his hometown and brewed the best brew ever. He's not giving up on traveling, but he said he wants to spend time near his parents before he heads out again. What I find interesting here is that 3 of the party members get a classic RPG reward, you know? Lena is basically queen of a kingdom. Kryl is to be queen of a kingdom. Ferris has her pirate crew and can also be co-queen of a kingdom. And Bart gets nothing. It's been a year since then. Lena and Ferris are busy with running Tycoon and all. Chen's off on another journey. Yes, I did, Dr. Nimbus. The answer was no. If any of the others happen to ask about me, I'm sure they'll come. Tell them I can't wait to meet again. Kryl, you worked so hard. Everyone fought well. Yeah, that is a good question. What would Bart's want? How do you define the motivations of someone who doesn't really have much of a character? Although, I like what Bragwin just said. Bart's got to help people. And he just goes back on the road. I mean, what else is there? I like what Necro said, too, though. The idea that he basically becomes mayor of his town simply by virtue of being the guy with the experience to do that. And, of course, he settles down with his bow. I like this, by the way. Little flashbacks of scenes in the game that were significant to each character, however small. Still, the I guess, fairness in me is bothered by the fact that Bartz gets basically nothing for going through all this crap. I mean, I know that's a thing. I mean, Sam, Lord of the Rings, right? But still, really? You get nothing out of all that? Anyways. Ah, Sildra. F. Oh!
Your dedication will be rewarded.
Oh, spoiler alert, Ferris is a girl. So first of all, thank you for the donation, Myron. Second of all, so that's 3, it looks like? Yeah. So that's against Tita's Fantasy. And a rename of Ifrit to Axel. I guess I'm just too ambitious of a person at my core to consider going back to a normal life as a reward. For me, that sounds like a punishment. I mean, if I went off and saved the world and then got to go back and worry about bills again, I'd be like, what the hell? So here's Kryl at the tree and basically at Galuf's grave. It is implied that Galuf's soul, spirit, whatever you want to call it, is what helped the tree to recover here. The crystals have been restored, everything's peaceful, but for some reason I'm sad. Okay, fair enough, Necro, but you get what I mean, right? I guess it's just that since Grandpa died, I've been all alone. Oh, by the way, this cutscene's actually horrible and brutal if Kryl is the only one who survived the fight against Neo-Exdeath. Because the other 3 are actually dead, although they come back. I suppose it depends on the definition of life, which is a topic I've talked about many times. And here's probably the best scene in the game, Galuf's scene with Exdeath. What am I saying? No, that is the best scene in the game. I know y'all like Gilgamesh, but no. That scene right there. See you, Grandpa. What are you talking about? You're not alone. We're here with you. Buck up, kiddo. You made it! As if there was any doubt. Like I'd forget a friend after we'd been together for so long. Everyone, you... Tears don't really suit you, Kryl. You must be strong! Galuf's laughing at your blubbering, kiddo. Neat effect, but I raised my eyebrow at that. He is laughing. The crystals have regained their power. This time it's up to us to protect them. Like Dad and the others did. Say, do you hear that? Aye, that I do. Grandpa's voice? No, just the wind through the trees. The rippling of the water. The crackling of flames. And the settling of the earth. Not if she's gonna be queen, Kay. You've played EU4, you know how this works. I don't know. I'm not sure what it is, but, I can hear it. Yeah, something warm. Let's go. I like this song, by the way. This might actually be my favorite ending song for FFs, right here. And then in 200 years, an alien cybernetic doom thing comes down and steals Sid's brain. Ladies and gentlemen, Final Fantasy V. Venters asked a question I've been kind of holding off on answering there. Who had a better death scene, Tella or Galuf? I'm not actually sure. They're both very powerful scenes. But if I'm to be honest, Galuf's scene is stronger, but Tella's scene is better presented. In the DS version, specifically. I would say that both scenes pull emotions out of me. Both of them still get to me. But overall, I would have to say Galuf's is probably stronger. This is actually the first time they did something special for the ending, by the way. In FF3, they just used... Actually, in FF1, they used basically a static background. In FF2, they used the in-game engine. In FF3, they used the in-game engine. In FF4, they used the in-game engine. In FF5, they did something special. Now, of course, this is just the Mode 7 with some new stuff. But they did come up with unique sprites and a couple of additional graphics that are brand new just for this ending, which was kind of an unusual thing at the time. And yes, we are starting Final Fantasy VI tomorrow at 10 a.m. EST, as usual. Oh, don't, Darkrai. Don't. To quote Pro Jared, it is possible to make good sequels, but so far, Square has not proven that to be true. I don't actually have much else to say, so I'm going to go ahead and chop this off. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me. It has been an honor to go through this awesome game. Tomorrow we play the best game in the world. And I'm kind of excited about it. So I'll see you around.